34 months of watching the world's okiest stream. Thanks for the streams and support setting me on my way.
chatto, it's Tuesdat, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków. Zjardomiak may be champions of Europe, but that is the least of Poland's worries, because creeping in the background, an unknown financial crisis has struck, the loan farm apocalypse has happened, players returning left and right, it's raining cats and dogs, locusts all over the place. It is going to be a very difficult summer, because debt is now the meaning of life. All that and more, with some XG on the beach in there, will be coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła fucking Kraków. And we're supposedly sad dancing. We call it sad dancing. If anything, it felt more like a polka. Rather than a polska. And now, Matt doesn't speak for ages. It's doing that heart rate thing again. I even had to have a little sit down during the intro just so I could try to get my heart rate. You were doing the old debt dance. Classic. The orangutan swing, indeed. They were the king of the swingers with the jungle VIPs, I've heard. They reached the top, then had to stop because that was bothering them for some reason. Something. Got to squeeze an XG on the beach in there. How much of that will actually happen today is a different matter because of what's going to happen when I press continue. Oh, dear. I was losing it. It's kind of like, Nope, it's not kind of like, It's kind of like, whatever you want to stick in there. Basically, Rob, thank you very much for the 34 months during the intro. It's very, very kind of you as well. Let me just turn the music down slightly so I can catch my breath. That's how that works, right? Oh, thank God, a long resub message. Basil, you saviour. Thank you for the 48. I'm going to shut up for a minute.
48 months, damn. That's 2 whole years. Also joining Todat from Bucharest. Also, Come On is a betting sponsor. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news.
Come On. Oh, Come On is the HB Kyrgyz one. It's fine. They're Danish. It's different. They're allowed to. That money will help them out way more than it will help an English side. Something hypocrisy. I'll happily be a hippo. Not press continue. I fear that might be putting off the inevitable, essentially, on this one, unfortunately. Yeah, so Shay Charles has gone through... Did that say 2 years? If so, that's a fantastic joke. Maybe it's like, how elephants have really long gestation periods. Perhaps Basil could be... Maybe it was actually Project Hail Basil. He's just up there, hanging out with Rocky. We're actually like 17 VODs ahead. No, this is perfect, Basil. I like this new meme. Love it. Thank you, though, for the 2 years. I do appreciate that. And MidgetMan666, thank you very much for the Prime, my friend, as well. It's very kind of you. We have some stuff to talk about today, because if you recall, some of you may have already seen this, towards the very end of last stream, we did some signings and stuff, but we obviously hadn't seen them go through yet because we didn't progress a day because I needed to do the loan extensions. So I went through, did all that, no problem, except for the part where there was a massive problem. I'll show the fact we're not actually doing fantasies today because we don't know how far we're going to get, so I'll, that's the leaderboard. That's not the leaderboard. That's the leaderboard from before. Hasn't changed, of course, because, Radomiak, etc. Oh, thank you, Harvey. Hair was kind of behaving today, which was a nice change to normal. I tried and everything, which is crazy. I wouldn't normally do that. Oh, it's going to happen when you hit continue. Right, well, that's right. Don't worry. This is not something you're going to miss out on because everyone's in the dark about this pretty much. Some of you in the Discord may have seen some hints towards this, but not the full shebang of what's about to happen. So, basically, I went and extended the loans as I always do. And got hit with something a little bit... So it's because it's gone off the list. Basically, a load of the best and most talented loan farm players didn't get any interest for loan renewals. And I was like, that's really weird. Why has that happened? Because I'm talking like basically every conceivable really high quality loanee that we have out on loan, pretty much, I would say about 90% of them. But it wasn't like the player said no, it was that they failed to attract interest, which is not normally what happens. Normally what happens is the player says...
Or 1.5 bazil years.
Adam, thank you for the 36.
I thank YouTube for recommending a random Treaty United VOD to bring me here.
That's wild that YouTube was recommending VODs. I guess some people must find me through the VOD channel. Actually, out of interest, those of you in chat probably less so, but those of you on the VODies, did any of you actually find my content through the Twitch VODs on the second channel as like your first point of contact? Because that's a fascinating, like, discovery method that I'd never really thought about, to be honest. But I'm curious now. An early one for the VODies there. So, basically, I went to extend the loan. And then all of a sudden, there was loads of this player, that player fails to attract interest. What normally happens is the club put the bid in, and then the player sometimes will reject the contract from the club. But very rarely does the club itself not actually attract Very rarely does the player not attract interest from the club. So I was like, okay, that's weird. Fine, whatever. So I put something in the Discord about it, thinking, hey, this is going to be fascinating this summer. But then Hadrian comes along and goes, hey, do you want to send me the save file so I can have a deeper look at things and see if there's anything weird that might have caused that to happen? But obviously, I'd gone as far as June 2nd, 10 a.m, because that is when our window technically opens because of the Club World Cup. So you'll see here, somewhere around here. There you go. New signings finalised, which of course I haven't actually looked at yet. Unfortunately, I'll have to give you points back on that because of the song length, sadly. Must be over 6 minutes. Saskin, really? Holy shit. Oh, fair enough. I guess there is... Maybe that is a discovery method. Who knows? So, then... Oh, hello. So I will finish. What I'll do is I'll concisely do this properly in a minute so we can have a clip, because I suspect it's going to be a common question we get throughout the rest of the stream once you see what's about to happen. Hello, Beast. Seen a couple of one-off experiment videos for the first time, which is... Oh, really? Oh, interesting. So I'm just like properly in your ears the entire time then. Interesting. I'll try not to shout. Thank God for the compressor as a setting in general. That is the saviour of everybody's ears, I would like to say. That's awesome, though. Thank you for making that known. That's actually kind of sick. I always find it fascinating, some of the ways that people choose to listen to it, whether it's like purely audio or whether it's second screening it to the point where you can see if something crazy happens. But I like that. It's cool. That's why I like the VODs being an option, frankly, on the YouTube side of things, because I think it's just much easier to do than Twitch VODs. So, this is where it takes a bit of a turn. So I send the save file to Hadrian, but I'd saved it specifically on this point so that we could watch the new players come in. And then Hadrian comes back to me and goes, Matt, how far did you actually progress with this? And I was like, oh, this day. So it turns out, when I'm about to hit continue, all hell is basically about to break loose. Basically. So prepare for that. Because, and now let me get my notes out, because Hadrian's basically going to describe what's exactly happened here. And I'll do my best to sort of sum it up in a way that is sort of more concise, but it is a bit complex. Yeah, the first of the many problems. So, basically, FM's gone into complete financial panic mode across Poland. The club's wage bills have grown beyond what the normal income can support. However, the reason for this is because FM isn't taking into account any prize money that we may get from European competitions, especially us and the other Polish competitions. You know the drill with these things where it doesn't factor in prize money. As a result of that, though, it's forced all of the Polish clubs to go into this hyper-conservative spending mode where they're basically refusing to sign anybody all of a sudden because of this alleged overspending, which they're not actually doing, although some of them are in major debt, in fairness. But the problem is we don't know that because the game doesn't put that information anywhere near as visible as it used to in earlier games. So there's that. So basically that's why they're refusing to do a lot of loans, even 0% ones basically. And you know we had a budget of £128 million. Yeah, get ready for that to change in a moment. But that's all I'll say about that one. Basically, because our wage spending is £180 million a year, but we only have £160 million in the bank, the board have basically gone, this is impossible, even though we're going to get hundreds of millions in prize money, especially from the Club World Cup. That's going to earn us like £100 million to begin with. So there are a couple of clubs that are a bit more healthy financially. Wisła Kraków are one of them, and Katowice are another. Radomiak and Piastowice are on the borderline, mostly because of the success in Europe that they had last year. Górnik Zabrze are in £40 million worth of debt. So they probably need to get gone fast, basically. So there's that. And a couple of clubs are spending quite a lot. They're actually failing European FFP as well. So even if they got into Europe, they wouldn't have been allowed to compete in it. That's how bad it is. So essentially, what's likely to happen over the course of this summer is, firstly, a lot of big loan players are going to come back. Thankfully, we've got a load of two-year ones, so there's still going to be some good players there. But you'll see who's going to come back soon, and it's quite a lot of big players. We're going to have to make a lot of sales this summer to try to balance out our books as well. But it's also just going to be a very, very difficult summer in general with regards to that, because the game does a really bad job at making this information clear. Have I missed anything, Hadrian? Mike with the gifted sub to George. You'd love to see it, friend. Very kind of you, friend. And Fuse Forces as well. Thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, so basically they are negative bank balances, but they have enormous wage bills. I mean, you see some of the wages that the other Polish sides are giving. We've had a look at those and gone, damn. The issue basically is that even for the teams that are regularly qualifying for the Champions League, the reason Wisła Kraków are so healthy is because they'd come up from the second tier with basically no high wage bill and got into the Champions League. So as a result, they're in a really healthy position financially. Now, Hadrian's given me some sort of tips as to how we can keep an eye on their finances towards the end of the season by flipping around a few little currency settings and stuff to see like per annum information that will help us see if their balances are a little bit less than shit, basically. So yeah, they're selling, but they're not selling enough. Which is wild when you consider that Legia actually sold a dude for like £40 million not that long ago. When you look at some of the last few seasons in Poland, it's got a double-edged sword. The Sirens money issue was to do with the actual values of the players, which I'm starting to wonder if actually they've dropped as well. I didn't even look into that in fairness, so they may have dropped off the cliff as well. Let's have a little look. Let me just use like a default one that's got... That's not one that got it on. It's your general info. That does, doesn't it? I'd say it's fairly... I mean, Montparnasse is slipped to £74 million, which is quite low, but it might be his age, even though he's got a longer contract. But we'll see if this changes. So keep an eye on these numbers, I suppose. It's interesting that Diabate is actually now the most valuable player at the entire club. Good to see, in fact. It's funny because I just offered a load of new contracts as well to a load of loan players right before all this happened because I didn't want to have any issues with them not going back on loan. So our wage budget is quite bad. Now, because this is the thing. You look at our finances right now. 120 million in the bank, 120 million transfer budget, 700 grand a week in wage budget available. Magic. That's going to change quite heavily very fast. Poland have basically, it's not even entirely a Poland thing, it's basically just FM calculates the budgets based on projections that don't factor in any prize money or sales or any like basic things that a club would do each year, which is a real problem. So we have found a goalkeeper, we've found Daiki Okimoto, but there's another goalie that I was quite interested in, and now I'm wondering if I'm actually going to be able to buy him at this point. Yeah, I mean, Montparnasse's age is probably a factor there. He's got his sort of TM last contract. Naeem has been offered a new contract, so his one may change as well. I think I offered him a contract, right? Oh, I didn't. Oh, no, I tried to, but he said no. So that one might be something to work on for the course of the summer. Basically, the interest from elsewhere kind of bollocks. Same thing happened with someone else. Was it Kowalski? No, it wasn't Kowalski. It was... Oh, it was someone like that. Maybe it was Kowalski, actually. No, it wasn't. I don't know. There was another player that said the whole same bollocks, basically. Magic Feet, thank you very much for the 10 months at Tier 2. That is wild, my friend. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, I do like that our highest value player is also probably the lowest value player in terms of wages in the first team squad, with the exception of Volkanov, who's on a youth contract. In terms of actually first teamers, he is by far the lowest value player in terms of his actual wages, yeah. So we can fix our finances super easily. But it's going to be a tough one, basically. Now, what I will say, though, is Hadrian did inform me that the reputations of the other Polish sides, though, are in an incredibly healthy position compared to any other stage of any Building a Nation save, which is a really good sign. We're talking like late stage Hungary territory. And you know how big our teams were at the end of the Hungary situation. So we're basically getting like that kind of level reputation out of our Polish sides right now, which means we're probably about to enter a period of them regularly competing for things, although it will probably take a rebuild season. Although, who knows? The fact is, though, the main thing is that we're pretty much guaranteeing ourselves now, for the most part, top 4 in the coefficient now for the rest of the save likely, which means that that extra money is going to be guaranteed for Poland a lot more frequently. So it's probably come at the perfect time. This is going to be the only really sort of squiffy ass year, basically. Like seriously squiffy year. But I think we'll be fine in terms of money because of the Club World Cup. We do need to take this seriously though, because if we go deep, we could get like 100 million quid out of it. Maybe even more, which would be enough to save us. Harza Maltese won in F27. Well, we're doing Denmark in 27, so it probably wouldn't be as complex as Malta because it would require less changes. So they have their own different things. So before that, though, I do want to show you, of course, the signings that have come in. I don't even know who these guys are, to be honest. I've forgotten we'd even signed anyone up. There is going to be an issue, potentially, with the players we tried to sign last stream. Some of them might not go through because we won't have the money initially because the board are about to yank all of our budget away. So even though we've got a load of ones that are, like, right there, they may fail. So we may have to go back in for some of those guys in a bit, which is frustrating because our budget's about to get absolutely shat on. Anyway, 2 players have joined us, but they're from previous ones. On with 100 bits.
The UEFA Women's Champions League last round of qualifiers draw just took place. Love the fact that the difference of the Champions path and League path is so unbalanced.
Oh. Oh my god. Wow. So you're not joking. Look at this. So like PSG, Juve, Inter Milan, Real Sociedad, Real Madrid, Ajax, Chelsea, and then this one. Up the Polish ladies there, though. Charlie Sosnowiec. Bran, Austria, Wien in there. Kurga! Yes! Up the lady swans. Go on. Swanettes. Is there a name for a lady swan? Or is it just a swan? You know, like goose and gander kind of thing. Yeah, that is quite unbalanced, actually, isn't it? Right, intros down. I wish I did, honestly. If I wrote them down, they'd be worse. Following a script, I'm even worse for that kind of thing. Vidovani, no, we're doing HB Kyrgyz, most likely. Oh, dear. Yes, it was a bit, wasn't it? In the Swanette. I like the idea of it. Is it a Bic? Really? Huh. Oh, I see what you've done there. I see what you've done there. That's clever. Actually, making pro... I see. Right. I'm tired, all right? My heart rate's doing that thing again. I may have done a 10k time trial this morning and second best 10k time ever. So that was fun. I set out to do 57 and a half and I ended up running 53 flat because apparently my legs are just much better at hills than they used to be, which is really nice, but also it's left me a little bit tired, to be honest. Because I put a rule in the Ely City thing that if I landed directly on a 5k or a 10k, like exactly, then it had to be a time trial. Naturally, I was a little bit tired today. 57 and a half, indeed, yeah. He was chasing me with a giant pack of rigatoni. Terrifying. Added that extra 3 minutes on it. Third tier season. I don't know if I did or not, Mushroom Man. Have you got a link again so we can have a little gander before I do the inevitable and press continue? Actually, no, I have to show the signings first, don't I? Hopefully those have all gone through. Chat guys are important. Maybe, Mike, maybe. Like, apparently I've got pace as well. I've done a couple of, like, half marathons the last couple of weeks to, well, not through any real desire to do so, but because apparently I can now. I think I've crossed this, like, mental barrier now where it doesn't seem scary anymore. Anyway, 2 signings are in. Oh, they're both A. Well, I mean, that's something. Oh, wait, we got one of them through. This is the Japanese fella. So we've actually managed to get one of the signings in. This is one of the XG on the beach dudes, at least. Me let Naeem welcome. I don't know if the other guy is or not, or whether he's just a signing we signed up ages ago and I've forgotten about. Although I think he might be. Oh, yes. Konosuke Okada. Let's go. 53.01. Holy shit. Fair plucking play. That's great. My fastest ever is like 52 something, but that was like 7 years ago. And so I'm not really comparing to that one to this one, but I did one in April, which was 53.40 something. And that was when I was in like a proper training plan, though. This has been obviously more sporadic training because I'm not the one choosing the length of the runs. So I thought today I'll just go out there and sort of see where I'm at. Apparently I'm at much further than I thought I was. So that was kind of fun. Yes, exactly. He's the tiny man. Now, the question is he number 3? He's definitely in for sure. Straight to the senior squad for you. Because we assigned... I've forgotten. Does he have a goalie rating too? Perfect. If there ever is a second season of Glove Island, bro's in the team. So we got... Oh, fucking hell. I've forgotten who's who. Let me just sort my position. It makes it much easier, wouldn't it? So Okada and go... What the hell?
Good morning, Matto. What a win for Radomaic, even if it was a terrible game, and it's time for us to go again. Let's get to number 1.
It'd be so typical of us to go and win the Champions League this season in a season of turmoil. We do love doing things like that. Fight against it, you know. Sam, thank you very much for the 27 months as well. That's very kind of you. I appreciate that. Team Vision's top gets relegated. Wait. This one here. HNK Vukovar. Champions, playoff winners, promoted. Or is it further down? Oh, this one here. Pollet. How does that work? I assume it was for some kind of... Wait, what? I'm guessing it was an administrative registration, right? 74k walk. Holy Christ. Fair fucking play. Is that for charity or just for the vibes? During the Club World Cup, it depends if we can sign enough players in the time, because obviously we're going to have no money in a moment to actually do any of that, so we'll have to see how that goes. And we might be able to register them for it as well, because obviously the Club World Cup does have squad reg, sadly. It's still Glove Island. It's not Glove Island. It's XG on the beach now. That's our new slogan for this year. So why did they get relegated? And they also got relegated from... Wait, whoa. What's going on here? Does nobody get promoted? It's just everybody gets relegated. I'm so confused. So they reorganized the Croatian football period and went, I tell you what, you get relegated. You get relegated. Did Oprah Winfrey redesign the Croatian pyramid? Anarith, what's going on? They've read Jonathan Wilson's book and taken it a little bit too seriously, haven't they? Incredible scenes. Yeah, they're doing their... There you go. They're doing their own show. It's Survivor. Where the rest of... Oh, because Al Shankiti's technically not... Well, he is, I suppose. So, in terms of strikers, where the fuck is Blanco? Is he in the B team? I will just check that. It might have been that I put him in the B team accidentally. I suppose he would have still been in the B team from before, wouldn't he? Yeah, okay, fine. So Blanco's number 1, Hansen's number 2, which would be down at the very bottom. Bless him. So this guy will be number 3. Nice. So that's the third one in. Now, where's he gone? There he is. Oh, legally obliged to find a Wisła on account of it being my third. Oh, we'll find money. That much I'm not so much worried about. It's more about, like, I would be willing to bet we can drum up a couple of 100 million this summer. That I'm actually not super concerned about. It's more the other Polish sides that worried me, basically. But this might force them to actually start doing some business of their own as well. So, and they've got the reputation to do it now. So maybe. And particularly with the Spanish Scourge burning out, that will also be a fascinating period of just progression in this save in general. Oh, you're Iranian one. What's he done? Oh, 45. It's not quite Al Shankiti numbers, but it is because it's way better because it's actually less competitive. Oh, hang on, wait, no, down here. Nope, that is Al Shankiti numbers. In fact, it's better because he's had less games. Oh. If you don't win the Ballon d'Or, then wow. Numbers off the keepers. I think you're right, we should, because otherwise I'll get confused. You know what my brain be working like. Let's get rid of the keeper numbers. Make it a little bit easier. Obviously, Manuel keeps his number because he's technically, officially a striker now. So you get no number. You remove your number. Rim. It was a fun time. Maybe to the loan farm with you this season, buddy. I will loan farm most of the keepers as well, other than the ones we're keeping, obviously. Remove nickname. Wait, why did I not keep it on Dioki? You're just like a ceremonial number. Orlikovsky. Orlikovsky did all right, actually. I was surprised. Still wasn't good, but Mabanjwa was the one that's really let me down. I had high hopes for him. Kind of sucks, though. I feel like I'm not going to be able to buy that really nice goalkeeper that I was looking at. Is that all of them? Right, sick. And then I'll make sure they're all listed for... Oh, no, Coleman as well. My guy further up. Right, remove nickname. There we go. Right, so I'll make sure all of you are loan listed as well. That way you still get a chance, you know? And Jeremy as well, I guess. Why not? And that'll do. Make sure they're all... I think they already are listed for loan, but just in case they're not. Now they are. Nice. Yeah, Gornik have exploded into the sun. They need to get gone. I'm starting to understand why they got relegated now. 8730. That's actually fairly low when you think about it. I mean, our actual squad, we haven't checked on this for a while, in fairness. Full squad. It was over 400. It's not going to be any more. It's probably in the 3s. Which will help us when he does tick over, because there's a lot of people leaving. 371 players on the books currently. Nice and easy. Hello, Mando. 5 regional leagues to 1 league with 16. Jesus Christ. Everybody else just got squished down into like a regional league below that. I take it that must have like a concertina effect all the way down the pyramid then, right? Constantly predicted for LFFP. Yeah. That's us every single year. Ironically, not at this exact moment, weirdly. We will be in a moment, but at this technical moment, we're apparently not, which is fun. That's the wrong team, isn't it? What am I doing? Oh, we're not unavailable. Oh, no, not right. There we go. So we have a lot of players. Oh. So many teams going down the dust. Oh, it's deep. Block shots don't get counted now. To be fair, I have seen some, unless you saw this in a highlight, obviously. I have seen some shots that are so low XG that the game doesn't even count them. And in addition, the game still does persist in counting XG for offside shots that don't result in goals. I've noticed that quite frequently. That when a chance is ruled out for offside, even if it's a good chance, it does have a habit of just counting... Yeah. So basically, well, there's quite a few players whose contracts are expiring this summer as well, which will get us a bit of money back, but it's not a huge amount. It's just as well, though, that we do control our wage budget in the way that we do. Because imagine if I was spending the sort of money that other major European sides are spending. We'd be cooked. I mean, we're cooked already in an extent, but I will fix that. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. And then the other guy, who was this? Vlado Bartol. Oh, I know this guy. Yeah, he was the guy I spent a little bit too much money on, although I'm now starting to think that might have been an inspired choice. Damn. We kind of cooked with him. Found the third Fulham kit. What? I'm a heater. I'm a radiator on it. I'm the opposite of a fan. I thought the mock-ups of it looked bad. I think that the full release version might be one of the worst kits I've ever seen. Which is fine, because they have also produced one of the best away kits I've ever seen. But truly, now that they've released it, I think it might be my least favourite Fulham kit of all time, potentially. It is serious. It would be slightly better if it didn't have central badgery, but it does. And then the colours are just... It's so training kit coded, it's unreal. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I don't know if anyone's got a link to it, but it is truly gopping. But I don't have to buy it, and that's okay. Channel 4. Yeah, it is a bit in it. Oh, I love the away kit. I think the away kit's absolutely sensational. Now that I've seen it properly, I really, really like it. But this, it's just... Center everything is horrible, especially with this sponsor. It makes it look like a penis rocket for a start. But even if they were off to the sides, I think it would be a bad one. But it's just so many different colors all going on at once. It just looks like a training top. It's not great. Whereas the second kit, I think is absolutely goated. I love the away kit. I think that is delicious. With the retro badge. Have you seen that they've launched shoes as well? Fulham have brought out a set of Adidas Specials. I don't know if they've actually got them on the club website or not, but they, yeah, £110, and I was very tempted. I don't know if they've got them actually on these. I like them a lot because I like the colours on them. One slight problem though, it's the Fulham badge on the back of the heel. If it was the retro one, I would accept it and I'd be tempted, but not the current one. It just looks a little bit like primary school, I suppose. I don't know. The rest of the shoes I think is banging. Don't know about £110, but it's cool that we've even got that. Very expensive, yeah. I don't know. I think it just looks too much like a training kit. Thankfully, we won't have to wear it too much anyway. Oh, if I recall, I quite liked the Spurs one. I think it looks like a kit that Spurs had not even that long ago. I feel like Spurs played a very similar kit to this. £135. One thing I dislike about it is that there's a pattern and stripes, and the stripes are like seemingly wow. That is whoa. Yeah, Tonali does not look best pleased to be wearing that, I suppose. So yeah, Vlado looks pretty good as well. We take that. Yeah, trying to... He will do all the kit launches until we get the money back from them, potentially. Yeah, the Bournemouth one, I think the sponsor's the biggest issue there, right? Most people think about... There's 2 senior caps. Really? Oh, at 16, yeah. Wait, he was doing that at 16? I missed his age. I didn't realise he was as young as that. That's insane. Right, so... I'm going to press continue now, and it's all going to go wrong. This one. Oh. Is this the website that's about to baffle me with ads? Yeah, well, this was a while ago, actually. Oh, we managed to see it before the ads. I quite liked that one. I can picture Aaron Lennon in it. That's quite difficult to say. Can make it worse. 270 NZ. Is that just a direct calculation, or is it being taxed up even more because New Zealand, right? Lose a bet. Maybe he did. I'm going to press this now and watch everything go to absolute shit. Ready? In before it doesn't do it on this. Oh, there it goes. Ooh, ready for the fun. Okay. I accidentally, by the way, released a couple of players that I perhaps didn't mean to, because I thought their contracts were up and I was setting them for release. Turns out I was looking at their the wrong screen, so I accidentally released a couple of guys that I didn't mean to. They're no one important, and it doesn't save us any real money. But unfortunately, this delayed, yeah. So a few contract extensions have gone through, loads of 3-year extensions and stuff. We're apparently compliant with that. Tax bill of 19 million quid. A commercial summary. We've made shitloads of money this year, presumably. Oh no, we've lost money. Of course we have. In fact, we've somehow lost... I guess we did get knocked out really early. Ready for the next part, though. Remember, we had a £120 million transfer budget. It's now 2.2. And we're now overspending our wages by £500,000 a week. Bear in mind, we were 700,000 above that. So the board have knocked £1.3 million, £1.2 million off of our wage spending. Yeah. So we've gone from having a £4.2 million a week wage budget to £3 million. I love that they're like, you're not working within the wage budget. It's like, you've just slashed the wage budget. They've also shaved off, as you see there, £119 million of transfer funds, which means we can't complete the transfer for the Romanian guy either, because it went through afterwards. I think part of this has happened because of the... As in, the reason we're getting these budgets so late is because for some reason the second division got pushed back too late, and therefore our scouting budget gets pushed back later as well. So yeah, the game is rubber banded to panic. And it's not just us, it's other Polish sides too, which is why there's been the loan apocalypse essentially happening right now. Ooh, Juve. Oh, didn't they have a really nice third kit? It's giving... I love that it's cheaper. Why is it pixelated? Is that actually part of the kit, that it's pixelated? I don't hate that. It's very Guy Fieri. It's those shirts you'd get at, like, seaside towns that would have like a Dodge Viper on them and then blue or red flames / Guy Fieri. Yeah, only Poland. I assume it's just the active league that you're in, basically. It'll be this game's version of the financial crisis thing. Now, I knew that there was something like this potentially because I know that some people that had got to this stage in their saves had this exact same thing happen in the exact same year. I can't remember who it was, but multiple people came to me and said, I had a weird issue with all my loan players started coming back on the year of 2041. And I thought, oh, it'll be interesting to see what happens when we get there. Turns out, it seems to be a thing that's specifically set to happen at that year for some reason. That's when all of a sudden they click over, which is weird. Not seeing prize, but I guess so. But what I do find weird, though, is that everyone else, Hadrian, had this exact same thing happen in this season. And not before and not after, which I find is really strange. Although, now, I wonder if this is part of the reason. Because this is like I actually forgot it happened because I forgot to put it in the recap. Now, I don't know if I can even find this.
Oh, yes,
now then.
They are building it now.
Where would I see like long-term object? Basically, the board told me they were announcing plans for a new stadium. They haven't put a price on it or anything like that yet. They've only said basically we're going to do a new stadium, and I wonder if that's part of the reasons for it because they're planning that, and so they're getting the money together in the background. It triggers some weird financial thing. Scotty Power, thank you very much for the follow. Apparently, we need to be getting in your bunkers in 2041, perhaps. Now, I don't know where we even see the information about stadium stuff in here. Where would we even see that? All I know is I got a news article after last season, but before this season, pretty much, where it was while I was playing the final few games of the season. So, unfortunately, the news article gets lost into the ether. Board request, but I didn't request it. But maybe it's in there anyway. Notice how nothing in here to do with stadiums, for example, because obviously they can't do that. But yeah, I didn't request a new stadium, obviously. They just did it. Wolves home and away. What's Wolves home and away? Oh, Hibs. You know, for central badge kit, that's not too bad. I'll be honest. Club site facilities. Ooh, nice. Okay, let's have a look. Club site. Oh, fuck, how do you get to facilities? Oh, it's there, isn't it? Right. So it's still just showing our stadium and not any hints of the new one potentially being built. I mean, bear in mind, they're still just, like, they haven't actually announced it or anything like that. They're simply saying that they are looking for ground for one because of the attendances. Where does it say planning? Where are you seeing that? Yeah, it's in planning. That was all the information I was given, basically. But I do wonder if that's happened. See you later, Hadrian. Thank you for explaining that to us. Hopefully I can carry the torch in future. Also, Lennon in purple. There you go. It feels very... Sorry. It feels very... Actually, it feels a bit Champions League. But I don't know if Spurs would have played. I can picture Gareth Bale in this kit too. I can remember the Orasma sponsor as well. Dortmund... Oh, have they done a silly again? Oh. There was another Dortmund kit we looked at that I disliked. I think it was purple, if I remember correctly. Hello, Jose. So what we're aiming for today is to avoid complete financial ruin as a result of the financial apocalypse, what hits Poland. Now, I can't confirm this transfer, can I? I'm going to have to literally... I can delay it, but I don't know if we're going to get enough money in time to get it done, unfortunately. So we may end up missing out on Georgia for the time being. We will see. Oh. Yeah, be aware of season 2041. I'd be curious to know if anyone else has had this same problem. Oh, I mean, I know people have. That was the thing. I was warned about it. Right. Yeah, we can delay twice. So that should give us 2 weeks to the 16th. I think the window shuts again, though, on the 12th. Not that that would matter, obviously. It just means he wouldn't join us straight away. So I don't know if we're going to get enough money in that time, but I also don't know what's about to happen. So we're about to see. But yeah, for the time being, it probably would behoove us to just hit some continues. This is unfortunate. Corey set aside for... is he, though? I mean, actually, is he cheap? Oh, yeah, we'll have him. He's fine. We'll have him from our budget of £2.4 million. Oh, board, you're so generous. One thing we will need to do, though, is figure out how to get some money in terms of even just the wages. We can't really do anything with that until we get rid of this. No for the late... Oh, I didn't, did I? If I did, that's extremely funny. It doesn't say the deal fell through. Where's it gone? Free transfer. Been cancelled. Shit. Well, I guess we don't have to worry about that then. Consider it a permanent delay, so to speak. Consider it a delay that will come back to later in the window. In fairness, it means that I think it was unlikely we were going to be able to get the money in time anyway, so we'll just come back for him later in the window, most likely. Because I do still want him, because he's 6'7" and angry as hell. There's really no reason why we wouldn't want to buy this guy. So I definitely do want to, and we should be able to get the money together. It's just going to take a minute. Oh, dear. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to lead him on at this point. He'll be fine. Did that just say Vida had a manager of the month? 300 Oh, wait. No, sorry. His attribute build looks fun. I have a guy like him in non-league, other than the mental part, and he's very good. Very good indeed. That's, yeah. I need to make the other emote. I've still got the GIF saved that James sent me. I just need to actually make it into the emote. Yeah, exactly. We'll use delay repay to get some money back later. That's, given the financial state we're in right now, that might be our only option, to be honest. I think we'll be in a really healthy state after the fight. Thank God we're in the Club World Cup, to be honest. Tom Scott related video might be for me. What if it's a Tom Scott video? That sounds like it would be a very long video. Speaking of, the Dry Stone Wall one from last night, though. Get him on Klarna. Why not? Get him on, what's it? Amazon Affirm. That's another thing, isn't it? Belade is... Who the Oh, these are the random cheap guys that we're buying for free. We'll have the free guys. They're allowed. And obviously we've got to have Drogba, right? We can't not have Tiamoko Drogba. He's an Ivorian man called Tiamoko Drogba. It would be dumb not to sign him. So it looks like we're going to get most of these guys through, just not the rest of them. Debashevich is going back on loan because GKS Katowice are one of the few teams that actually have decent finances. Was he? Because he's going to be on the next jet lag as well, isn't he? Which is cool. Loans for me. I might. And there was me thinking I would be the one doing the loans. Milestones tab is, for club. Oh, it's about club. I know where it is for players. I don't know. Is there? I didn't know there was one for clubs, actually. Change my wage budget, even though I got 3.6 million transfer budget. So, there's usually a couple of reasons. Generally speaking, the main reason is that there's some kind of outgoing transfer or incoming transfer or contract negotiation going on at the time, and it relies on your current budgets in order for it to exist. That's usually the reason. So first thing I would check is if there's any bond you're signing or selling or any contract that you're extending at that time. If that's the case, it often locks it. But sometimes I find the game will hard limit the amount of money that you're allowed to move from one to the other. I've noticed this especially in the lower leagues, although I'm guessing with 3.6 million you're probably not in the lower leagues. Who got promoted? So the actual promotion battle hasn't finished yet, and I think that's part of the reason why we've got screwed, because the second tier is really late this year in finishing. In fact, I don't even know if the first legs have been played. Oh.
What is the answer to life, the universe, and everything?
Is it... Oh, it's 42. I just see. Thank you for the 42. Mike, you'll be pleased with me. I just did my second fastest 10k this morning ever. I was very happy with that. Also, when I started stream, I realized that I had 4 clothes pegs in my pocket because I was putting the washing out desperately right before stream, and they were just in my pocket. So yeah, if something does start to smell, I'm carrying. They go on Boston United. We're selling a lot of youngsters, boosting the money. So that might be what it is. It might be. It's usually not with sales. It usually happens with buys and contract extensions. But it might just be that you have an outgoing sale that's currently. The wall chart came down on Sunday, James. Pog ripped it from our grasp so rudely, and there was a spider behind it, which was fun. So yeah, it's the playoff final tonight between Cracovia and Pushchina Pormica. And by tonight, I mean at 3 in the afternoon. So Polonia beat on Lost. I mean, it has to be the... They only beat them on penalties. I have a horrible feeling Cracovia are coming back up again. But since we're here, what's their budget situation looking like? 1.9 million. Okay. Now then, I have to remember how Hadrian showed me how to see their actual spending. 1 second, I'm going to dip into my very long Discord call. Check with Hadrian. So it was under... Oh yeah, I don't have to actually be their manager either. So I can click on their recruitment page. This, no, that's not the right one. There is definitely a way I can see this, and I've forgotten what it is. It might be on... Oh, where has it gone? Maybe I can't see it. There definitely was a way that I could see it. Oh, you're right, they won't have their budgets yet, of course. Well, they will still have their budgets for this season, which would show us their wage spending, though. That's what we're actually looking for, is their... Oh, it's in this, isn't it? Here it is, yes. So their wage budget is... This is the one we're looking for. So they're spending $415,000 a week. So what you do basically to work out where they are in budget-wise is you basically put the wages into years for a moment instead of weeks, and then you can see their yearly wage spending, basically. But $415,000 a week is what Cracovia are spending. Yeah, this is something I'm going to have to look into a little bit more. Play with super high wage plus bonus. There you go. That's usually the reason. No, I sent the spider... well, we sent the spider back to his family. Because I'm not a... I love rehoming them to the outside. You know, they get to live in here in the summer because the windows are always open, but they do get to... the key for them as a spider, and this is a pro tip if you happen to be a spider, just don't get too close. Stay in your own lane, don't invade the space, and then it's all cool. If you're up on the wall over there, I'm like, chill, brother, that's fine. Like, you do your spidey things. You're catching insects, good for you, bud. But if you come too close, that's when we have a problem. I can't have you crawling near me. Jeez, rude. Right, so I guess the playoff final is about to happen. Please don't be Cracovia. Although, weirdly, in terms of finances, it might even be better if it is Cracovia, because they may not have leveraged themselves to the wazoo with the loan farm. Sigmundo, thank you for the 19 months, my friend. I trust that you are fantastic today. Bros and friends. Definitely afraid. Yeah, the thing is, you can be afraid of a thing is to respect it. Like, my friend is deathly afraid of wasps and bees and stuff, right? But even he's kind of like, no, bees, you're still kind of chill. He'll still run away from them, but in like a kind of, I respect your authority type beat, rather than a, I think you need to be murdered and napalmed type of way, you know? Whereas I love a good bee. Bees are great. Yeah, Shay Charles, I saw that literally right before stream. I got the email from Fulham. It's good. We're doing things. Ooh. What we're not doing, though, is a lot with Paul Solberg. He's not, Solberg. Does his surname mean Sun Mountain, Norwegian friends? Because if so, big fan of Sun Mountain here. Sounds like a theme park ride. Get you on the loan farm, if nothing else. Ooh. Loan farm principle. Hey, I mean, now's the perfect day to understand it. What seems to be the problem, officer? And I can do my best to explain. I've seen the cool stuff that Malawi got up to, where they beat Nigeria as the lowest ranked team, which was dope as. But I haven't seen much beyond that, other than usually with these things you seem to see the shocks, don't you? Oh, I think that's the Estonian fella. Bids from the usual suspects, I suppose, over in Norway. No problem there. Won't be doing that though. But he's looking like a good player. And now Estonian fella, Lauri Lukakura, or Court. These are about what we're limiting ourselves to in terms of signings. Yaba Diagni will have you as well. So players on loan farm. Because the advantage to my team is 0. The advantage to Poland is enormous. There is basically 0 advantage. I mean, I suppose there's a small advantage in that I can develop the players out there, and then when they eventually come back, that's an advantage because they've developed. But that's not really the goal. That's more of actually a bad thing. The advantage is that other Polish sides get access to talent that they would not normally be able to achieve manually. They wouldn't be able to sign themselves. We keep them out there long enough, they become first-team world-class players while still out on loan, and allow those Polish sides to perform better in Europe. In addition, because those players are better, they then enable, because of the relative squad quality, those Polish sides to go and actually sign better players too, because those players will now want to join because the team is then better as well. It's just kind of like a big snowball effect. That's the sort of logic behind it. Possible Freemason. Thank you very much for the prime. I am going to have to now stick my foot in a bucket, roll my trouser leg up, and show you a nipple. It's just how we do these things. Was it Ghana? What? They beat Ghana as well. Malawi on an absolute tear. Love to see it. Still underneath for us this summer. I don't think they will. Mostly because I think we should be able to deal with the finances before that happens and make it on our own terms, in theory. Although I am a bit worried about this. So we may have to do a few of these potentially. Thank you for the 33-month. Well, yes, of course. It's the way to prove the League of Nations. Yeah, that's exactly what it's for. That obviously is building a nation state, so that's the main purpose, and that's the biggest way that you can kind of do that, basically. He wasn't actually a player that we were realistically looking for beyond loan farm, was he? But he was an Estonian that was doing Estonian things. 7 caps, right? Can't argue with that. Oh. Anyone new arrived. So the Japanese guy, the really short Japanese striker is in, and unfortunately the deal fell through for the really tall, angry Romanian striker because we simply can't afford him anymore because we have no money. But that's not the end of the world because we can go back for him later once we get our money back again. And then a few sort of smaller signings are happening, but they haven't actually officially joined us yet. So Nunez, he is on loan currently, and his loan contract lasts for another year. So I will not be selling him because he's actually a player that's consistent. He's actually on loan. Sharpek obviously is going nowhere. Nasiru, I think he's a similar story, right? Bloody good player too. Be really good for them because they're in Europe. And his loan fee, yeah, so he's fine as well. I love that they're only bidding half to the money. It went all the way. The board took it. We went from having a £120 million transfer budget and 700 grand in wage budget to £2 million in transfer budget and minus £500,000 in wage budget because of the Polish financial crisis, unfortunately. So we're kind of playing from behind a little bit here. Polonia Warsaw are in for Kenneth Mohammed. I don't hate that as a transfer, actually. Very big lake house, yes. Playoff final, of course, yes. One sec. Let me just let these signings get in, although I will accept this and get this much cheaper. The board might complain about that. I mean, they shouldn't do. It's a really small fee in general. God, I wish this was so much more... Oh, by the way, Comrade Lima has left Pliasklevica too, unfortunately, which is bad. One of the few teams... Oh, Penev! Penev was the other tall angry man. No, he was the Bulgarian that was playing in Tanzania for seemingly no reason, which is great times. Right, playoff final. What happened? Please tell me good things. Yes! Go on! Up the pushchair. That is fantastic news. Cracovia stay mudded in the second tier. Pushchini Pormica win the playoff final, and they will return to the top flight for next season. Well, at least we know who's coming bottom. If nothing else, we know who will be finishing last. Why can't I click on the game? There we go. Oh. Went in front through Labaton, who is a lone, not just a lone farmer, but a Spanish Scourgy. Then they had a guy called Leitner that gave them the equalizer. Basically, their defense was just the entire thing. And then this guy, Kubo. Miguel Kubo, a 33-year-old Polish striker who looks like he played for Atletico at one point. In fact, probably does... Oh, no, not quite. Yeah, no, he's at Atletico in real life. How cool. Went through like Poznan for a while, and that was his first season actually with them in the second tier. Fair play to him. Essential for a special handshake, so I've heard the same thing. My sister's fiance's dad is a Freemason. That's the only connection I have to it. And I think my cousin used to be, but he died sadly. Not because of that. They don't have that kind of reach, or do they? That's kind of sick actually that they picked him up, although he is wanted by someone else now. Hopefully they'll be dissuaded from selling him, given, you know, they're promoted now. What does Push to be in? Okay, they're actually in negative finances. How much are they spending out of interest? Oh, literally like... Oh, they're spending like nothing compared to... Well, actually, they are spending a lot. Wait, hang on. Oh, that's the committed spending, in fairness, so that's okay. Hello, Alan. I'm keeping fantastically. Poland... It's a double-edged sword. Finally had another Polish side win a European trophy, but now financial apocalypse. So, like... It's kind of, you know, little column A, little column B. Hello, Bargod. Taken out by the lizard people. Could say, what I think he was mostly taken out with was, unfortunately, working with a lot of corrosive chemicals during the 1980s. Sadly, he suffered an awful lot of illnesses as a result of the work that he did back then, when PPE wasn't really even a suggestion. It was more sort of a modicum of ridicule, so to speak. Right, Georgie's in. I do like him. Mostly we signed him because he was a Bulgarian playing in Tanzania who has dual nationality, and that's fun. Don't know if he's going to be quite good enough for XG on the beach, but we'll see. Because there's plenty of options. We may have lesser options anyway. So a few players will be returning from loan. In fact, quite a few. Kwame is going to join us as well. Oh, that was the Generation Foot dude. He wants regular starter, which I just found was hilarious. And then Raider as well, who will probably end up taking up most of the rest of our budget. Jesus Christ. Come to the lodge. There you go. I imagine the lizard people clean up half of themselves, right? I mean, they've got to be, right? They're the royal family. They've got to maintain some level of, like, decorum and whatnot. Organised a trip to one of the local groups. Weird night. One of the kids asked if to do sacco. I mean, yeah, it's a fair assumption. I delivered wine once to a Masonic temple. Sorry, a Masonic lodge. But I wasn't allowed in, obviously, as a non-member. I was... I simply... Which was fine by me, because it meant that I didn't actually have to do the full part. I just had to put it on the front step. Which was perfect. Saved my day a little bit. Have a drink with the whole Fulham ladies team. No way! That's sick. I mean, they must be... That team is getting stacked, actually. The amount of players that Fulham are signing. We're taking the ladies team very seriously, and we have been for the last couple of years, and it's really nice to see. Kawame might not have the PA, right? But bro is very good in terms of his actual raw attributes. Like, that's very good. Jesus Christ. I might actually whack him straight onto defensive positioning, because this is his one weakness. Oh, that's attacking movement, Matt. Like, he's got great tackling, great heading, not very tall, but I like him a lot, actually. Reduces playing time. He will kick off, but we'll do it anyway. It's part of the fun. Now, where do I do this? Oh, they're literally right there. Breakthrough prospect. He'll kick off. Oh, no. What a shame. That's if he even realises. He has immediately realised. Let's see. We'll ask Emily Fox, because apparently she's always an option. And I don't know why. Like, why Emily? Discuss issue. Why you're already back on a decision to consider regular start? I do, yeah. Don't really have the quality handle to handle the playing time right now. Justified. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, well. I mean, what are you going to do about it, bruv? You've just signed for us. Like, what are you going to do? Leave? You're not going out on loan. See you later, Mushroom Man. Okay. I think this is just going to be a bit of continuing for the time being, so we can get some sales, maybe. Get some transfers out. And then get some players in and then out at the same time. Because, unfortunately, the loan window ends right in the middle of the Club World Cup, which is a bit of a pain in the arse, because, of course, that means the window will be shut during that, too. I think clubs are definitely, like, realising the potential of what's there, and they want to make sure that they can get in on it before everything kind of goes to shit. Although I think some other players have come back a little early from loans, too, because that's just dropped down to 147 now, weirdly. I play for Borussia Dortmund. Wait, Borussia Dortmund are in the 3rd tier? Damn. I mean, she's cooking with Radomiak. If that helps. We do need a bit of Saudi money. What we don't need is Marobot being... Oh, it was Marobot. That was the guy whose contract I tried to extend, and he said no because of interest from elsewhere. It's like, yeah, sure, but actually there's quite a lot of interest from elsewhere. That might be a tough one to hang on. Yeah. Well, I'm sure people do, but this is probably not the best place to ask that, my friend. There's loads of Discords and stuff that people arrange things like that. But I appreciate that one can be a tough one to get into. Good luck, Audrey, with the sports honey. It does make a lot of sense. Marcelo Augusto. Wait. When's his loan up? Oh, he's another year on it. Nah, if I can extend that, I will. I don't think I... Actually, do I want to sell him to Corona Kielce? His rate... He's very good attribute-wise. Maybe I should sell him to them. Yeah, fuck it. Why not? We'll get a bit of money out the door if nothing else, which is good for us. Because we really do fucking need it right now. Only formed in 2020. Really? I think that... I'm hoping in 27, the women's game, they just basically start adding more leagues. Because they've got the they've established it now. And realistically, the licensing costs probably aren't going to be obscene. And if they are, then that's really more on the league and deciding not to want to be exposed to these things. Which they should be. So I'd like to see an extension there, sure, certainly. Maybe some like more depth to some of the leagues as well. But just adding more in general, right? They usually add at least... Oh, Gift out. Okay, I'm glad he's at least staying out on loan because he does look like a fantastic player. A couple more years of development there at Lech Poznan. Very nice. Particularly because they're paying nothing for him as well, which is quite useful. So Beckermanga's got a new deal. Oh, here come all the new deals as well. Brilliant. Fantastic news. Oh. Yeah, South African... I think it'd be nice if they had one from every continent like they do with the men's leagues at least, you know? At least one. That is Tagozane's going to go again. So at least some of the loans are going through. Altet's going through as well, which is at least a beginning. In second tier last season. Oh my god. That's wild. 114 goals. They had a goal difference of 101 and they didn't go up because of how difficult it is to get promoted there. Jesus Christ. Shout out to the Moors down here though with their 3 draws. Hey, they didn't win a game, but that's okay. Who needs to win games when you can just draw occasionally, right? Don, thank you for the... Whatever the fuck is this? I appreciate the bits. What are we looking at? And indeed, they finished right above a team that doesn't exist too. Sad times. I guess that's the problem at the moment with the women's pyramid because they're so condensed. It's just really difficult to get out of each league as your way up. It's like the real non-league in men's football, like where basically it's like one promotion spot and then a playoff spot if you're lucky, pretty much. Wait, top only gets you into the playoffs. My Christ. Yeah, that's wild. So Johnny Tenor-Ponza is going back to... Who was Johnny Tenor-Ponza at? Wisła Kraków. That explains a lot. He's become a good player, actually, as old Johnny. One of the few financially healthy teams we have in Poland these days. Deary me. I'm too old to be laughing at that, but I enjoyed that cry about me. Oh, dear. 5 groups in the winner's... Oh, my God. Have they just been looking at what Serie D do and go, or is it Serie C? I can't remember. Is it Serie C or Serie D that are particularly awful for this kind of thing? I genuinely have wiped it from my memory. Duana's going back on loan to Vartapos, and under Damon Weir, of course. I do need to check on the Patreon regions as well, see if they've gone into management too. Delivering some fun. So the Brazil... How and why is that possible when they finished below? Oh, is this... Did it split in some manner? Speaking of Auckland, obviously, we've got to keep an eye on them in the Club World Cup this year with their double entry once again. No, new manager at Varta. This is horrible news. I can't believe this. Just want to see if there's any large changes there. So Svenny Smates, Roy Fleming's still at Man City. Blech. Wait, Damon, where is that? Oh, he's the manager of the second team, isn't he? Not the first team. I've made this mistake before. Could go to Die. Not got a club yet. Nikolai Citron still not got a club. Trying to see if there's any like managerial moves. Assistant manager. That's obviously Saz here. Gus Shobers is a manager. I want to see like a staff member that's actually at a club. That's the dream, but apparently it's not yet happened with the others yet. No one's got a new job since those two did, basically. Auto qualify for the national competition. Oh, speaking of the G'day League, did you guys see this thing about, is it Western United that have been like booted? This might have been, again, me missing something, but I saw some post about Western United, I think it was, getting booted out of the A-League due to reasons. Like, what's all that about? But are they more broke than we are right now? I'm guessing yes, probably. World rankings, the last winners. So, last few winners, those are the things we actually can see. Forgive me. Got them in the end. So rankings-wise, they are actually above us, incredibly, in terms of their reputation ranking, of course, which is wild. As for winners, it's been fairly... Actually, it's had its moments, actually. Ajax started off pretty strong. PSV grabbed a title, then it was Feyenoord, then double for RZ. That was a period where RZ were like the only competent Dutch side. Like, the others would get routinely battered in Europe, no matter who they were playing. Usually Polish sides, actually. Then it was Ajax again, PSV, Feyenoord, then back to Ajax again, then back to PSV. Obviously, Utrecht are the latest team to have really sort of started to make a few moves. They've obviously reached the Conference League final last year and got kicked off. A band manager, don't know yet. That will come closer to the time just in case someone crazy emerges, because Kowalski's probably got a shout in there as well, potentially. But Montparnasse is likely. I think the reason that Montparnasse would be super fun is because he has that special second nationality that would give us some really potentially fun-ass regens, which would be sick. So Ignatius, I don't know if he did he? Or he's about to. Oh yeah, he did. He joined Aldershot Town. That happened actually in January, I believe, weirdly. After all that, he joined Aldershot in League One, which, to be fair, is an inspired move because Aldershot won League One with him in the team and are now promoted to the Championship as champions. So actually, he's now playing in the Championship, which is a big step up, to be fair. Having no money, got a fake new owner to say, oh, really? Oh, okay, so it was more a case of... the sword of Damocles had kind of been dangling over them for a while now, and someone finally dropped it. Fair. Yeah, it's because basically with the Dutch League not being switched on to either playable or view only or anything, it remains relatively stagnant for the most part. You don't tend to see... Even actually in my other save, when we did have it switched on, it didn't really move all that much. They tended to just sort of entrench their hegemony further, I suppose. Or did we? No, that's not true at all. I think it was FC Utrecht, actually, in my last save... that kind of become dominant, if I remember correctly. So actually, that was complete waffle what I just said there. Shocker. Oh. Make Kowalski analysis. Yeah, you're right. Kowalski as an analysis, as an analyst would probably work pretty well, wouldn't it, to be honest? 4th team booted from the league in 20... That feels like quite a lot of teams that have had to be booted, but I guess that's the problem when you don't have relegation. Teams can sort of fester in there where they're always going to be back in it each year, and it does sort of mean that it has to be taken care of administratively, I guess. Yeah, I find that it does take a huge amount of... Was it Twente? There was definitely a team in my Outcast to Icon save in the Netherlands that wasn't one of like the established big three, essentially, that became absolutely dominant in that league. I thought it was FC Utrecht, or it might have been Herenveen, but I don't know who... It wasn't one of those guys, that's for sure. It's annoying that people are now rejecting... Really? Even one of the loans that we had managed to get through has now been rejected by Hans Geisler. Did he not play much for them? No, he played loads. Then I have no explanation for that. Too many substitute appearances, maybe? Yeah, probably too much off the bench. Well, Hans will certainly be worth a some money, I suppose. We've just got to be really careful about where we sell them to is the problem. Ideally, get them all to Saudi as fast as possible. Auckland's first season, Alex Paulson taking a kick right at the feet of Alex Paulson. Oh! So he's fast. Really fast runner. Could get on the end of his own free kicks. Curry rejects it. Speaking of New Zealanders, it's Max Curry, who, to be fair, has managed 13 caps for the All Whites, but I honestly thought he might get more at one stage. I think he had decent potential at one point, and apparently that's just gone now. Just won the UCL. Nice. I was not doing too bad in the league phases. No, it's the English leagues stay pretty much the same. So I feel like Bear in mind, if you switch them on, it actually isn't as bad as it used to be. The processing in F126 is definitely faster than it was before, so you can kind of get away with it. Like, I have actually got England switched on in this save as view only, and it's definitely become a bit different. Say, for example, Aldershot winning the League One, for example, this season, and are in the Championship. It's still not as crazy as I've seen it in the past, but it's slightly better than if you don't have it on at all. The big thing you'll note, though, is you still don't really get a lot of transfer business outside of the teams that are actually qualifying for Europe, which is kind of what I was hoping we would get more of. But sadly, the game didn't bless us with that, which means we might have to look at that for the next save and decide what we want to do about that. But I could foresee a world where I actually just go and set them to playable instead. Because I think that the pace that the game forces you to play at now in terms of the progression... Because if you recall, back on old band saves, I used to be able to do that clump of Champions League matches from like September, because we would basically do transfer window. I go to the end of the transfer window. Then we would do a stream where it was basically this batch of 6 games up till Christmas in one stream. That's simply not possible anymore because the game... It's not like I don't yap any more or less than I did before, but the games just take longer to get through than they did before. And as a result, I actually think that maybe next year we could have those same leagues but set to playable from the start, so we get way more interesting stuff happening. And I bet you we wouldn't even notice the slowdown, honestly.
Had some left over to get around number, so here you go.
Yeah, love to see it. Thank you very much for that game of tournament. I really do appreciate the 94 and very specific bit amount. I love a good specific one. I need to start making weird things that can happen with very specific amounts, but then just not tell anybody what any of them are, and just see if one day they're triggered, like 3 years later, when I've forgotten about why it's even a thing. Much like the Toby Harvery thing, for example, right? The robot's going to kick off here. I don't really want to sell the robot, though. But then part of me is also like, he's 25. He's mostly used as a backup to Kowalski. And if I was to sell him to Saudi for a large amount of money, we do have a lot of depth in that specific role. Why is it asking about Emily Fox again? Do the players all just fancy her? Because she's just a random coach that we have, that I always apparently have to ask about this sort of stuff. Geyser is his replacement. Geyser is a very different type of player, I believe. I think Geyser's a bit of a... Because Morobot is more of a Kowalski type player, like a deeper lying one that can do the DM stuff, whereas Geyser is more of a Monparoos type beat, potentially. FM testing tweet. Have you got one? Which tweet's this? Let's see what he says. Potentially. What's in him? Thank you very much for the 8 months. We're nearly there. The baby's nearly coming out.
Almost newborn. One more
I will
month.
prepare my cervix. And other medical things. That's a terrible thing. That's a strange thing to hear if you've just joined. I could do the whole like, hey, if they offer us more money, maybe we'll accept it. Because maybe he'll come back and be like, hey, let's see. Finances weren't right of the deal. More reasonable bid. All right, so what is it? What was it? 17 mil? Okay, 31's all right. Let's have a look. Introducing our expanded approach to Football Manager playtesting. Okay, let's have a look. When was this? Oh, this was literally this morning. Right, okay. Today we'd like to share news on expanding our approach to Football Manager playtesting and how you can get involved. We understand the need to ensure feedback is heard ahead of the next FM in sufficient time to be reviewed by internal teams, so we're bringing our playtesting experience into a new era. Partnering with First Look, which presumably is an agency that handles this sort of stuff, allowing you to register your interest for early builds through the final stages of development. Okay. What a time to come back, Hadrian. Holy Christ. Learning from previous programs and user feedback, F27, we're opening our playtesting opportunities to a wider group, allowing more of you to help us shape the development of the game starting in the coming weeks. Playtesting enables players an early access to development builds of 27, featuring new features and improvements. All we ask is that you play as much as possible. Oh, that'll be a difficult one. That's cool. You also get access to exclusive testing spaces on SI forums and Discord. Fair enough. To interact with other testers and some of the sports and community and development teams. Fair enough. Register your interest and join the waitlist today. During the sign up form, you might ask about FM experience. Please, that makes sense. Because obviously they want people that are going to be free QA. I mean, this is why they can't win, can they? They can't win. People go, you don't do anything. And then when they do, the people are like, this is free QA. It's like, I mean, it's playtesting. That's the whole point. QA is more to do with like specific thing. Playtesting is more like the macro level of the game, I suppose, right? How it plays as a user rather than as a purely mechanical exercise, right? This is a good step. In studio playtesting as well, collaborate with players who have consistently provided useful feedback on FM. Maybe? I don't know. I will be definitely signing up for this though, absolutely. And guys, honestly, I would advise you to do the same, frankly. That sounds really, really cool. That sounds like a really good step taken in the right direction, frankly. That's cool. Yeah. I'm glad. I mean, this is one of those definitions that people will just complain about anything at this point. Like, QA is not the same as playtesting. It's a hugely different thing, and this is a massive step in the right direction for them, right? With a Steam account. Really? I guess it makes it a little bit easier. I assume the reason you sign up with a Steam account is because if it's at home playtesting, they would need to be able to actually give you some kind of special beta, or not beta, I guess. Like, if anyone's ever done this sort of thing before, you get like a code that's like a pre-release build that's on a separate branch, basically. I had that same thing with Nutmeg when I was doing the stuff for that. Remember Everest? I wish you could, Hadrian, but Nick Madden doesn't work there anymore, and he was our biggest champion at the studio. But yeah, that's a big thing. I think that's awesome. Fair play, bravo. That's really, really cool. Particularly if it's a lot of people too. They'll get a lot of good information from an actual player base too. That's not just sort of that insular bubble of people that are in the studio. That's a really cool step. Rather than get 3 QA release another reference 26. I mean, yeah, I don't think it is free QA though. It's like, but this is. I'm actually surprised. I didn't actually think there could be a negative to this that someone would find, but we found it. I think it's really cool. I really do. That's actually sick. It's a nice step in the right direction. Best one of the year is underway right now. The OFC Champions. Oh, is it off? Will FC Auckland FC win? See how much I can push this up. Like 35. Okay, he's not going to quite go for 35. 34. Ah, yeah, my apologies. 34 was the thing. I think pre-alpha testing. If it's post-alpha testing, it's a good thing. Just a bit dubious for me coming from that. Well, I mean, but like, what do you want him to do then? Like, I feel like, what do you want him to do then? So, I don't know. Like, what other solution do they have? Because every other year they've basically not done this, which has been what we've got so far. So this seems like a step in a different direction, which I'm quite frankly on board with. Fellaini really does a bit, doesn't he? Yeah, needs bigger hair for it. Emily Fox, what is her man management? Good. Have to play test through all the development, but they are doing that, presumably. This is just a different step in that. You can't, like, particularly with the way that FM works, and it's an ever-evolving thing based on the same kind of platform, to say that at every stage of development means they would have had to have done it, so because they haven't done it in the past, they can't start now? I don't know. I just feel like this is a strange thing to be negative about, I guess. I don't know. Weird. Oh, a good thing. Fair enough. Yeah. I think it's good. That's sick. I would definitely signing up for it. Because, like, also, it implied earlier the normal too. Goes to role management. Isn't this the downsize? I don't know. I think maybe they're just going, hey, in the past, we've maybe not listened to the community as much for this kind of things, and then people have complained upon release and gone, and we've gone, shit, we need to spend our time fixing that. Whereas this feels like a great way of that, like, cutting that stuff off at the past and being able to put that stuff in before the game's even released. Because it is a very different group of people, right? I think that's hopefully going to be a fantastic step. We'll see. Provided they get good and meaningful feedback, of course. Naceru, Mana to Real Madrid. I don't know if I like that because it's Real Madrid, and also Mana is an extremely important player for us. Despite being 30, he is an elite player, and I think we will probably need to hold on to Mana. But, I mean, obviously, our hand may be forced later. That's the other thing. If you get yourself in that group, you might potentially get access to other things earlier, too, because you can sort of prove that you're reliable, I guess, right? Which is probably a good thing. No, I think it's just a general... I'm glad. It is a lot, but it's also like our team then is worse. And like right now, we still need to be good. We just need to be financially stable. We have a lot of other players to sell. I don't think selling one of our starters would really be the best way to go about that. Did I just see a guy called Roy Keane? Oh, Roy Kane. I got so excited for a minute there. My Christ. There's a 16-year-old Polish dude here called Michał Szozia. He's not bad, actually. That's the sort of thing. All of that sort of stuff probably could have been taken care of before the game ever saw the light of day. And that would have meant that the starting point would have been such a huge... It means instead of starting at a 2, you're starting at like a 6, potentially. And then you get to make it better from there, right? Up the NDAs in advance, yeah. Up the suspicious file on Steam that, Matt, what you playing? I don't know. Indiana Winterburn is that's wild. Such a great name. That's the thing, yeah. I mean, everyone will be under NDA anyway, as they should be, obviously. And I think it's a sort of statement of trust to sort of say, right, you know, we're trying things out a little bit differently this year. That's cool. It sounds like that, and obviously this isn't entirely to do with Chris and stuff, but it sounds like that the impact of Chris at the studio has already started to work some good stuff, right? Comes up with players. Yeah, it's certainly a frustrating point for me as well. But I'd happily accept those going forward if it meant that there's certain other things that could be figured out in the meantime, I guess. Let's see what else we got. Just looking at these random players in this list. Jafet Omar. Polizia Tanzania. I mean, he doesn't look that bad. Like, forgive me for once again being a bit confused about this, but he doesn't look like he's F-rated quality. He's only 15. In fact, that makes him surely even better because he's this kind of potential level already. I might scout him again. I'm hoping he's another like M4 type player. Or I'm just going to be wrong again. Because he's worth money too. Like, some of these guys, again, like, he looks slightly better than an E-rated player. And he's called Michel Mbom. Would he actually sign for a share though? He would. It's a free transfer, right? You can't really argue with it. Who the hell is even Anna Foot Academy either? Which is really good. Yeah, absolutely. It's the sort of things that could have prevented a lot of the issues last time around. And I think that's a really good statement. That's a really good start. Ooh, a Sangare. Yeah, he's a little bit special. He's very much like my Niakate guy. My Diabate fella. Although he does have a few like extra sort of standouts as well. The Bomb, indeed. We'll call him Bomber. Yeah, why fuck it? We'll have him on a free, right? This is we've been reduced to free guys from the lower leagues of, I think, is this Cameroon? Yeah. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. That's fine. We'll end up putting out all the... I'm sure these guys are all going to be brilliant and not one-star CA players. In fact, one-star CA I'd absolutely take at this point. There's a guy from Uxbridge in here for some reason. Why is a guy from Uxbridge in here? Tyler Dutton Key. From Curzon Ashton down to Uxbridge. I mean... What division are Uxbridge even in? Southern Premier South. Is that 7th or 8th? No, that's 7th tier, isn't it? I think. Step 3, maybe? I mean, he's not even been... What is it? He's not even got a grade. I mean, he's free, isn't he? He's 18 years old. It's an Englishman. I've always... Occasionally, you do find... I mean, not usable for us, but like in the early stages at least, usable players from the non-leagues in England. But usually, though, you don't find them in saves where you don't have the non-league switched on. Although I guess if he was at Curzon Ashton, maybe they played a bit in the National League North. So yeah, actually, he was coming through at a team that was at least visible, I suppose. That's cool. Anyone else in here while I'm paying a bit more attention? There's another... I thought it was also called Yannick Bomb. That's a good name. Franco Paglialunga. Good name. See, he looks more like what I think an F-rated player would look like, right? Elite. Thank you, Big Daddy Cool. We mix it up a little bit, but that is a general one, yeah. Oh, this is a name. Forgive me, friends. I'm not sure I know where to start with this fella's name. Dezayin? Dooku? Because Dutch Surinamese, presumably. Dezayin Dooku? Maybe? It's a cool name. See you later, Cole. About club info, tell you where reputation... Oh, really? Hang on. So... What was this regarding specifically? Sorry, forgive me. I've probably been talking about this. There's a guy called Antonio Such. Antonio Such what, though, is the question. Keep reports on those guys. So there's Roy Keane, lol. Caleb Crawford. Oh, we know about him. He was a guy I did have on my shortlist, but I removed him because he got a bit old and wasn't that good anymore. Anyone else? Kenneth Mendes, Marcus Tooley, Roy Keane, lol. There's another Diakite here, but he plays for a lower league Ivorian side. It's Ivoria. Ivoria? It's Ivoria. It's Phil. I did say I wanted a Sierra Leonean fella. I'm not sure if this is... I did say at one point I found a guy from Sierra Leone that played for a Sierra Leonean side that looked quite good, but I think he was a striker, not a number 10. But his attributes are okay. This is a bot, by the way. Yeah, good old Ivoria. If I had my... When I invade and recolonize it... That's what we're calling it. Now, they'll get a really cool name that they'll get to choose. Probably the Ivory Coast. And then they'll fight me for independence and I'll die. Cancel that plan. I don't have time for that. Ukrainian fellow with very low rep as well. Whoa, okay. Manuel, chill. Guy, Rock. Goalkeeper in the lower divisions. Is that Mason Tuono? Another young Ukrainian. I'm just looking at funny names at this point. Mike Zungu. There's a guy from Lion City. Cool. Hang on, whoa, I have to look at their badge. You can't have a badge like that, and that's the wrong guy. Shit. Hang on. Académie Nationale de Football. Oh, okay. So one of the sort of, because there's a few teams like that dotted around Africa, isn't there? These sort of football academies, essentially. Oh, these guys. Lion City FC. Oh, yeah. Now we're talking. There's a lot going on with this badge. Better chance of getting them cheaply. I think if they are lower rep, it probably does factor in for sure. Maybe the higher rep guys, particularly if they're on the fringes of like international squads, probably do require... They probably just ask for more money like that other guy we had. Badge-based scouting. Listen, there are worse ways to do it. What is his name? Oh. It's exactly what I thought it was. It's Cumher Karadash. I realised it'd probably be Chumher, which isn't a great deal better. I thought I was just misreading it because of the text. He's 25. He's at Napoli. This guy plays for a team called News Stars, who I've never heard of, but he apparently has OK CA. Not CA, PA. Francois Ouedraogo. Well, most common Burkina Faso name ever. Could I even sign this dude? Wow, I could. So this is the thing. We replenish the loan farm with these fellas. The thing is, right, a lot of these guys, as usual, are not that good. We mostly sign them now because some of them do go to the loan farm, but also on the off chance that with enough of these players brought in, one of them might actually be not horrendous. That's basically the deal. I know there's a few lookups waiting there as well. I will get to those in just 1 second. I want to have a look through this giant list. Idrisu Yaboa. Hearts of Oak. Right, okay, that's a team that we can actually maybe talk about a bit more. Wait, there's a Polish-Norwegian here. Adam Pachkowski. Ooh, okay, Adam, I'll scout you further. Probably because you actually cost money, but that's a nice sign. You were already extensive on, but you're at Napoli. And now it's reshuffled it. Amazing. Love it when it does that. Just really doesn't annoy me in any way. Right, Idrissa Yaboa. Whoa! Hang on, D? He's actually quite good, potentially? Idrissa, and he's called Yaboa. I don't mind a bit of him. Okay, oh good, he's going to be one of those He's going to be just like the other dude. Brana produced some solid regens in the past, yeah. At one point, though, actually, it was... who was it we were signing every single player from, basically? He's going to ask for a really dumb contract, isn't he? And I'll probably be okay with doing that just to piss him off. Probably wouldn't do that, King Mumu, just because I don't think that would really be a thing that anyone would give a shit about, to be honest. In fact, I honestly can't think of a save I'd do less than that, probably. Other than maybe an MLS one, to be fair. There's levels to this game, I suppose. So we'll have a look at you. That's Lennon. That's the other Kenzie brother. That guy we've already looked at, but he won't join us yet. I might... Or would I? No, I already bid on him, didn't I? I've lost track now. We've got... Ekin Bayer, Christian Elliott, another Cameroonian dude at Brasserie. Sometimes have good players as well. Togolese guy. There's actually some views. Hang on, just now that we're at this stage. Wait, is that the? Wait. This might be the guy. This might be the one. This guy. Yes, I think this is the Sierra Leone dude I was talking about that I saw randomly, and now I couldn't find him again, and here he is. Right. I'll obviously set the scouting again. This guy, Mohamed Bai Koroma, because firstly the name. That is how I know that it was definitely this guy. One, because he's the only good one I found, but also the surname, Bai Koroma. He's 16 years old, but look at these attributes. And he's come through a couple of times now, and he's managed to hot him, admittedly still only minimal. There's enough there that I'm thinking there might be an okay player under there at a Sierra Leonean club. And it's for Bow Rangers too, no less. Don't think there's anyone else in here that's particularly worth a look, but that was definitely the one I was on about. Right, anyone else in here that's not from a crazy large club that we can actually realistically sign? Ajax dudes, there's a couple, but they're all farther down, I think. Kevin's already joining us. You're at Sao Paulo, and you're called Cladeson. He's a bit of a weird set of options. Leeds dude, Villarreal. Realistically, I can't sign anybody that costs money at this stage, really, other than these guys. They're probably not very good, and they actually do cost cash. Oh, well, it's fine. I found my Sierra Leonean fella. That's what I wanted from that scout report, potentially. Oh, God, there's so much of this now. What's this? Oh, yeah. Sorry, that's the thing we were just talking about. But yeah, absolutely do sign up for it. Best or worst miss... Ooh. Oh, I see. Oh, no, I can't show that. Wait. No. Fuck's sake. Jesus Christ. About to get copyright claimed. It's fine. Although, to be fair, the background music in a TikTok that we watched of a signing announcement did also get copyright claimed the other day, which was wild. That was a new one. Move between squads. I probably won't do that just now. Why am I paying attention to that? Sorry, I'm stuck in the other save mind again. So Filipovic is going back. Hwang Dae-won has rejected a loan back, which is a little sad. Although it is... Did you guys see how the team that Regan Booty was managing, Stal Mielec, upon sacking Regan Booty, the season they had afterwards was insane. If you recall, they had like 8 points or something and were dead on for relegation. They finished with 36 points. That's mental. The new manager that took over absolutely cooked with Stal Mielec to an unreal level. I believe I worked this out when I was doing the recap video, but I just want to check the numbers again. Yeah, look at this run. It's just basically this last run of the season from about here, where they beat Slonsk. It was 1 game, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think it was in their last 13 games of the season. These games here from Wisła Płock onwards. They took 28 points from those 13 matches. They had 8 points from their previous 21 games or some craziness. Clubs are loans, offering them out, and they're getting offers. Yeah, it's weird when the clubs literally say that they're interested, and then the only logic I can have is that they find a replacement literally right in there, and maybe that causes it, but it happens too frequently, I think. Second tier is Puszczyn Połomice, because they beat Cracovia in the final. So we are going to have our affiliate side back in the top flight with us. There's a guy called BJ, and he's at Rangers, in fact. There he is. BJ Craney. 24-year-old Rangers defender, actually does play for Rangers and Scotland as well. Yeah, I think we worked out that it's because Auckland essentially, because the game is balked, qualify through 2 different means, and then the game doesn't have any way of discerning that they're different teams. It's not even like one's their reserve team, it's the same team. I forget the exact way that it works, but that's probably what it was. It happened to us, I think both times we've been in the Club World Cup it's happened at least. Or is this our 3rd time? We've been in it a couple times now. That was a song request. Ivoria. To be fair, the game is right to have that. The closest I can get is Juan Manuel Ivora, but not quite. Francis... Oh, Reese Hind. I recognise that name. I was going to look up Booty in a minute. Anyway, in fact, I'll refund points for that. And Booty Man, who no doubt is probably unemployed after that stint at... Oh, no, he's wanted by Łukasz Łódź. Did they see what happened at Stal Mielec? You know what? Regan, just make sure you are still on the shortlist. Yes, you are. That's fine. There is a chance, Dennis, I think, that they could be joined into the same group, although I don't know if that's possible or not because of the way that the game draws them in. I think it does try to keep nations from the same confederation separate these days, because I can't remember the last time that we played a European team in the Club World Cup. So, for example, we've got Vissel Kobe, Boca Juniors, and Al Ahly in our group. So there's that. Bordeaux. They probably are still knocking about in the lower leagues of France. Yeah. In the National. Which is what the... Oh, that's only the 3rd tier, in fairness. They just seem to have never managed to get out of it. Or have they? Let me just check, because we can see their league history. What? FM? Look at their actual history. Nope, they have just been... They've just been in that 3rd tier the entire time. You'd think that with the facilities and stuff, they would be able to get back up, but I guess it's... Particularly with reputation, maybe they have low rep. I don't know why, because you'd think it would be one of the first choices in terms of promotion for that one at that point. Augsburg or Real Valladolid, both relegated to 2nd tier. Ooh, it depends, because it's context, right? So if there's one of them that's got a slightly more interesting story as to why they're there, or have like an interesting player, on the basis of the pure clubs, I would actually have no clue which one to pick. I'd be looking at like individual things within that, like, is there a cool player at that team? He was regular star as well. Right, fine, fuck it, what? Why not? I'll just knock him down anyway. I'm curious about him now. He's intrigued me as such. Oh, what have I done there? Is he actually going to let me do this? No, didn't think. Whoa! God, these agents. Whoever's representing some of these random players are truly mugs. Really? Okay, you're not worth this. The fact that you're not even agreeing to that is mental. It feels like some of the agents have actually got worse recently. They demand some of the dumbest things imaginable. Oh, Mitrovic is not going back to Wisła Kraków. That's frustrating. Actually, that's really frustrating. Although, he could be a potentially good XG on the beach striker, perhaps. Molski is going back, though. Good news for the Molski enjoyers. Absolutely pumped. You're right, we did. It was last time round, wasn't it? Because we played... Oh, Christ. Was it Katsina United? Then we played Barca, and we got beat like 5-2 or something, but we were winning. Yep, no, right, we can do. So maybe there is a chance that it could happen, but probably unlikely, I guess. Maybe they keep certain ones away. So Gonzalez is going back. He's going back. He's got a new deal, and he's going back. Augusto's going to Zagłębie Lubin. Yeah, notice a lot of these loans are to very specific sides. A lot of them are. Freddie Clements is going back to Wisła Kraków. Wow, the first time Freddie's ever had a loan extension actually go through. Every single year, he always refuses to go back. Brookbet, Piaskowice, Górnik Zabrze, Motor Lublin, and now finally a second loan spell for Freddie Clements. And he was pretty much the reason that they did anything in Europe last year, so I'm not really going to complain. You kind of, good point, Hadrian. I'm limiting myself to very cheap players today. I say limiting to, as if that's pretty much the only ones I'm finding currently. New deal for Mr. Cleary here. Another loan. That's at least some loan extensions are going through, just not the ones I would have wanted, I guess. Well, it could be that they're absolutely mugging them off with these giant fees and they're actually agreeing to it, because some of them are signing from the same sort of pool of players as we are. So that could be a factor. Because that's not the first time that one of them has basically requested absolutely absurd terms. And then, even when I've tried to be basically barely realistic about those terms, they've just kicked off about it. But to be fair, with the last guy, I actually ended up agreeing to their terms. With that one, though, that's nuts. Not only does he want the earth, but he's not very good. And also, he wants even more than that. Hello, Dave. I'm fantastic. I'm struggling to get... Oh, no, the heart rate has come down now. Chat would be pleased to know. Thank Christ. Don't need a repeat of last Tuesday. I am not looking forward to doing this on Thursday, though. Because Thursday is going to be ludicrously warm in this room. It's one of those, like, I start in a vest and I maybe end in a vest if there's time. It's going to be bad. I think we're going to get towards the Club World Cup for sure, yeah. The original plan was going to be the scouting stuff that we were doing, but now we don't have any money. Which is frustrating, but we should get that today. Yeah, Thursday here is saying 34 to 35 because the heat just sits in here. Thursday and Friday is going to be a pain. And also, fun fact, we have a house inspection on Friday, which means that we're going to spend a load of time on Thursday cleaning as well. I can't wait to do that in 1,000 degrees. Oh, 35k before. Thankfully, that is not possible because the way I do it is I play on the Monday, I play through and get my 3 defeats essentially for the week. And that way I know what my schedule looks like so I can move them around. Because otherwise it would be a bit ridiculous if I got like a half marathon or something that I have to try and do before stream. So what I do is I play till 3 defeats. Then I take those 3 runs and I put them in like, so one's the Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday to sort of mix it around properly. Generally speaking. So technically this 10k that I did today was actually from like over a week ago because I had to make sure that I could put it in the right place basically. 18 sounds delightful. Frankly, it sounds delightful. Yesterday I logged in just to do like a couple of matches to get my runs for the week because I already had one outstanding. And then I was there for nearly 3 hours because once you go on a good run and start finding some fun little tactical tweaks and stuff, things just work apparently. In-laws helping move. I'm one of those people that if you ask me to help you move, I'm always like, yep, I'm in. Just pay me with pizza or something. But it is hard work. Moving house is like such a slog and a half. I've not even done it that much. Like it's just so... Things just take so much time. Gareth Arnold just got an England cap. Oh, did he get a wage bust? I'm trying to... Did he get a wage boost with that? I don't think he did. Oh, 75k for Manor is too little. Not that I'm going to sell him anyway, but... It would be nice, though, if I did just have a week where I could get some smaller runs. That would be kind of good. Just to kind of nip it down a little bit. So I feel like you may have already asked this earlier, Paolo, and I did sort of respond to it, but it seems like you're just saying the same thing again now. So I'm not sure. At this point, it's probably just kind of spamming. One of the best ways to find things like this is probably to be more active in parts of actual communities, and so people actually get to know you and stuff, and then that's sort of like a secondary thing. I think you're unlikely to find much success just sort of spamming this in random Twitch chats. I hate to say it, but it's probably likely to be the case. Best time of the year. Oh, 100%. 14, it's my dream. I'm a huge fan of transitional seasons, like your springs and your falls, autumns or whatever, right? Love them. Because you still get reasonably nice weather for a lot of the time, but you also get those gorgeous blue sky days and whatnot. And it's just lovely. Although, I am planning a trip to Italy with some friends, potentially at the end of September, which is going to be quite nice, just to finally get somewhere. But I might have cooked with a potential option I found with flying into one airport and flying out of a different one to avoid some things and make it cheaper. So we're looking at this place that's near Ancona, which will be kind of fun. Given this, like, that might be part of the problem then, Paolo. If you can't even remember something you put in, like, the chat half an hour ago, then I think there might be an issue there, my friend. Oh, dear. 21st September. Ironically, that would be one of them. I think that's a Monday. That would be the coming back day would be the 21st. Because I think that might make that my, like, week off bit that I do. Might see if I can go back to Krakow, honestly. It's just great. Right. Let's see. I'll just do the old "you're a good egg" type beat, right? Right. Don't want too much money. Social group. Influential player. No, team leader. Yeah, real leader in the dressing room. There we go. Good egg. It means I can still sell him, but now I don't get forced into. So this team is Wisła Kraków. They are a Polish side that start in the second tier of Polish football. This year they won the title and are now back in the top flight and are kind of cooking. 2 wins out of 2, or is it 2 wins out of 3? Either way, they're like 5th in the league, which is kind of cool. Prior to disaster. Maybe. Oh. I'm in a second year in uni accommodation on the weekend, and then it's my birthday on the Monday. Ooh. I mean, that's fun, right? It's City for Alan. Wait. Did I buy him off of... Oh, no, I bought him off of Norwich, didn't I? It's Arnold that I bought off of City. Yeah, that's probably the weekend we're looking at. It's the 18th to the 21st, because that's the only time that my friend can get, like, just want to look after the dogs, basically. Alarm save. Sick. How's that going? Hello, Tigas. Right. Let's... So Iboni Banyas was one of the lone farmers that I didn't want to extend because he's just come back. He may only be on 12 grand here, but he wanted like 60 to stay. Samit beats Inform Samit. Where does it say that? How much for Nathan? Nah, I think Alan is too good now, especially with us losing. Yeah, he's become exactly what I wanted him to be, frankly. So I will not be selling Nathan Allen. It's good to know that we're getting interest. I should have gone from a robot. Okay, that's a bit better. Listen, would you be willing to pay the amount I want of 30 million? Ah, wait. Okay. Progress is being made. It's not enough progress, really. If I am going to do this, I want it to be sensible money. 22 rising to 30 after league appearances. Stuttgart, that's a tough ask. I'll probably reject that one for the time being. If someone was to come in and actually pay me a bit more than that, I'd be tempted just to start getting the ball rolling and getting some money coming in. Isn't going to force to move to City? Really? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Unless he's got a real... Maybe he has family on the South Coast. So he's in the Conference League. Hell yeah. Which season is that? Starting with tactics as well. Not really, no. It's... The thing I'm struggling with is less about... Like, I can build tactics. I think that the game is just a little bit unbalanced in certain areas where it does seem like you need to have 3 times the number of chances as your opponents to score chances, which is why we basically just built a tactic that did that. Bergamo. So Bergamo, obviously you can get really cheap flights into, but how far is Bergamo away from like Ancona? Because obviously there's different airports for that. Because that's likely where we'd be. Because we did look at flying into Bergamo, but there's just not a lot in terms of the properties that we wanted to sort of get around there that looked particularly... looked appropriate for what we were looking for, which was basically Villa Pool. Old stadium name trick. Yeah, we can. So when oh wait, hang on. Yeah, so if the stadium thing comes through, you can change the name using the same trick that we used to use in the past. That definitely can happen. Kenneth Mohammed. Why am I? Oh, that's not me selling. That was me selling him, Matt. You're silly. Oh, apologies to you guys. So basically, not really, in the sense that in terms of pure tactics and stuff. My biggest issue is that it seems that when you do build tactics, it feels like you're often needing to create 3 times as many chances as your opponents. 500 to the south. Oh, right. Sorry, my apologies. Sorry, because basically what I said was that was where I was going. So when you said you should check out Bergamo, I assumed it was because it was near, not 500 kilometers away. Hey, I know you're going to this place, but have you considered going 500 kilometers north instead? But yeah, basically that's where we're likely heading, is sort of the Ancona type part. Possibly Pescara as well. But that's basically, yeah, what it's like. Yeah, fair enough. I do speak very fast. No, it's all good, man. That's why I thought it might have been that it was closer than I thought, because a lot of the places that we did look at, there's a lot of northern airports, I suppose, right? And it's just, I guess, slightly cheaper, or so it seems to be. Did he get a wage hike? I don't think he did he? Kota Abe, great new contract for him. Shame he won't be going back on his loan. It's going to be really good, isn't it? Oh, good. Arnold does get a wage hike. It's not too bad. New contract for Pinto. Lots of new contracts for the loan farm players, almost all of whom are now going to be rejoining us, which is amazing news. 58 grand is actually okay, though, for a starting centre-back, which is likely what he's going to be soon. I'm okay with that. Yeah, so I went to Rome when I was like 13, and it was a school trip, so it's the same. But we were looking less like city break and more sort of country break, I guess. So that's likely why, because basically what you can do is, if you fly into Ancona, on the Monday you'd have to get like a connection to get out. But what you can do is you can fly into Ancona on the Friday and then fly out of Pescara on the Monday, and that still comes to the same price. So that's sort of what I'm recommending to my friends. But I've been put in charge of finding all this stuff now, so I went proper like deep dive stuff. It is Alter Bridge, yes. Sounds like Down to My Last. Probably one of my favourite songs by them, actually. What tactic I'm playing, I mean, it's very conditional on the players you have. Basically, this is the system I'm using at the moment. Historical size, yeah, but it's not. Rome is very much a city. It's not like a country break. Like, that's the thing. Appreciate Rome. Not in the same way that a 36-year-old would, for sure. It was more like me. I spent most of that trip just listening to Evanescence's first album. Oh, yes, I did, James. And my friends know this, which is why they kind of just let me do it. But once I kind of get the green light and like a basic kind of... Because I said to them, like, whereabouts in Italy do you want to go? And I had some ideas, but then nobody came up with anything specific. So I was like, right, fuck it. I'm going to have to do this then. So I just looked at where all the different airports we could fly into were and what was sort of around them as far as the kind of properties we were looking for. And I found a few. I found one particularly good one as well. It was like half price, but it does really good reviews. And like aircon, pool, the things you'd want, basically, right? Yeah, going to places for work is just not the same, is it? I went to Zurich for work, and I saw exactly none of it because the only bits of Zurich I saw were what I saw out of the cab window. Going to the airport and coming back from the airport. That was literally it. But yeah, that's currently what we're running at the moment. Rome did indeed wake me up inside. Yeah, I got so much play out of that CD on that trip. 2003 Italy trip really popped off, you know? Or something. Sorrento actually went there on that same trip. We did Rome, and then we did a few days in Sorrento towards the end, so we could go to like Pompeii and Herculaneum and stuff. And Sorrento was banging. So anytime I've ever experienced like warm rain, we got off the bus and it was raining, but it was like being in the shower. It was very strange. Highlights going weirdly slow. I've had that happen to me before, and I don't know what causes it, but I do usually find that once I go to the next game, it's absolutely fine. But I have had that exact same thing happen to me on my non-league save, but probably because I was dicking about with highlight speeds before, because what I'll often do is if I get ahead enough, I put it on only commentary to get through the rest of the game. But I don't imagine you were doing that, right? Football game in a different country. I have actually, yes. I've been to a football game in Malta, in fact. I saw Sirens get, let's be honest, kind of battered by Gżira United in February of 2024. I'm trying to think if I've been to any other football matches abroad. No, I think it's probably just Malta, actually. So that was fun. Coldest I've ever been, but the actual game itself was pretty fun. If it wasn't for the insanely cold game, which is not what you'd expect in Malta, but believe me, it was ridiculous. As a Benfica game, it's a bit far away from me, to be honest. I'm not really nearby. I can't just can't run there. That was a while ago, yeah. Fucking Gżira, yeah, I know. To be fair, they brought fans and everything. It was, I mean, admittedly, it's not that difficult because it's Malta, right? And most of the teams play in the same stadium. And Ancona game in Italy. Do you imagine that? I was like, oh, I know we're here for like the countryside and the vibes and to sit and eat carbs and drink wine, but do you want to go to this like game? And my friends would be like, really? Again? I ain't being that guy. Oh, okay. More bids on Mr. Robot. This could work, actually. It's a shame they're not Saudi. Oh my Jesus. Right, view all offers. They're still kind of crap, but they're better crap. Let's try this. 40 million up front. Okay. We have established a benchmark for the robot. 45 million to Paris Saint-Germain. It's annoying, but it's better. If we could just get a Saudi team to like come along, this would be good. Plus, there's other teams interested, which means we could probably bid this up quite a lot and maybe get all of our troubles answered in one smooth motion. I'd rather not sell it to an English side either if I can avoid it, but I will offer him to Chelsea for... No, not 40 million. 60 million. Oh my God, they're willing to negotiate. They're not going to go near PSG's number, are they? That's 31 million. Lads, are you aware PSG have already put a bid on the table of... That's 32 million. Yeah, no thanks. Oh yeah, we auctioning. Because we've got to have no choice. I've decided that sadly the robot is expendable at the moment. Because his game time has fallen a bit because of Kowalski's emergence. Despite also, Kowalski's younger than him too. Right. So now that we've agreed that, let's offer him out for 50. I love that 50 isn't an option from there. See if anyone's willing to pay it. And then we'll drag it back and see if we can get anyone in there. But he could be the first piece of the puzzle as far as selling some players that I don't really want to sell, but ultimately would stop us from losing more. Who the hell is the robot? That would be Francisco Marabat. Or the robot. Actually could. And they're playing a team called Aquila. Does anyone remember Aquila? Incredible goated TV show from back in the day about a guy with a weird little spaceship. It's a shame my one friend that knows about that TV show is not coming on this trip. He would probably be on my side about this. Actually could. I probably won't be doing that, but the fact that that's even possible is great. I am tempted to see if anyone wants to come to Krakow the following weekend as well. Or the previous weekend, depending on what I do with that. What division do Ancona play in? I feel like they're a club that's historically been at a higher level than that. The Invisible Flying Alien, that's the one. I used to watch that every time I got back from Beavers. Is the egg thing, yeah. I love that I've just unlocked loads of nostalgia moments. Serie D. I was going to say they're in the same league as Sestri Levante, but let's be honest. What's the chances of that? Kraken show, yeah. Wisła game at this point, yeah. Which just as well, though, that I didn't decide to go to a Wisła game during the time I was in Krakow, because that would have been screwed. Il mio gatto matto hai fatto un patto con il ratto. That sounds like I've said something heinous, and reading that out loud was probably a terrible thing, so forgive me, Italian friends. Mi scusi, quite literally. They were away that day. They were away at, was it Śląsk, wasn't it? They were away at Śląsk Wrocław, but the game got abandoned because Wisła refused to send their players to the game because of a dispute they were having with Śląsk. There was more to it than that, but yeah. Raven was a kid show with a medieval theme for sure. I never actually watched Raven. That was slightly after my time, but I feel like it's one of those things that people around my age probably have watched if they had kids as well. 10th of October, I'm going to Wisła Lechia Warszawa. So if I was going to do it, it'd be like one of the weekends either side of that in September, because my plan is like I do every year. I take off like a week to like a 10, 11, 12 days. And that's when I just have a little break. So it would probably be the other weekend of that. Plus also with all these things, I'm not just by myself. I have to think about like, you know, Pog's here too. Dragging ahead of these things isn't really the same. It's like, I don't want my holiday to be entirely about those things, right? It was cool with Malta. Malta was different because we had obviously got tickets to the game that was sorted out by the Sirens captain, and he'd like handled all that, and we were like, and it was, you know, relatively low key. So it was just like, hey, we're in the afternoon. We had a whole day there, and it was cool. That was slightly different. Śląsk change rooms. I believe, I don't know the exact reasoning. Tomek probably knows the answer of the exact reason that Wisła didn't send their players to the Śląsk game, but it was something like, oh fuck, what was it? It was something to do with away fans not being allowed for some really spurious reason, I think. Yeah, you guys are playing tonight, right, Jinjo? Second leg. If I remember. Hello, Warriors. I might just start every stream with that in future. Screw Hello Chatto. It's Hello Warriors from now on. So Udrogo is coming in. Oh, he'll come in later in the month. Who is this? Oh, that was the centre-back guy from Burkinabe from the News Stars. Did I just say that Krzyzanowicz was linked with... Hey, we're getting the random guy from Uxbridge. Big new... Oh my god, new... Oh no. This is what you don't want to see. Players trigger wage rises. Wait. Did Volkanov just get a cap for Bulgaria at 16? Oh, he did. Volkanov just got his first cap for Bulgaria. He's only 16, and... I mean, he'll be 17 soon, but Jesus, nice. That's very nice. Good sign as well. Where am I from? I'm from, I mean... England, specifically. More specifically... Cambridgeshire. More specifically, Essex. International cap him. I don't know if we did. I don't know if we even could. It might be that he does have an international cap clause. Oh, wait a minute, James. I think he does have a clause, but because he's not on a pro contract yet, because he's still not even old enough to have his pro deal, it doesn't count against him yet because he's not got his pro contract. Because he won't sign that until August. I believe that there is a clause in there. It doesn't say clauses here, but it will do when he actually signs it. So I think there was a clause in there, but it will have to wait for a while. That's funny. Yeah, that's cool. We've avoided a bit of extra cash. New Slovenia star. Oh, that does not sound great. Good to see he's getting one. But that's more specifically, this room. Find me. Don't do that. Belmondo. The man from Belmondo is getting caps for Banan. Okay, good signs. We'll take that. I'm going to thank them individually, because why the hell not, right? New Paraguay star. Oh, no. That does sound like a lot. Depends what he was on before, I suppose, right? I'll still thank him. But if I recall, he was a bit of a troublemaker as well. And then new Serbia star is Stajic. That does sound like it was... Oh. Never mind. 3.1k. What a good egg Stajic is. If he ever did come back, he'd probably be quite usable as well, actually, given that he's a massive beast. Imagine Stajic and Volkanov next to each other as a back two. As a centre-back pairing. 6'7" and 6'6" combined. Not combined. That's the combined. They're much taller than that. Oh, we'd be the tallest team in town. Right, what wage rise is there? Okay, so it's a little bit of wage risery, but not the end of the world. This still hasn't actually told us which ones are coming back. So Dutton K is coming in too. It's like Kane and the Undertaker, exactly, yeah. Oh yeah, there's no need to ball play when you're that tall. It's just all about the head. The Twin Towers. Yes. Oh. Do you know what? For non-league England, we took a risk. He's crap. But not as crap as I was expecting him to be. So, enjoy probably pushing... probably not even pushing the opponent. So, oh, God. This is why XG on the beach is so useful. Because Christian Gomez is now going to miss most of the Club World Cup at this rate. Brilliant news. So what are your thoughts on the game tonight, Jinjo? Are you confident now that you've seen the first leg and kind of thought, oh, yeah, oh wow, Poland are actually in. And Brackley Town. At least there's some Polish clubs getting involved. And Brackley. It's like one of these is not like the other. Well, you guys can come in. And I just didn't accept that for some reason. Brackley, sorry lads. Not today. Ocampo he was the winner of Glove Island, yes. And since it's unlikely that I'm going to be able to afford the other goalkeeper on account of us having no money, I don't think I'm going to be able to sign the other guy that I really liked. Oh, back in with 84 million now, are you, Bar? Real Madrid. Okay, could someone else come in? Like 35%? Really? Is this home or away? Because I thought the first leg was away and you got like a 0-0 draw. Or maybe it was the other way round and that's the other keeper. I don't know if he's fully scouted yet. But hopefully we've got some more information on him. Oh, home. I don't know. I feel like I rate you guys for this. This is he. Oh, we still haven't got the next round of scouting on him yet. Oh, it's because he's not... What? Well, that'd be why. Because I'd stopped bloody scouting him. Okay, so this is the other guy that I was looking at. Lamine Keita of Las Palmas. He's, in theory, has a lot of the Daiki Okimoto stuff, but he also has the jumping reach and aerial ability. Yeah, the big matches thing will matter as well. He's the only guy that does kind of all of the things that we're looking for. The issue being, of course, the lack of money to actually pay for him at the moment. And whether we'll actually be able to get that up by the end of the summer, maybe. He's going great from having to play for Las Palmas, as if that's like a really bad place to play. Oh no, I'm on the Canary Islands. How horrible. It's paradise. I hate it. I guess anything could become bad after a long enough period of time, right? Also, our window's going to shut again in a minute because of the Club World Cup. I actually fancy them to beat them. I'd be so pleased with... Have they drawn the next round yet? Or is this the last... No, this is the third round, isn't it? So who would they play in the playoff? Or has that not come around yet? Slight favourites of bookmakers, but... I don't know. It feels like... I'm backing you guys. And it's mostly just because of you. More specifically. But that's okay. Who needs a reason beyond that, okay? Pick up finances. Yes, you absolutely can. Currently the finances are... suspicious. It's nice new slogan. Oh, no. Their slogan would be, it's bad immediately, and then it gets slightly better. It's kind of like, you break both your legs, and eventually you'll be able to walk again, and maybe you'll get faster. Probably not, but you never know. Oh, play for no. Fair enough. Or Dominic did win. It was one of the worst games we've ever watched, but they did in fact win it on penalties. Deficit wages, do I? Yes, we do. It's a bit of a problem. In fact, it's got worse. So that's fun, because the board decided to steal £1.2 million a week from me. They took basically £70 million a year in wages away from me, and also £120 million of transfer budget took away from me. So that's fun, which is why we're in a bit of a panic mode here, trying to... I know that I'm struggling to work within the wage budget. Gee, I wonder why. We are indeed in a selling situation, yes. But that's okay, particularly with the fact that half the Lone Farm players are coming back, so some of those will get fully on the chopping block once they, of course, do come back. Hey, you're injured. What are you doing here? Appropriate. I appreciate it, friend. Follows coach. No, we don't want that, do we? They don't care about the code of conduct. Winner of Bodder versus... Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I knew... Yeah, sorry, I remember I was talking about that, actually. 6'6". Oh, the Cabo Verdean dude. I'm desperate to sign that Romanian dude because I want him to play just like your 6'8" Cabo Verdean monster. Oh, I was going to say who is he, but like clearly it's the giant man there, isn't it? I do love... Oh, good finish as well. Love to see it. Oh, dear. So also the Lone Farmers. That's probably part of the plan, yes. Some of them don't have very good value, which is really frustrating as well. But that's likely what will happen once they return. Or if there's a bid on them before then, but there hasn't. The only bids I've got, annoyingly, are on players I don't want to sell from the Lone Farm, typically, right? It's also FA Cup extra preliminary round replays tonight. I'm pumped. Can't go to the game, but I'm pumped. Particularly as if we get through, we're playing another team from our same league, and John's back. There's a chance then at a progression even further than that, right? Pay a little more for loans. That will not help, because the problem we've got is that all of the Polish sides are in financial crisis. It's not just us. Basically, this has happened in several people's saves in 2041. The game basically just makes all of your boards go, actually, no money allowed. So that's why all of the Lone Farmers are coming back, because they have basically all decided that they're not allowed to spend money anymore, even if we're basically not paying at all for the loans. That's the issue. It's not just a specific thing to us. It's affecting every team in Poland. Let's think of it as like the value drop thing we had in the past, but this time it's a more macro level event where it's like a financial crisis, I suppose. Couldn't win the Premier League. I mean, they can in the sense that like they're in the league, so they have 38 games to do so. I don't think they will, but I do like their team though. They're definitely improving. New school, their college football, is it massive? Holy Christ! That is exactly how Christopher Nolan intended it to be watched. All right, so don't be cheeky there. Holy good lord, that's huge. Still someone valuable overseas and then redistribute. I'm not sure I understand. I mean, we are going to be selling players, of course, but you can't force a team to buy a player off of you. Absolute cinema. One extra preliminary round game. Nice. That's cool. Yeah, so if we get through against another tier 9 side, we would also then play another tier 9 side. But that does mean that there's a pathway through to the second preliminary round, which is where the 7th tier teams come in. So there's a chance of something quite sick in there if we were to get through both. It'd be nice to see a bit of a progression there too. Pardon to 2-year ban from massive events. Hooligan wants to be able to leg players off your feet. That seems like bad stuff, I guess. Great news regarding Volkanov. But has he not got one? Oh, it's only 10k. I mean, obviously, like, it's 10k more than he's earning now, but it should be... It's not a completely financially ruinous amount of money, I guess, right? We're on the mini transfer deadline day. Is it invalidated? I feel like it might not be. I wonder if what will happen is it'll trigger when he is old enough and then gets a cap, maybe? Oh dear, Malta just got absolutely battered. Shout out to Nathan Allen, though, as part of that. 15x our record signing. That's a huge amount of money, isn't it? My God. Right. Why are we registering players for the league tonight? That doesn't make any sense. The league doesn't start for like another... It's the Club World Cup, not... I'll register whoever my assistant wants. Wait. It's not a deadline or anything. I'll adjust that properly. But that doesn't matter right now because that's obviously not what we're registering for. I have, yeah, the 27 playtesting looks really, really cool. I'm glad that they're reaching out and doing that, and hopefully some of you guys get to do it as well. It'd be cool. I say as well, as if I have a chance to get... Like, I've just got as much chance as you do, I suppose. A swimming pool? God, I think I'd rather be in your position. Although you do have to watch me, so I guess there's always the drawback, right? I mean, it's the next step, isn't it? It's that and then straight to hot tubs. Does it not actually happen at all? Really? Oh, that's even better. Oh, Chelsea now are in with 46 million. Oh. So they appear to have matched the PSG bid. Let me just check the other bit. Oh, can you not see the other? Oh, it's because it's technically an agreed deal, isn't it? Nah, PSG's one's better. There's more up front. It's 40 million up front, whereas Chelsea's one is lesser. So I'll reject that. I mean, it's technically more overall by £1 million, but it's not enough to, like, you know. I'll try offering them out for a little bit less to get a base number. Like, if I can get someone to offer 45 flat or 46 flat, then that's slightly better for us as well. Films do sound, by the way. I believe they did. I've not been... Oh, it's an actor. Not had my invite to it yet, sadly. It's crazy times. Functional UI. I'd like to believe that it's going to be beyond that. I truly believe. I feel like there's an element of confidence about this sort of playtesting thing, in a way, that sort of says, hey, we've got something we think you're going to like, but help us refine it. And that's kind of an exciting situation to be in. So the kind of strikers we signed so far, obviously it's been limited because we have zero budget now, but we managed to pick up a couple of them. What the hell? I feel like that wasn't there before. Which ones did we pick up? So Penov was there. The first one that really did matter was Konosuke Okada, the tiny Japanese fella we picked up. Obviously, we've got Blanco back from loan, and we've got Moel Hansen, of course. We did want to sign the Romanian dude, but we can't afford him now for the moment. So those are the ones that have come through so far. We may have to check through some of the others to see if they were strikers as well. I don't know if Penov is a striker, but I don't know if he was one of the ones we were considering for it, because he's not quite got the high thing. Budget go. The board took all of it. Poland has basically hit a financial crisis point. And as a result, our budget and every single club in Poland's budget has pretty much disappeared overnight. We went from having 120 million in transfers and 4.2 million wage budget to 3 million wage budget, which is a lot less, and basically no transfer money. Diamande. Presumably that's a different Diamande to the one that was linked with Real Madrid, right? Or has that gone through yet? We might get some big bids, but this is the miniature transfer window closing, so it probably won't be quite as futile. Usman Diamande. Okay. Yeah, so the Club World Cup will absolutely allow us to get a shitload more money in. You get moon money for the Club World Cup, which is going to be good. Like, if we go far, like 100 million is actually insane. He might have had work rate, but we did still want to have the problem with if we go for players that don't seem to have any PA is that if we do decide that they've won, then we kind of can't really use them that much anyway, because... Nah, Saudi are doing that thing where they bid half the amount, basically, and it's non-negotiable. Oh, I mean... See if I can bid them up. Maybe they could get there. But I don't think we're going to get anywhere near close to what PSG are offering. It's 34 million. If I then made that 40... No, that's still not enough. If I said maybe in the middle. The middle is 50, by the way. I've decided that's where the new middle is. That. That's... Okay, they're still willing to negotiate at least. But it's still not enough. I don't think they're realistically going to get close enough to what I actually want for him without me just being able to send him to PSG. 50 million total? No. It's... I needed to get a bit closer than that because 105 now for mana. That's a good amount. They definitely aren't as... Didn't I just do this? Wait, is that a different Saudi club or have I just got to do this again? See if I could just offer them straight up 50... Oh, why am I doing like that? I'll give them 50 million as a starting point this time instead. Is this the same negotiation? Imagine if I was able to do it this time. Streamer cheats at FM. World unhappy. That's weird. I mean, I imagine we'll have the exact same pathway. Yeah, 36 million. That's even lower, in fact. Why did it let me do that twice? That was very strange. But we didn't know if we were going to get to fantasy today, Tone, because we were expecting to be doing like scouting stuff, so I didn't see the point in setting it up and then not getting to it at all. And so we decided to give it a miss on this one. So we could, in theory, focus on other things. Other one was Chelsea. Was it? Oh, maybe it was. In that case, I'll be offering that again. I think we've kind of reached our maximum as to what we're going to get for him, which is fine. I mean, PSG have offered me more money than I was expecting. I can't hire an intermediary now, can I? Because there's no point. We just offer it flat at 45. See if there's anything there. Installments, maybe. Problem is we need the money now, so installments don't really do a lot for us currently. We need that. Oh, hang on, Freiburger in now. 37 million. Oh, it's on it. Nah, that's absolute shite. That seems to be where they've capped themselves off at this point. Unless that wasn't to do with this. Oh, no, that wasn't to do with that. That was a separate deal. Always mortgage installments, but then you then get even less money. So it feels odd to mortgage installments to get even less money rather than just taking the money up front and getting more money, which is where we need the money. And Bomb! I don't think he's going to be very good, but he's fine. He's got a cool name. Yeah, his playing time in Future Prospect is very weird. I think it's because when he signed for us, he was 18 and he had a 8-year contract essentially. So he's in the last year of that now, which is what part of the reason why we can only get as much as we can for him. But they're still pretty good. If we get close to 50 million for a player with 1 year left on their deal, then I'm not sure if I want to use that much. It would have been better if I could have sold him to Saudi. Yeah, I think we're kind of reaching the maximum of that now. Oh no, maybe one more chance perhaps for Mr. the Robot, but I suspect they're going to be 26 again, right? Oh, it's 20. My apologies. I doubted you. It's even less. I'll try it though. We'll do 40 up front, and then we'll do installments. Because if I can put it in a way that the installments, therefore, even if I do mortgage them, come out higher, maybe that could work. I don't think we're going to get anywhere near it, unfortunately. And I also can't be asked to sit here. I mean, I could put it as non-negotiable, I suppose. But that will likely just cause them to back out immediately. Yeah, it's fine. 45 million is pretty good for a player with 1 year left on his deal, to be honest. I think Hull have a lot of room, don't they? Just because of the spending. They weren't expecting to be in the Premier League, right? Saudi clubs are definitely more... They're less... They were so overpowered in terms of the money printing machine from previous FM, so I'm kind of glad that they've been nerfed a little bit as far as balance goes. It sucks to see the Robot go, but he said he wouldn't extend his contract. He probably would if we'd waited, but there was always the risk of him FRTing us, in fairness. So, £45 million... I'm okay with that. And not going to an English side is a good sign as well. And how much do we get up front? I mean, obviously we won't get all of the money because we have a 70% thing. So we'll get a bit of money there. Nice. What's this? Oh, is this the SCR thing? Jesus Christ. I'm sure there's a way that I can read this that makes sense to me, but either way, they appear to have lots of money. I imagine Fulham are more towards the bottom of this. Yeah. And with the big money that we're spending this summer, I guess it's because of the way we've amortized some of the deals, though, in fairness. It's not great. It sucks to see the Robot go, but I'm actually okay with it because we do have young players in that midfield role that will be able to sneak in there and get a bit more football, so it's not the end of the world. See you later, Ginger. Hopefully it is celebrations of good successes. So £45.5 million. Good stuff. It begins. That's money. Doesn't great for that. We've got some of his wages off the nil, lol. But we now got 30 million in transfer available now, which is
My
better.
cat Albert
We are still
died
gonna have to do the
today,
wages,
got hit by a car frown.
Oh, that sucks. Oh, James, I'm so sorry to hear that, man. That's really, really shit. Alright, rip to Albert. Basically, that's shit. I'm sorry. Please don't feel like I have to give you bits for that. Yeah, I'm sorry that you've had to go through that. Yeah, that sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear that, buddy. Hopefully we can cheer you up a little bit. I know that's not likely to be the case, but our silliness will hopefully at least distract you from that, man. I know it sucks to lose a pet, especially in a way like that. Ask for more wage budget. We can, but there's no point. They'll say no. The reason they took the wage budget away is because of the money situation, so they're not going to give it to us back. Our best bet is to just earn it by ourselves by just moving a load of it over to... moving the transfer over to wages for a bit until we get to a more healthy position. Because we'll get more sales soon as well. So that now gives us... So the transfer budget's still back where it was, but now the wages are more healthy, which gets the board off my back temporarily. The next sale then can go into the wages and the transfers, and then we can start to rebuild from there, I think. That should be better, at least. Hopefully. Tom with the giant emote as well. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. What kind of I support? I'm a Fulham fan. No, our business so far has been the two Madridistas and then Shay Charles, but that's still a lot of money in outlays. We're also still being linked with Nwewu from, sorry, not Fenerbahce, Trabzonspor, but that seems to have gone quite quiet now, which is a shame because I do think he's quite a cool player. Alexis Busquets. That would be good, but it's a loan and it's an optional fee. Let's see if they can, if we switch it to mandatory. Oh, it's annoying. You have to take it out and then put it back in again. That sucks. Wait, hang on. Is he? No, he's got decent length of his contract. Right, let me try this again. So loan clauses. Loan fee to buy. Loan to buy fees. Oh, there we go. Oh, I see. So I haven't done that before. Mandatory future fee. 15 million. We could just try and offer him to them permanently, actually, now I think about it. Yeah, let's try and see if yeah, we need the money now. There's no point in that, is there? Fuck it. Let me just offer them a permanent deal, 15 million quid. What's he worth? 12. No. That doesn't mean he won't be back, though. We could always offer him out now that we know there's interest in him. See what this is. Let's just see, actually. I love that the agent feedback is just, no. I refuse to give you feedback. We'll have a look at the intermediary stuff. Oh, absolutely not. 3 million. At that point, it ain't worth shit. We will offer him out for 10. Because it's just money coming in then, right? Marcus Silva leaving. I think it was probably he'd run his race, so to speak. He felt like he wasn't really in it anymore. And I think we just needed a fresh start and trying to do something a little bit different, right? How do we transfer budget on 50 million euro level when no one wants to come into this league? So I don't know exactly what you mean, Mike. As in, like, which league specifically are you referring to? Because ultimately, if you've got 50 million pounds, pretty much anyone will sign for you. That doesn't mean that they will want crappy wages, but generally speaking, you can get a lot of players that you want at that point. Offer 3, yeah. No offers. According to Xavja, want him on loan. I probably... Oh, God. Actually, on the beach is getting more and more important by the minute, isn't it? Christ. Gordon Xavja want him on loan. Lads, you can't afford him. They're in £40 million worth of debt. But it would be quite funny. So actually, you know what? Fuck it. We'll just offer him out for loan. Actually, well, I'll do it in the transfer him out. Probably easier, isn't it? Since if they're after him, he's no doubt in here as well. Moto want Rafael Augusto. Sure, why not, right? Can't we get Lorenzo Lucas worth 7 million to save? But which season are you in, for example? And what sort of reference point and reputation-wise is Lorenzo Luca to you? Because that is seemingly quite a big deal. Zag, don't have anyone for him. I suppose we'll have some players that we can offer to some of these sides. It may be a very different top of the league this year, I suspect. Rakov as well. I haven't actually looked at this in theory. Where is... Oh, Radomiak. Daniel Janisch. That wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, actually. Getting him out the way. Because Radomiak is slightly more sound in terms of their finances. Gareth Arnold, maybe not. 120. I can see why he is. He's actually insane. Manuel Hansen. Lol. How dare you do this? Put him in goal. Got any more jokes like that? Rakov definitely crushing it here because obviously... What the fuck? Oh, dear. Rakov season 3. Get Champions League quarterfinals. Champions League quarterfinals in the 3rd season. That's insane. How have you managed to reach a Champions League quarterfinal in the 3rd season with Rakov? Because Rakov don't even start off in Europe, right? Or do they? Oh, no, they were in Europe last year. What am I talking about? That's insane. But basically, the main reason there is because you've progressed way too quickly for any realistic reputation stuff to catch up. It will not... It's not instant like that. It will take a little bit for it to catch up with you because you've achieved way beyond like the sort of realistic bounds, so to speak. I can't do that. Don't want to do that. They just want different versions of Gareth Arnold, don't they? It's a good sign, I guess, but glad to see there's still clubs interested in our players, I guess. Not a lot of them, but also no mention of the goalie in there, weirdly. Which is very strange, considering it literally says that they're interested in him for loan. In that case, what I'll do is I'll just offer him out. I guess it does show that they're not always exactly the same. If we can't sell him, we can always just loan him out. Offers for Santelli. Oh, they're both loans. Chelsea, I mean, fair enough. But yeah, basically the reason is you will have gained rep and money by doing that, but you're likely not going to have any kind of substantial reputation gains that are going to be enough to convince players like... did you say Lorenzo Luca, or was that a different player? Lorenzo Luca. I think he's probably a bit above that, potentially. At the moment, it will just take time. You have to sort of repeat that and build slowly. Because basically, your squad strength is probably still quite low, because you wouldn't have been able to sign players like him through that period. So he's not going to realistically want to join a club that doesn't have the quality of player. Right, Alshan Kitty's injury. It's a bruised foot! Rejoice, it's fine. Oh, thank Christ for that. Oh, we get a 30% of profit on it. This is going to be like £10, isn't it? 42 grand. Hey, every little helps, right? Chaddy, thank you very much for the prime, my friend. it's more club reputation, because obviously big clubs exist in smaller leagues and are able to have a decent amount of pull. But you basically just need to build your own reputation. It takes time. You can't expect it to happen overnight, because the way that the game and the way to think about it is, it's like a one-off Hail Mary season that's done really well, and there's no proof that it would happen again. That's not to say that it won't happen again. It obviously will. But in a realistic environment with the game, it doesn't know that. So it won't have been able to give you enough rep to realistically catch up that quickly. You need to have a couple of times. No, we haven't. That is a great shout. Cohen John's rehabilitation annually? Literally. Probably not even as much as that. Let's go. Let's go find some clausies. Because we did sell some before. Where is clause? Is it club? I thought it was under squad. Was it just portal? Recruitment? Oh, it's at the very bottom. There we go. Found it. 3 seasons will be enough. It'll certainly help. But what brings rep is winning things. Qualification for that does definitely help, though. Oh, wait. We want this one. 1.9 million. I mean, it's money at this stage, right? It is money. Hello, Espresso. Okay, it's going okay. Next 3. I mean, it will certainly help. Because you'll have more financial clout as well. You'll get reputation by doing that, basically. You'd honestly be probably better off going deep in the Conference League, honestly. But it's tough to like make that decision, of course. Don't really want to take money off of other Polish sides, particularly when it's barely any money. Like, it has to be an actual worthwhile amount of money, otherwise it's not really worth our time. Ah, please tell me this is a good amount. So they owe us another 2 installments of £4 million. We could have... Oh, they're bastards. But it would be 4 million now, which is certainly helping. And honestly, we need the money now rather than later anyway. A great season. I have £50 million to send. What should I aim for if the Stars won't join me now? I mean, the Stars are never going to join you. The Stars are going to... Like, I think it's ridiculously unrealistic to expect star players to join you after one Champions League quarter-final run with a team that nobody, in theory, has heard of. Lol, obviously they have, right? I think you're just putting the cart before the horse. You can't, like... Realistically, those players are never going to sign for you until you've, like, got to a Champions League final or something, more likely, right? It's... Your best bet is not to look for those sort of players at all and just progressively go for, like, Lorenzo Luca level players. Yeah, but those are still very good players that are probably well above that level. You'd probably just be better off focusing on younger players that are coming through instead and developing those guys into better players. Because otherwise, if you keep trying to spend to catch up, you'll just find yourself in a big hole. Trust me, I made that mistake as well, and a lot of people do. Hello, Pack, I'm getting married tomorrow. Any advice? Take moments throughout the day. Not that I have any advice for this because I've never been married. Take moments throughout the day where you're not doing anything specific and you can just sit and enjoy the moments. Or, something I do sometimes when I'm at things where I want to keep memories specifically, is I set up a thing on my phone that goes off every hour to remind me to take a picture of whatever's going on at that exact moment. And then after that, in the day, you'll have like little pictures that just paint a portrait of the day in a way that might be more directly to you, rather than just like a wedding photographer, right? Look at that. You were expecting some silly answer, and I've come up with an earnest one from the heart. Wait, they're going to pay us already? PSG are willing to give us £3.3 million for the clauses that we just gave them. And only at a loss of like 700k. That's actually pretty good. We absolutely take that. So loans are better players than mine. Loans are definitely good if you can get them on the right deals. It's tough though, because sometimes they will ask for a lot of money, right? But if you can get some good value loans, then sure. Oh dear, sorry, there's a lot of different things going through at the same time there. Fun you miss out on. Shout out to the calm. I don't know. Keep playing FM. Oh no, I enjoy spending time with Pog. It's the best thing. First save into a band like in 24, so much better than other Greek teams. Yeah, it's tough when you get too far out ahead of your skis, essentially. We'll sell that clause to them, get a bit of extra cash. We'll go with that. Memorable positive day. Exactly, yeah. Check in with each other, too. I mean, hey, don't take advice from me. I've never been married. Hope to be soon. But chatters that are married will be able to give you much better advice. Mine was more just based on earnest wishes that you're happy and having a nice time, right? Dap her up instead of kiss it. Well, you could do both. You dap them up and then you come in for the kiss. I actually think that's really dumb, but I kind of like it. I'm not opposed. Married from 19. Exactly, yeah. I mean, Pog and I have been together for a long time. We're just not married because it's expensive, bruh. I want to be... Oh, hello. Oh, now they come in. As a backup. fine. I mean, I'd rather they didn't, if I'm honest. This is certainly going to help a little bit. Pog is the epitome of one of the boys. Like, most of the time my friends will just message her instead of me these days, you know? And that's good. That's a good sign, you know? I like that she has that, because I feel like sometimes when people join a friend group as like a boyfriend or girlfriend or wife or husband of a person in that group, sometimes it's not as easy to be ingratiated because some people are less welcoming in that. But I feel like my friends have been very the opposite of that with Pog. Message my carrot. Yeah, that's maybe what it is actually, isn't it? They just know that I'm never going to respond. We do courthouse marriages, but it's not, it's like, yes, we could go and do that, and then you end up pissing off loads of other people. They're like, why? And it's just like, you end up with all the stresses of that instead of it. So it's like, you're kind of fucked either way, basically. You either get fucked financially or fucked emotionally. One, admittedly, is easy to recover from, but it's just problems, as you know. It's just never quite as simple as that. Tango! Thank you for the 4 months. Pog's my PR.
Have you seen the post around FM27?
We have, yeah. I hope a lot of you... Have any of you guys applied for it already? If so, what's the questions like? Do I have to do work? So, we've got a bit more budget now. It's not a lot, but it's more money coming in, which is a good sign. But getting undressed and getting into bed... And I imagine you probably were very tired at that point, right? Happy Tuesday from Pisa. God, that was one of the places we were looking at, Wills. Deadline's passed. That's absolutely fine, though, because it's the... Oh, come on. All of these have closed because of the Why didn't they go through? It was an hour. That's really annoyed me. Oh, well, they'll go out again, but that's frustrating. Secretly did the courthouse thing very soon after deciding they wanted to get married and did the wedding thing when they could afford to. Like, oh yeah, of course, but I just don't think that would quite sway here. Not that I'm saying we're having a big wedding. We would still want to try and do it cheaply as we can, but we want it to be one of those things that people will be able to come and remember, etc. Yeah. Why you play it? Actually, what are the questions? Because to me, I'd be like, oh god, why do I play it? It's my job. Proper circumstance when you afford it, but that's still, unfortunately, I think you vastly underestimate the ability of people to be whoppers to you when you don't just think they want, even though it's nothing to do with them. And I know the answer is simply, it doesn't matter. But unfortunately, it does. It's shame. Sadly, free bot. Oh yeah, I can definitely do that. With my stream of millions and whatnot. Rufino, thank you very much for the 2 months. That is super duper nice of you as well. I hope you're well today. What would you change? Oh, Mike, give me a paragraph. I'm ready to go. Hours a week. Oh, wonder how many hours a week actually does break down. This is going to need to be picked quite carefully. I mean, for the Club World Cup, obviously, we can't really do actually on the beach because the money isn't here yet, but we'll be able to do it for the league stuff afterwards, which is absolutely fine. Right. I'll ask my assistant to just... Montperousse is going to be out for a while yet. Gomez will be back probably. I forgot about Jude. He'll be retiring in a minute. Volkanov. Oh, do I not want to... Why would I not take one of Volkanov? Why are you here if I can't take... There we go. And who are you? And why are you in this as well? I will take Manuel Hansen, though. You've got to take Manny. Anyone missing further down? Or Okada, maybe? The striker version, yes. I'll stop people moaning about it for how much. Yeah, it's... That'll do it. Just get the wedding spot. I mean... Maybe that's where I would draw the line. Maybe I would be like, oh, actually... No, I think the amount of those I've turned down in the past, I'll just accept that for the time being. It's only the Club World Cup. It's only a really important tournament we need money from. Oh, that's the extra classer. Watch the players kick off because I didn't register them for the extra classer squad that doesn't actually matter. But that was an interesting question about the advice. I guess it's like, there's a difference between like marriage advice and like wedding day advice, because I imagine a lot of wedding day stuff is more like project management than it is anything else, right? Like, for my sister's wedding next year, was it 2028? I think it's the one after. Pog and I have been put in charge with corralling, essentially. We've become herders of the guests. That's our role. I was even given glow sticks, like I'm some kind of like air traffic controller. That's not the people that are on the runways and whatnot. Yeah, Brighton wants Sharpek and Brighton can get fuck. They can take their hands off of my Sharpek. How dare they? These are all players from the... I think they are anyway. Almost all players that we did from that scouting last stream. He's already signing for us. Euro Patron region doing quite well still there at Gornik Jabja. Mr. Maldonado, Ibrahim Cole. I get the feeling that almost the majority of these guys will be awful, But it's just important to check a little through in case there was a player in here that I recognised from before that was kind of good and they've been rated really badly. Although it looks like some of the guys that we did sign up have now been rated really badly anyway. John Gibran, maybe not him either. What colour are the guys? Do you know what? I haven't checked. They still reside on a coffee table that we've got in the living room because I'm keeping them very safe before the event, you know. I guard them with my life and such. I don't think these guys are the ones. Charles Trott is a good name. He sounds very posh. Random older... There's a goalkeeper. Wait, free? Alejandro Kadari. He's okay, but he's also not really the type of goalkeeper that we've now decided we actually do need. Where's my other guy? He's the guy I really want. Jorge Mena. Oh, that was a surprise. And the surprise is he might not even be that bad. Charles Trott MP for sure. He's an MP for Bermuda. Bermuda. Ah, yeah, I watched a really interesting video about Bermuda the other day. I didn't realise that geographically, like, how far Bermuda is actually from a lot of the other, well, other Caribbean. It's not even really in the Caribbean, is it? It's miles away. Very interesting place. Right. Reasonable knowledge of these guys. Send them around again. Ah, there he is, the goalkeeper. Please tell me we've got a bit more knowledge of him this time. He plays for Las Palmas. He's not exactly a hidden player that no one's heard of. How is it so difficult to get knowledge of this man? It's like trying to find Spider-Man, which hopefully he is kind of Spider-Man-esque, in theory. PSG, River Plate, Inter, PSG, River Plate. Damn. And you all cost money. Well, that was crap. Actually, the recruitment focus might have started going around again, potentially. Yeah, I think if profit is irrelevant, because unfortunately at this stage, profit, unless the only players that we really can have for profit are players we already have, because a player we sign now is definitionally not going to be profit, because we've signed them, so it's actually a loss immediately. Freebies in general, but we can't really. There's no point in us signing freebies right now because the wage budget, we can't really be afforded to be signing anybody right now until we get more people out the door. And if we were to go for more of these sort of high rank, I mean, we can have a look, but they'll all be asking for huge wages, generally speaking, because they are good players. And most of the good ones tend to get snapped up, but we are in the spell where at least they will appear. So there might be a couple in here. Oh, wrong view. We try the main scouting view. But they're mostly just older players. Although Dusan Obradovic, if he was willing to take a huge pay cut, there is a world in which bringing back Dusan Obradovic for a year to tide us over while, because obviously now that we've lost my robot, I don't hate the idea, but I imagine his wage demands would be excessive. That would probably be the thing. He would probably just ask for too much money. Maybe give us a hometown discount. Oh my god, he did! Wait, hang on. If he goes even lower than this, which he does, Dusan, my guy. Squad player is fine, not doing that. 65k? I could probably get that even lower as well if I was to put, that's a great, I'm glad we did that, Viva. I'm used to not finding players like Dusan in there. Usually you get the, the Barcelona guy who's 36 and wants 800 million pounds a week, but that's great. Relegation release clause of 0. That'll allow us to bring it down. Sell and replace rotation players. Well, it's kind of like, I mean, this would do that to an extent, but then obviously it makes us quite high. Yeah, I could bring it down to like 58 maybe. I can't really do higher loyalty bonuses obviously because that's still money at this stage. We don't have it. 63. Go on, 59. Oh, go on, Dusan. 61? 61k. For 2 years of Dusan Obradovic, I'm actually fine with that. Dusan was with us for like nearly a decade, and we sold him to Arsenal for huge money, and now to get him back on a free transfer, like, will we be able to sell? Maybe we could even sell him in a year. He's not like, he's only 31. Yeah, he joined us in 2029 for 2 million. We sold him to Arsenal for 42 million. 4 years at Arsenal, and now he's back. Is he homegrown? I think he was like 19 when he signed for us, so possibly not homegrown. We can find out though. Oh, wait, maybe. No, he is homegrown. Tell a lie, he is homegrown. Which is good for Europe as well. I like that. That's, oh, hang on, we didn't finish that list yet, did we? On a free, that's okay. I do like that. Every up goal assist and pay more and more wages. You're probably right. I think sometimes you can do both. Like, you can use one to leverage the other, but I kind of get locked into one more than another. Right. Who's got high rep and isn't shit? I mean, he might actually just be the only one worth signing out of this, but there's also Shaquille O'Neal from Forest, who's a winger. But shout out to Shaquille O'Neal Belgrave. from Ibstock, who's an... Oh, is he a Spanish Scourge? He is a Spanish Scourge. Naughty. How did he sneak in? It's weird that he's already out of contract there. These guys are a bit too old. There's a guy at Spurs here. Gianfranco Guerra. Goalie. 6'2". Doesn't look great in the air, though. It's an immediate no on those. 31 as well. Lungu. Wait, wasn't he with us as well? Yes, he was. Oh, my God. Wow, we did not get a lot of cash on him, did we? Why Spanish Scourge? Because he came from a Spanish side during a very specific window of time in which Spanish sides were overproducing absurd talent to a level that is insanely unrealistic. Homegrown Trinity Club. I mean, none. Oh, but just to find any former. I don't think there's any other former Wisła players in here. I think it's most likely just him. I thought his name was Bedroom then. There's a 24-year-old in that list too, actually, with quite high rep. Here's the lowest rep, but he's leaving for some reason. Cesar Corozo. Why has he got such high... Oh, it's because Ecuador. He might be a flip. Because he's young enough. Yeah, Jens is coming back as well. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Yenzi boy is coming back too. Is he a Scourger? Oh, I don't care. I honestly don't care at this point. We're fighting so much for the shit with the game, I've kind of lost the will to live on that. I don't mind. Particularly for signing him to flip. It's a fairly high wage, but he does have loads of caps. I feel like his value would be decent, though. Whack on a relegation release clause again. It's not very high. Like 22? Oh, okay. 24? Fuck it. I feel like it's worth a go. It's rare that you see young players like that. As the age range, yes, there was this. He was part of the second one, the slightly lesser one, but it was still unfortunately very real. AFC Champions League. Does that just come up straight away if I type this in, or is it not going to work properly? Because it does. Well, it kind of has, Hayden. Spain have caught up to England. Bear in mind, Spain were once nearly 50 points in coefficient behind England. Now it's like 5. So it's just taken a long time. And I suspect they will overtake them, and it will likely be because of the Scourge. Because a lot of those players are reaching their peaks now, or maybe just tipping over the hill. So this is the AFC Champions League. It's been largely dominated by the usual suspects, but Wisła Kobe in there. A lovely little bit of Japanese dominance here with Wisła Kobe and San Felice Hiroshima getting 3 straight titles there, which is nice. And Al-Shabaab in there too. Things have changed recently, it would seem. And obviously, we're playing Wisła Kobe in the Club World Cup in a moment, which is quite cool. Bermuda. Where are they at? They are 175. The women's are higher, though. More points and higher. I'm not really sure what more I can look at. Oh, I guess they're national teams, probably. Any fun names in here? There's a few more trots. There's Zico Trot. Shane Butterfield. Trey Coke. Me when I'm ordering at the bar and trying to pretend I'm French. Otis Thompson. Charles Trott, that was the guy we were looking at, wasn't it? Zane Dietz. Names are fairly... Lots of Smiths. There's more Smiths than there is in the airport. Was that guy called Jane... Oh, no. Wait. Oh, Jade. I thought his name was John Doe for a moment there. Exactly. I mean, whatever helps England get dethroned, the more power to them, frankly. The Smiths. Club names probably are better, I suspect. It's a shame we don't have that thing that we could do in the previous save where we could... Oh, Jesus. See all the club names, because again, it doesn't load them all in. Well, what is that game against? Oh, it's literally right there, in fact. No, wait. No, it's there, on the Mundi. Poland rising the coefficient table. Good news, finally. Finally, some good news. Bit of scout report on you. Qualifiers announced. Okay, so us... I love that they're ahead of us. Jagiellonia, us, Radomiak, and Lechia into the Champions League. Korona Kielce and Arca, and then Brookbear in the Conference League. I'm all right with that. We presumably have remained excellent. Spain and England obviously win that one. Shocker. Poland rising the coefficient table, though. That's the cool thing. We up. In fact, not only are we up, we're now above... Whoa, what the hell? Yeah, we're above Germany and France. In fact, France have leapfrogged to Germany too. So we've now gone third. And Spain are now only a point and a half behind England. But England do have 9 teams in Europe this year, which could be bad for them, but it also more likely is going to be good for them. Point is, if we just stay... we're 2 points ahead of France. Like... With a sensible year of decentness, we should be able to maintain third. But crucially, we've got like a 4-point gap to Germany, and that's the real quiz. That's the one to worry about. Just staying top 4 for the time being is going to be really useful for us as far as getting our finances sorted and all the others as well. Yeah, 9 teams, which means that presumably that means Arsenal because Arsenal won the Europa League, which means they must not have got into the Europe. Ah, that's what it is, yeah. So Arsenal won the Europa while not finishing in the European places, and as a result, they got in as well. So you get the 7. The 8th one is for the coming in the top 2 of the coefficients, and then Arsenal won the Europa, so that's the 9th team. Watford, I love. Oh, that's funny as hell. No United, as far as I know. Is it possible to win? Yeah, it's absolutely possible. Just unlikely. Actually, not unlikely. The best way that it would likely happen would be a team winning the Conference League while finishing outside of the European places, which happens quite frequently. See Palace, for example. It's... Yeah. So, Man United will not be in Europe. The top 8 will, down to Watford. Man United miss out, and then Arsenal do get in as well. So, no Man United in Europe, but everybody from them upwards does get into Europe. There's still quite a large gap between 10th and 11th. 13 points this year. It was 16 last time. So, there's that. Brighton have fallen off a little bit, but Saints and Watford have just completely established themselves now. How strange. Watford doing really well in the Champions League in an FM save. How unusual and not at all suspicious. So he'll join us at the end of the month as well. Yeah, I think it does happen quite a lot. Obradovic is coming in. I'm glad of that. Like, if nothing else, just having him and Jens back will make up for the lack of Marobot right now. Brentford gone. Have they? I think they might have done, yeah. Which is weird because they usually do quite well on my saves. Recent Ballon d'Ors. Actually, us, both of our strikers have each won a Ballon d'Or in the last 2 years, which has been quite cool. Don, thank you for the 10 bits. Don't know why I was expecting things to miss an Alex Hunter to win FIFA 17 and the game tried to make me believe Watford was a respectable club with a lot of history. Also, speaking of respectable clubs with a lot of history, it's Auckland FC. Ready to take on Bayern in the first of their 6 group stage matches in the Club World Cup. The first one's usually, 4-0 is actually reasonable. Just about. Potentially. But it's the fact that they have to play extra match. It's every game after this is where it's going to be really tough. No fantasy of this because we didn't expect to be getting up to the Club World Cup today, but then obviously the financial crisis struck. Ah, dear. Hansen would have to probably score a goal to get into the Ballon d'Or race, I suspect. And he hasn't yet done that. Sharpex, though, continuing to be absolutely monstrous. Oh, I love him. Still only 20. He's definitely not getting sold. My boy. My boy. I suppose I was hoping to see some more interest from other clubs, but obviously the window's now shut again, so we're not going to get any more business. I think I'm glad with the business we've done so far. Just that little bit of Marobot gone, and then those clauses has allowed us to get our wage budget back under control. The next step is to another sale will allow us to get our transfer budget back into check, and then we'll be much more healthy and we can then start buying way more people again. In addition, we'll obviously have some loan farmers that we need to sell once they return to us too, so that will help with that as well. Yeah, playing up the... Oh, it does, doesn't it? Because it means that they're still playing their last group games while there's already a knockout match happening, right? That happened last time, if I recall. Okay, so this is obviously... Wait, no. It might work if I do the remove unavailable. As usual, the game doesn't count people who are suspended as unavailable. Not that they'd be suspended from this, right? No. Oh, actually did it for once. Cool. Right, so goalie for today will obviously be Mr. Daiki Yokomoto, the winner. Who would we like to sell? Don't know. Anyone who puts a... It's more a case of, like, if the bid comes in, I'll consider it, depending on who the player is. There's obviously some players that I wouldn't sell, but, for example, there's a lot of loan farmers coming back now that will simply not have a place in our team because they're too old. So those guys, for a start, will definitely be straight out the door if I can do. Ideally to Saudi. Hello, comrade. So, it's going to be... Oh, wait, no, he is in there, isn't it? Yes. Elkin Blanco. His first appearance for us. It's going to be Blanco and Sharpak up top for this one, which is nice, since we don't have the full plethora yet ready for it. Sell the whole farm to Auckland. If they can afford it, I'll tell you what, I'll sell them to Western United. They seem like good eggs. Right, who have I actually got available here? Oh, we've got Aguirre back too, so he's actually a loan farmer we could immediately try and move on. I didn't realise he'd already returned to us. Let's ask his agent about this right now. 6.8 million. I mean, it's money, isn't it? Sure. It's some kind of cash, if nothing else. Don't know if there's any others. You'd be able to tell immediately because they won't have shirt numbers. Manners on the bench. No, I'll go with Volkanov for Vissel Kobe. Johnny's back, but it's Allen time. Santelli's back. Janicic, I would really like him to go on loan if I can. Carlos. Is Montbrus is still injured, isn't he? Which actually does beg the question of who's going to play in that role this year for the time being. Probably could be someone like Cabezas, actually. Footed, Elkin is left-footed. How bad is it? Very. We're recovering from it, but it's not just us, it's the whole of Poland, basically. It seems 2041, the game just decides to have... It's not even that there's a financial crisis. Like, our spending is fine. It's just that the game randomly decides in 2041 that it's going to start only counting money you have going out and not any projections of money coming in. That's what's really caused it. And it's not just for us, it's for every Polish team, unfortunately. So thank God we have a lot of 2-year loans, because it can hopefully weather the storm, and maybe by next year, it won't be such a problem. Get you back in there. Santelli back in there. Zions. Look at Geary on the bench. Why not? Johnny Boy. That'll do. Their stadium. Still waiting for you to send me a picture of the stadium. Have you got one? I don't know why I'm stadium shaming them. It's much better than Ely City. But it's also probably a much larger catchment area, I'm guessing, too. Diabate, Kowalski, Nozadze, Naim. Cool. That'll do nicely. Right, sick. I do need a wee, though. See you later, Smogfather. I'll use this as an opportunity to wee. We don't know Lucas A. Drink, but I know that other people have had the same thing happen. I think for some reason, because of this Club World Cup, the budgets get announced slightly later, and that's what causes it. Because I think what would happen normally is the budgets are announced in late May, but because everything gets pushed back for some reason, the budgets got announced after like a financial thing in the background had happened, and that caused it potentially. We don't know. All I know is that I thought it was just going to be a case of some players coming back from loan, and then I sent Hadrian the save file, and he was like, oh, you're in for a treat. Anyway, I will pee, I will return, and then we can smash on through this, because we've got some people to slap about a little bit. Right, back in a minute. Right. How did y'all do? Let me get this up. Must be a chance because I've got to find the bloody button. One more in there as well. Cheeky at the last moment. Okay. Andrew's absolutely cool. Well, a bit tighter this time, actually. Also, I don't know if that was a song request or not. It might have been. But that was extremely depressing sounding. I just sat in there pissing. And all I can hear is like, I don't know. It was very funeralistic, I suppose. Maybe it's not, I don't know. It was quite a deep one, I guess. But regardless, Andrew's done his usual thing. It's going to be a while. Somber, yeah, very much the word somber there, indeed. And we're back. Oh. But it's okay, because I'm back with beverages. Odd with 100 bits as well. You'll have to see it. I'm going to quickly whack this into the game. That way
Folded hands emoji. I hope I get chosen as a playtester for FM27 to tell them that continue game timeouts shouldn't always stop Tuesday and Friday at 9 o'clock sharp. Folded hands emoji.
That's a good point. Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that could be done with the speeding up of that kind of stuff, because it does feel like there's just more stoppages than there was before in older FMs. Stumped on. I mean, I imagine Andrew knew them all, obviously, because it's what he does. Oh, to the Mets. Hey, look, pour one out for the home team or something. No, root for the home team. That's the words I'm looking for. Game Tournament, thank you for the raid as well, my friend. You're back. How's it? How was stream? What have I got? I'm still working my way through that giant mystery box Holy sent me, which was very kind of them. Oh, dear. This one is Acai Anaconda. I'm just sharing that information with you because it's a fun name. New game called Supermarket Chaos. Is there a sweeping involved in that by any chance? Asking for a friend. The friend is Dale Winton. Nice. Oh, shit. I was going to do vodka before we got to the game. Do you know what? I'm going to do it now because we've only got 2 today. Oh, what? Oh, nothing. This is a very UK-specific joke, I realise, as always with these things. Let me swing back to the very bottom of the list. Or by the bottom, I mean the top of the list, actually, in truth. Paul giving owl vibes. Agreed. It's the glasses, right? My auntie, God rest her soul, bless her, lovely lady, she definitely gave owl vibes. Not just because she was from Edinburgh and she had a lilting Edinburgh accent that made everything just sound whimsical and owl-like as well, but she also looked like an owl with the giant glasses too. So there's that. Shout out to Auntie Karina. This I do find funny as well. The thing that I always find funny as well is when you're on a day and you've approached a player and you've gone, right, I've talked to the agent, and then you go to actually make a bid for them. And then literally within seconds, especially when it's a straight up contract negotiation, they go, based on changes since our last talk, and you look at it and you're thinking, wait a minute, the last talk was the same minute we're currently in, what are you jabbering about? I know the game's trying to be realistic with like movements and stuff, but I feel like that should never come up if you're approaching them at the same minute in the time that you also talk to their agent. That's so silly when that one happens, right? Let us know if anyone else says, no, I haven't. Was this new as of like this afternoon? Because the latest thing I saw was that he was still trying to rally support and stuff from like Timor-Leste and the gang. Exactly, like we're in a meme. What could have possibly happened in the interim, in the meantime, right? Dale, what was up to these days? Is he? That's sad. We were just. Oh, speaking of the FM show, if you're a Patreon member of the FM show pod, do not miss this week's Patreon episode. Sai basically found a lot of game shows from around the world and basically told Tony and I simply the title of the game show and the country it was from, and we basically had to decide what the show's premise actually was. It got very, very random and extremely strange. Tony said something towards the end of the podcast that I was unusable for about 5 minutes, basically. It's one of the best episodes we've ever done of that. It was such a good concept. So shout out to Sai for that. Yeah, with the random 17-year-old type of player, exactly. Oh, go on. Kowalski. Whoa, okay. He's got the speed boost button, apparently. But it seems like he also had it mapped to the be a very bad footballer button. Doesn't matter, though, because Nathan Allen... This looks so much like an Arsenal kit. I kind of like it, actually. Just a robot completely destroyed a supermarket, and you have to put all the stuff back on the shelves. Oh, I see. A reconstruction type beat. I get that. I've got a few of those types of games on my shortlist. Shortlist? Wishlist. There's one called Moving Out, which is apparently quite good. F24 took the wheel for a second there. It's kind of like if Arsenal and Rotherham had a baby, I suppose. And what would that baby be called? And would it be Tony Adams for some reason? And we've already got 2 injuries in the first 11. Amazing. Just what we needed right now. So I've just brought in you there, and I guess you there. Wow, great times. Oh, I said, oh, come on. Yeah, fair. Wait. Is this their new stadium? Huh. Just think of all the cars you could park in there. Think of all the dogging that could happen there. They're missing a trick. Or they're turning a trick. I can't really decide yet. Exceptional. You guys see that City are signing that teenager from, is it Lille? Is it Bouadi, the Moroccan fella? It's like 85 million or something. NIMBYs. Oh, yeah. I think the NIMBYs should get involved. And they should become, I don't know, whatever the acronym for Do It in My Backyard is. Open plan. It's open world. It's like FC 26 or whatever. It's open world. Or 27, Christ. A Yimby. Yes, in my backyard. Yeah, I like it. I prefer Dimby, though. Do it, my backyard? It sounds more like a question. If anything, it's like a comma in between. Like, do it, my backyard? It's an invitation. They can provide snacks. It's another goal, this time from the fullbacks again. This is more like it. I mean, admittedly, a dim, that's really hard to say. I'm not sure my tongue and mouth have the correct pieces to make those words. Not that that's a unique feature to this specific word. That's actually most words. I've tried very hard. Do it in my backyard. I didn't. Honestly, if you were to put IF after that, or like, actually no, just IF, I would immediately assume it was a lower league Danish side, and I'd be pronouncing it wrong. They're the exact type of team I can see us coming up against with HB Kurger in the Danish Cup. They're my boys. Yeah, Dimby IF. For sure. That's them. They've got a checkered history, play a lot of friendlies against Brann for some reason, and no one can quite work out why. That was a Tromsø throwback joke reference there. Go on. Another one? Ah. This has been alright, actually, for us. I want to see what Elkin Blanco can actually do, since he's here now. Nothing gets built. I mean, yeah. I guess it depends on what it is, right? Because it's like, but I suppose in that, when it's like, hey, we're trying to build a children's playground here, it's like, no, we don't want children around here. But then the opposite side of that, it's like, I'd like to build a coal plant. It's like, you know what, maybe I'm an NIMBY on that one. Maybe on just that one. Unless I'm getting my own steam train out of it, like Isenberg Kingdom Brunel, then I'm not interested in your coal plant on this one. I've never reservoir since the 90s. That's not true. I bought one on last Thursday. It's only a 1.5 litre, but it does the job. That's a good finish, actually, from Belkit. Is that supposed to be me? Is that supposed to be me? It's made me into... I don't know. It's made me more handsome, I suppose. I'll take it. Don't think I'll ever have quite the same complexion, though. On account of me being unable to tan, ever. They've got to go back against us. Whereas it was made in China. That almost certainly was. It was a Salomon one, so very much likely was, yes. Useful, though. You look like an actor playing you in a Channel 4. You're a sitcom. Matt and the boys. It's just about me and Jacob Kowalski going around Poland in an open-top car for some reason. That's never fully explained, but we just go to various small businesses and try hummus and stuff. Okay, so we've conceded. It's okay. This is no longer about conceding. This isn't This isn't Glove Island. I mean, maybe it would have been nice for him to save that. The problems continue. Madly long. Open top car. Well, that's just a convertible. I don't know why I called it an open top car. This is the Club World Cup. The first match in the Club World Cup against Wisła Kobe, which has already led to two of our first teamers getting injured in the first half, which is a good sign. Always good when that happens, isn't it? And not at all extremely annoying. Oh, Christ. Are there any other sides of note in action in the European qualifiers over the next couple of days? Obviously, NEC are obviously the most notable, but I assume some of the Scottish teams are in action, right? Because I don't think the English teams go in just yet, do they? Or do they go in... What do they? Leon, yeah. I thought... Because this is the third round, or is it only the third round for the Champions League and it's lower rounds for the other competitions? Because obviously I thought English sides and stuff would still have to go into like the third... Oh no, they don't. They go into the playoff round, don't they, for the Conference League, because they're top four. I was thinking based on Poland, when of course we're not in the top four currently, are we? Lost another good player. Yeah, but I still fancy them. Jinjo's not confident, but I'm pretty confident about them. Radiohead or Coldplay? I'll be honest with you, not really, in the sense that, like, if you put on a song of theirs... Actually, with the exception of, like, the occasional song of Radiohead, I probably wouldn't be able to identify it as Radiohead. Coldplay I certainly would, because it's a bit more recent, I suppose, and a bit more in my zeitgeist. But I would never, like, choose to put them on, I guess. It's just not really my type of music, to be honest. Well, actually, some of Coldplay's earlier stuff kind of slaps. But... it just ain't really my thing. When you consider that a lot of the playlists I have on Spotify are things like Smash Things and Run Fast, which was my today's playlist for my 10k thing, and that went very nicely. There was some good stuff on there. I got a little extra boost when Pale Iris by Era came on. That is a fucking banger. Another injury to a striker. This is getting silly. But this is why we do XG on the beach for these exact moments. I might get Eoin on for a little bit. And then I guess I can't bring Santelli on to play right back now for us because, well, he's already in the team. I guess I could bring... Because Janishit's in? Fuck it. Is there a sniper in the stands? But he's got like a really low-powered gun. Are you joking? Hang on. Did he just get injured again? Walking off the pitch or something? I'm convinced he's fallen down a set of stairs off the pitch and now he's got a second stack of injuries. Goodness me. Bodo will be very difficult, but at least, like, getting to the Europa League group would still be a pretty big achievement for them, right? I'm a bit worried to see what the hospital bill looks like after this game. Hey, Janis has actually scored one. I feel like all of the fullbacks are just the only one scoring here. Got a first-team player showing an under-19 team because I made him available to play there 5 seasons ago. Ah, yes. I've suffered this exact same problem. To give you an idea of how bad this has got for me, every time I go into a match in my Ely City save, the game goes to me, you have 2 players selected outside of the starting 11. Unfortunately, I'm convinced that either neither of them even play for me anymore, or they've both been loaned out, but I'm simply unable to see them no matter which filter I turn on or off. And as a result, it does it before every single goddamn game. It goes, you have 2 players selected outside of your starting 11, and I literally am unable to remove them because I even tried clearing the entire starting 11 using the clearing starting 11 box, and it still didn't go away, which was so weird. Yeah. It's bizarre. But yeah, I haven't had that exact same problem, but I imagine it sort of stems from the same type of thing. We had that problem with this save as well at one point when Krzyzanowski was allegedly in our substitutes bench, even though he was out on loan, and that was one thing. But these guys, I don't think even play for me anymore. I think I put them on the bench in a cup game where we were allowed a larger bench, and then after that, they were both left the club, and I've been unable to like do anything with it. It's really frustrating. Prediction for the evening session on day 2 of the European Athletics Championship. Tough to predict athletics on account of me knowing nothing about it, on the biggest account of me not being a very athletic person. Not that you need to be an athletic person to watch athletics. What sort of events are we talking about here? I mean, are we throwing things? Are we catching things? Are we hitting bars with things, for example? Had more subs in a friendly when you have more subs in the league and they're stuck there. Yeah. Essentially, I think that's what's happened, but there's no way that I'm able to... None of the filters, by turning them on and off, I'm able to ever actually see the players to remove them from the squad. And I thought that just clearing the entire team would fix it, but it didn't, which doesn't make any sense to me. I think the reason it didn't fix it is because they're neither of them at the club anymore. They might have even been trialees, because obviously in the 9th tier and 8th tier and such, and not that I'm in that, trialees are obviously your bread and butter. And loans, where you can't see anything about the player at all. Oh, Elkin, come on, buddy. I mean, he's got 2 goals. Can't really complain. Suing Crystal Palace for defamation due to the banner which this... Why is he suing Crystal Palace for defamation? They didn't put the banner up, did they? Or did they? And also, good luck with that. Like, what would be the... It's a weird precedent, that, wouldn't it? It's like, he might be the most humorless individual. Well, maybe not the most humorless individual, but one of them, you know? Club approved, I guess. But then ultimately... get a backbone, or like, it's one of those things where, like, if you don't want people taking the piss out of you for being a whopper, stop being a whopper, you know? I, of course, will never stop being a whopper, and I'm okay with that because I accept that people are going to take a piss out of me for being a whopper. Oh, go on, Owen. Nice. That's not bad, actually. Arrange a friendly and remove them. Maybe. I might just have to wait until the end of the season because basically I have no space for friendlies. To give you an idea of just how congested it is in specifically the 8th tier, it goes from the moment you start your season in July, I think, it goes Saturday, Wednesday, Saturday, Wednesday, Saturday, Wednesday, all the way through until like the end of October. And then it finally starts to open up a little bit. It is crazy. And even then it still has a couple of slots that are only available in case you make cup progression. I won't say any more on that, but it's actually, because it has to like funnel the season so short, because you've got a 42 game year plus 2 cups, but your playoffs have to start like in April. It's wild how crazy then compressed it is. I'm actually very lucky with injuries and stuff. Hey, go on, Owen. Hello, Gordo. Able to show on stream. So YouTube store for Guardian's channel definitely wouldn't be able to show on stream there. Oh, I've seen it. I haven't. I can't show on stream, but I know exactly what you're referring to because he basically goes down a set of stairs behind an ad boarding, right? Because you can just see the entrance to the stairs from the board. Hopefully it wasn't hurt because that did look quite nasty. I feel like that's happened a few times as well. Horse racing is in the game. Is it really? That's wild. I bet the Mongolians are really good at that. I may have not watched a video about Mongolia the other day as well. Geography by Jeff. Did not act in a way to remove the banner quickly enough. I mean, I can't imagine they did because they approved it. Just like get a sense of humour, right? But, you know, maybe you don't get to become Marinakis if you've got a sense of humour. He would lose to his rivals and whatnot. We have got a chance to go 7-1 up in this game here, which presumably is going to go to Blanco because he's on a hattie. Yeah, so with Trophy and Vase, thankfully, it seems like because of the level I'm at, I'm only ever going into one of them because of which one hits for which leagues. Or I certainly haven't thus far, at least, gone into more than one of them. But the problem with the FA Vase and the FA Trophy for me at that level is that there's just not a lot of money in them. And you don't tend to get like the attendance boosts and matchday revenue that you get with like an FA Cup tie. It's so good, like, being able to get all your money for your season. Wait, no, Zanse had the hat-trick. Oh, no, Zanse got the goal. Hey, you know what? Belkin will have his chance. That is a very nice win for us. Overperformed our XG. Still conceded slightly more than we should have done, but that's okay. It was a big chance. You can't be in both. Yeah, I forget exactly how it works as to which one you go into, whether you're in like 9th or 8th tier. She's a one foreign wrestler. Seriously? Huh, I didn't know they were particularly well regarded in the sumo world, but then I don't know much about the sumo world. Also, this is playing in the Salt Lake Stadium as well, so we're in Utah. That is a strong result. Like, very strong indeed. I hope we get to play FC Auckland City at some point. We won't. They'd have to get through for that. Oh, Christ. Kind of bad. Yeah, I mean, like, but also, like, it's one of those, like, it's a bit of Streisand-y, isn't it? It's like, hey, remember that thing that everyone's already forgotten? Let's all talk about that a bit more and remind them what a whopper I am. And maybe in a way, that's kind of funny. Okay, good. 7-1. Nice. We get 1.4 million for that. We don't get much money for the individual wins, although I think it's actually more than the Champions League. It's the progression that you get is insane. Sharpegg is out for 2 to 3 weeks. Oh, Christ. Diabate, that's actually like the rest of the group stage, though. Classy Nathan Allen. Yes, he is. A goal and 2 assists for Big Nathan. That's good. Very good, actually. Western United roll. The story is funny to me. The blue box is the stadium they played, and the yellow circle is where their stadium is going to be. I see. So it's a big move. Do they know there's 2 other stadiums here that are like right there? I could have prevented their dissolution at this rate. No. I hate seeing clubs go out of business. Training pitches. Any pitch is a real pitch. Well, look at this. It's Robert Thapper. That's good to know. Excuse me. I want to see if there's any other Thappers about. There is! Wait, is his name Elton Thapper? Elton Thapper. Rocket Man over here. Multi-Thapper. Bro uses both hands. Shout out to Sweden for providing us with that. Got Ann Napper as well. What if there's an opportunity to have Kid Napper? Could Kid be a first name? I feel like it is, right? It's probably too short of a name for me to... Oh, not only is it a name, it's in the female name pool. And there's 2... Well, I'm glad I did that. There are 2 regions in the female name pool called Kid. Both of whom are Brazilian. There's 2 kids here, and they are both teenagers for some reason. What's her actual name? Claudia Gonçalves Lopes Ferreira. Where does kid come from? Does she just become whatever Brazilian is for adult a little bit later? And then her name is Mona Lisa. Imagine having Mona Lisa as your first name and you're like, I go by kid. Exceptional. Which also now means that Mona Lisa is in the name pool. She's the only person in the whole game called Mona Lisa. You can't win anything with kids, but you can win anything with Mona Lisas, apparently. Wasn't even smiling. What's that, Chaser? FM20? Wait, is this what I think it is? Is this when he falls over the referee? I must find out. Hey, look, I'm actually not going to cover my own face this time because I'm on the other side.
Is this an actual highlight? Don't.
Oh, what a... Oh, no! Wait, why can't I... Oh, this is from, This is the Vise one, isn't it? I think. Jesus Christ. That scared the crap out of me. Forgive me, bodies, if you heard that sound very loud.
What the f was that?
I actually can't believe that's just happened. I've never seen them miss there. Ever. It's a fucking disgrace.
Well, there you go. That was from, like, the showdown in 2020. Yeah, I had, a more... What's the word? Maximal overlay back then? When I first started streaming, obviously I didn't have my own overlays or anything. I just got one that looked kind of okay. And that's what it was. It was just a default one you could get from like Nerd or Die. Whereas obviously I built the one that you see now like later on that year. And I do need to refresh that at some point, I think. But I wanted something that was much cleaner. And part of the reason as well that I moved my camera and stuff over to the right-hand side is because I wanted it to be easier to have it so that it was closer to the chat. If that makes sense. And in a weird way, I think that actually is better there because you don't have to glance around as much if you're watching it on a one where you've got the chat on the side panel. That's part of the other reason why I moved over. And then obviously got the chat above my head too, which is useful for... That was mostly just there for like TV viewers and stuff. It's £8 million. It gets him gone. It's more money in the bank for us, which we can start to hopefully start to use to sign footballers and stuff, which would be nice. Let's go. All painted at the same time, you say? That seems like it would devalue the cost of the painting somewhat. Basically, if it looks like you're reading chat. I guess so, yeah. What's going on down here? Oh, fuck. It's all mirrored and I get it wrong. What's going on over here? He says, pointing the other direction. Fantastic. Do you know what? This is my favourite Western United. This is the real Western United. In won the World Cup. I don't understand the question. Hope this helps. I haven't sung Wonderwall in a very long time. Not since I was at a teenage party and had a guitar with me. And I was just like, yeah, let's go, baby. Let's get it out and do it. This is going to be so out of tune. And such. The thing is, that is actually the correct chords. That guitar is just extremely out of tune. If that had been in tune, that would have actually sounded like the song, but I was just unsure as to how out of tune it was likely to be. I haven't actually played that for a little while. So it chords in my head, but that's still a tip. I'd take it. Yeah. I guess they've got reasonable rep, because bear in mind, their reputation being national, I suspect, is relative to it. Not a single note in place. Yeah, no amount of Melodyne's fixing that, is it? This is why I don't make sweeping bets before random streams anymore. It needs a capo. I think it needs a capo on every string, but in different places. At some point, I will rock out with an absolutely absurd prediction or something that causes another Enrique Iglesias incident, but I haven't yet found the thing that's worth putting that on the line for yet. Take it back out afterwards. So you'd steal from a musician. Hayden. Rude, I say. Though there is the argument to be made that nothing I just did was musical in any way, so therefore it's actually not stealing from a musician, it's stealing from a menace, and I should be punished. With the full extent of the law, I'd say. In theory. Spider Kappa. Wait, this exists? Well, damn. That's cool. Have they considered just tuning their guitar properly? Crazy idea, I know. Just probably retune it, though. I guess this stops you from having to do that, but, like, I mean, come on. Unless you're going to be that guy, that's right. And now here's Iris by the Goo Goo Dolls. Give me 35 minutes to change the strings on my guitar and put it in the Nashville tune. I forget which tuning that song's in. It's crazy. Master several junior painters. Okay. See, look at me learning stuff about art today, which I will inevitably remember for the future. Nice. Maybe I should... If a Polish side ever wins the Europa League, I'll do another Enrique one. But I don't think that's likely to happen. Particularly with the way things are right now. But that's the only thing that would probably be enough for me to get hyped enough to probably do another Enrique one. Or maybe I'd choose a different song. Who knows? Something of that ilk, I guess. There is 2 Aucklands this time, yeah? The second Auckland has actually done better than the first Auckland. Conceded perfectly bookended goals in the first and then in the 94th minute of the match. They have now played 2 games, but it's going to get a lot worse from there as they have Napoli, Flamengo, Universidad Católica, and then Freiburg to go as well. I suspect the results will continue to get worse. I imagine their squad has not changed a great deal. It's large... They still have Dave Birmingham! I forgot about Dave! Do you know what? If nothing else, I'm happy that Dave is back. They're a pleasure to play against, mostly because they have Dave Birmingham. I couldn't sign Dave. We need to let Dave exist in his natural habitat. Remember, this is Dave Birmingham, who is an Iraqi international from a place called Giraffe. But it's called Dave Birmingham. What's not to like about Dave? It's a fine Iraqi name. Yeah, the large gap, I think, is caused by the fact that that game happens after the rounds for the next one already happens. He's not even that bad. He's not even that bad. He's based in Australia. I don't know what you're talking about, Andrew. The war has already happened. There is no longer a New Zealand in this save. Australia's come. They've invaded. They've taken all of your Kiwis. It's happened. Say goodbye to them. Both bird and fruit. Anyone fun in here as well? Probably not. Other than you, literally you yourself. There's a guy called Turin. But he's shrouded in mystery. Ismail. He's crap as well, presumably. Yeah, pretty much. Jaffa Omar. Was this the Tanzanian guy I looked at before? I'm still convinced that there's something more to this dude. But I would like to actually see his attributes first before I make a decision on that. There's Mr. Gomes. Similar story. I want more info on you, my bud. That was a guy from Colorado. Alec didn't turn out that good, did he? Bless him. Libyan dude was crap as well. I did send those guys around again, right? I did, cool. John, loads more North Korean fellas. I'm going to take a Pavlova. I mean, if you're going to fight for something, it may as well be Pavlova, right? Irish tuning is BDDDDDD. Yeah. I believe it's called a Nashville tuning. I might be wrong. But in addition, with Iris, it isn't even just the tuning, right? Because if I recall correctly, you have to have very specific weighting on the strings as well in order for it to sound proper. So you'd actually have to use like not special strings, but like... You'd have to be damn sure that you wanted to play Iris by the Goo Goo Dolls. Although, frankly, you probably could just, use one of the other tunings that mimics it pretty closely. And probably just has much more difficult fingering associated with it. Yes, I know I said that out loud. That's fine too. We're talking about guitars, all right? Right, send those guys around. Well, we won't send them around again. They will never be seen again. They're going to be getting ahead of it. That's a rarity for me. Right, any of you got anything to say? Some quality in there, maybe? Hang on, there's a Bermudan dude who's still actually... Wait, who are you? Wait, he might actually be quite good. PHC Zebras. Jade Simmons. 13 cap. Was he in that squad? I think he was actually in that squad. Did I even click on this dude? Team called Missile. There is a team called Missile, yes. In fact, I remember them because we looked at them before. Maybe they were on that other guy. I remember specifically looking at them, though. Because there was a player we quite liked from Missile, and I can't remember who it was. Those guys are around again. You we know about. You were... that's him again. He's doing it right now. It's true. I'm figuring this this flask. Didn't believe New Zealand. They thought him an Atlas. Really? It's like when people say they can't tell the New Zealand and Australian accents apart, which is terrifying, to be honest, given how very, 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 very different they are. Just got the Dr. Pepper, managed to not get last night. Oh, which one was it? So, which one did you get? Because I didn't quite understand which one you were missing, Mikey. Because I've tried them all as a Dr. Pepper enjoyer myself. But I like the cream one. It's solid, but I do like the cherry Dr. Pepper. I think that's kind of fire. A cherry one's great. I love the cherry one. Goalkeeper. So the goalkeeper, we can't afford the goalkeeper, unfortunately. We have £0. We might be able to that might change, but right now we have literally no money. Cherry one is Mrs. Fug, vanilla one is bang. I like the vanilla one, but I think the cherry one, I'm a fan, honestly. His surname is, oh, that's the guy that his surname is penis in Turkish. Right. I remember there was a discussion about Yalak before, but I thought it was German. Right, that makes sense. So the Opera House was in San Francisco. I feel like architecturally, I could imagine it being near the Golden Gate Bridge. You can sort of see where their brains have gone because they're actually thinking of the Sydney Harbour Bridge, presumably. Like, from a kind of purely aesthetic thing, I'd be like, yeah, I could see that there if we're moving it. Like, if I'm moving it anywhere, it's probably going to SF, right? Originally, I like both. I usually get one of each. Obviously, 0, of course. I ain't about to put on those pounds, you know? Hello, chat. Hello, chat. Hello, chatto. He said 3 hours into the stream. Hello, peace. How's it going, man? Hope you're well today. Makes Dr. Pepper great and turns it into a thin. I sort of do agree to an extent. I feel like there's certain things that I drink with certain things. And for me, Dr. Pepper is a fish and chip having accoutrement, right? If I'm having a bit of fish and chips, a can of Dr. Pepper goes hard. There's just something about it that, maybe it's the pepper, who knows, could be the doctor in it, I can't tell you. It just fits the vibe, right? There's blackberry Dr. Pepper? I don't think they have that in the UK yet. Give it a chance though, because Pepsi have been coming out with some absolutely heinous flavours recently, so there's every chance that could happen too. What is your doctorate in? Indeed. I'd have bought that from a Mr. Pepper, quite frankly. Dude didn't even get his degree. It's an honorary degree in, I guess, pepperology. Bro knows how to make, damn it. That joke was going to be brilliant until I forgot what ground up peppers was called. Paprika? Paprika. That's the one. Got them in the end. Is it? Oh, I don't have a Home Bargains near me. It's what we're not the only thing we're missing here. Greg's is the biggest thing. We have a B&M, but no Home Bargains. I don't even know where my nearest Home Bargains would be. Erect Marge. Oh, I remember that one. Speaks. Which means I'm never going to be erect again. Also, sad news. Pog no longer sounds like Marge Simpson when she speaks. Jesus Christ. Coconut. Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't be involved in that. I would not deign to even support coconut-based beverages. I can't be doing with coconut-flavoured things. I thought I'd be all like all fancy and have a coconut water once, and it just doesn't work for me. Like, no. You leave your nut juice elsewhere. I'm not interested. Actively, if coconut has no haters, I am dead. £2 for a kind of Dr. Pepper. Jesus Christ. I think it's one of those things where it's like certain places you can get it really good, but a Renaissance in the UK, yeah. I think it's to give you an idea, like when Pog and I are buying like our beverages, like our what we call our nice drinks, because we don't really drink that much, but we'll usually get like a bottle here or a bottle there when they're on offer, which they usually are all the time. Pog likes a bit of iron brew. I tried the cream iron brew. It's a bit interesting. Oh, windows open again. So why did it shut at all then? Usually I'm a partial to a Dr. Pepper in there, basically. Either a cherry or a normal, but those are my general choices out of the two. It just goes like with some ice in a glass. Magnificent. Oh, more people. Lovely. I tell my wife, I'm with you, Ebnut. I'm with you. Celery. Pineapple I'm okay with. Celery, I don't really feel like it has much flavour a lot of the time. I've just never, I don't know, there's just certain things I can't do. Like, I used to be quite a picky eater, less so now, but there are certain foods I went back to as, oh, maybe it was just because I was being super picky or whatever. And I was like, no, this is just, like licking a doormat, you know? Isn't celery the one that you burn more calories by eating it than you actually have? Yeah. Okay, there's lots of players who've just joined us, which I'm assuming is a lot of the random youngsters we've just picked up. So I suspect that most of them are going to be mid as hell, and that's okay. Mead, you got to be very. I got very drunk at a beer festival once, specifically on mead, and my prevailing memory of that was being sat on the train home from Cambridge with like a box of takeaway garlic bread from Pizza Hut delivery on my sort of chest/lap, struggling to balance it. Mead, you got to be careful with mead, because sometimes you can be tempted to drink it like it's beer. It's a lot stronger than that. I find with mead it's very sickly though, because it's so sweet. I don't think I've actually touched the stuff since then, and this was like 15 years ago. Shout out to the Cambridge Real Ale Festival. He's all right, actually, is old Thierry, but he's not much more than all right. But that's okay, because we pay likely, hopefully, very little for him. Azibek Maliev, okay, he's worth a bit more, but he's also worse, typically. But these are all players we've got signed up already. Flavio Henrique, okay, so he's worth a lot of money. Did I pay a lot of money for him? 3.8. He's got quite good attributes. Maybe just doesn't appear to have a ceiling. He's got a very low ceiling, actually. That's okay. Didn't think you liked cheese for the first 40 years of your life. Oh, how far would you say you've got as far as catching up on cheese eating since then? As a Cheese Eaters Anonymous member, you've probably still got a lot of catching up to do. Cheese is the best. I just love a bit of cheese. It was a problem. There's a reason why I put on all that weight and then lost it and then put it all on again. It was most likely cheese. Bread actually doing quite a lot of heavy lifting as well. Ooh, the Psycho is not that good either. I'm hoping some of these guys we might get a better idea later and they may have slightly better PA. Maybe. Khaled Kanducci, he's got good attributes at least, but the value, usually the best way to tell if they are going to have reassessed to have better PA is if their value is way higher than they should be. So he's probably still going to be relatively bad, but he's got good attributes-ish. Again, certainly his technicals at least. Who's the next guy? Waji Aisa. Oh, this was the Isa guy. Wow, these guys are just sort of... They're sort of your standard loan farm type sign. Okay, this guy here. That's more like it. That's more like it. It's Yuri Chuklov. He's a lot more like my cup of tea. Love to see. At least there's one guy there. Little Cathedral City cheesy bites. Yeah, they're so expensive though. I do like a bit of Cathedral City. Like I know I could just buy the Tesco's own brand one, but it's one of those things I'm willing to stretch for because it's cheese. And ultimately, if you enjoy it, that's nice, right? Yeah, he could be a good loan farmer, particularly if they're going to be cheapskates for the time being, right? The alcohol festival's very expensive around here. I think it depends. So, like, I mean, they will be generally, and especially in Cambridge, but this was a long time ago. This was in 2010 or 2009. There was a huge queue to get in, so my friend and I just bought, like, Real Ale memberships online, skipped the queue, and we got a nice glass out of it, which I still have to this day. It's one of my favourite drinking glasses, because it's nice and easy to clean afterwards. I hate pint glasses that get really too narrow at the bottom, and you can't quite get your hands to the bottom of them, man. It's bad. In the Momper role, yeah, one day. I mean, he's 18, right? Got decent CA right now. No injury issues for the looks. He's resolute. Gets to opposition area.
Building it now.
He's passy. He's good technically. Very good physically, in fact. Can finish. He's composed. I like him very much. And I think I may actually move him to the senior squad for the moment. He may actually get some game time this year. What I will do is I'll listen for loan anyway, just in case someone fancies a bit of this deliciousness. And because that could be very helpful as well. We did pay 13 million for him, in fairness. So it wasn't like we were cheaping out on it because it was Shakhtar. Connor Milo, thank you very much for the follow. To be fair, someone's going to have to play the Momper role, considering Momperus is going to be out for quite some time. Stop it. It is mandatory. Okay, this could work. It is a mandatory fee for Janishits, and it would get me my money back, maybe, nearly, almost. If you were to do... Although I find with these loans, they tend to like never let you negotiate them. Excuse me. Yeah, they just refuse, don't they? So it's... I wonder if they may be putting more money into the loan itself, though. So it's £230,000 a week. Sorry, a week, I wish. Oh, they are actually putting a bit more in there. Oh, this is nice. If I could keep doing this, they might non-negotiable me a better loan deal. 400. Okay, keep going, lads. Let's go. Nice. Okay. So they're going to pay me... I'm trying to think how much they're actually going to pay me here. So the loan will cost £5 million. Momperus picked up an injury, quite a weird one, towards the end of the season, which means he's going to miss the entire summer period. But he'll be back for the start of the Champions League, I think. But then they still owe me an extra 25 million. I'd actually be okay with that. Even though he's 22. I do like him. But I wonder if he's kind of like maxed out. And while he is good, I think Santelli's better. Fuck it. Let's do it. We get a load of actual money. Plus it's got a fee attached to it permanently. Full wages, I mean... It is what it is. They're not going to negotiate past where they're already at. So I can't do anything more than that. That's a decent deal. Rafael Augusto... to Polonia Warsaw. You know what, lads? Fuck it. Why not, right? Don't pay too much. Buyback price, lol. That's okay. We'll get you go. I'm obviously not going to try and stiff the other Polish sides on money. I'll happily do the others, though, of course. Yeah, what is Monparouse's injury? I actually forgot what it was. It was a really weird one, I think. Double hernia. But it was like a 3-month injury with the double hernia. So he's not going to be out for... Oh, Christ. Yeah, he's going to be out for a while. Basically, early September kind of time, he's going to be back. So it's going to be quite some time before we see Monparouse again, unfortunately. Even more reason to get those youngsters coming through. Like, Chukalov probably get some more game time now. Oh, hello. Wait, didn't we just... You're going to pay me 1.2 million at the end? And an actual fee? I mean, yeah, go on then. Lifting a piano. Some say it was 2 pianos, unfortunately. Now, problem was, if it was going to be a single piano, it could have been a minor injury, but because there was 2 of them, it was a minor... it was a... Oh, no! I had such a good joke brewing there, and now it's ruined because I can't speak properly. Something major key. I don't know. It was going to be a major injury to a key player. Fuck's sake. Ah, dear. F sharp in chat. Right, we move. Fuck's sake. Oh, don't you hate it when you fumble an absolute monster joke? Game's got... It's true. Absolutely ruined. Could have been so good. Oh, dearie me. We'll always have forever blurring bubbles, though. So I'll fall back on that one for the time being until the next time a joke opportunity like that comes along. Why is everybody hurt? Stop it. You've been told. I get it, Sepple. I really do. It could have been a blur. You know what? It might have been even better. I think the blurring bubbles one is definitely up there just because of the quickness with it. And that one would have been working because of the layers, but not because its constituent parts would have made it greater than that, right? It's going to take some time to beat blurring bubbles. Oh, another 4-0 loss, rather, for Auckland FC. They do, Babsmith, they do. Right, so everyone's injured, as is the way of the world. Let me just check. I knew there were some more hidden injuries in there. Who the hell is going to actually play up front for us in this next? Oh, Trank is back. Perfect. You're not, though, and you're injured as well, even though you didn't start the last game. Did you get injured on the bench or something? That's impressive, actually, if you managed to do that. So Ziont's back to the bench. Wait, did I just put him in the first team? No, we're fine. Oh, Diakite can't start either. Probably Polizia, right? Yeah, that's literally his role. And then we'll get Hansen on the bench so he can come off as a striker if we need him. Does I got any faster? I don't know. Possibly. I can't remember what he was to before. He's 12-10 now, so maybe. On the bottom this week? Yeah. Oh, you should wait until, like we mentioned it earlier, but wait until you hear this week's Patreon episode. It is elite, basically. It was essentially Sai just made a sandbox for an hour for Tony and I to play comedian in. He just bowling fastball after fastball right down the centre of the plate, and we were just the entire time. It was fantastic. Most fun I've had in ages. Let's look at the joke you wanted to make. Ah, dear. Let's see how we find up. See what Brentford are up to. So still managed by Keith Andrews, 9th in the championship these days, although that's probably just because of alphabetics, right? No, technically not. Missed out on the playoffs in the end. Finished below Reading, who I was kind of hoping were going to go up, but sadly didn't. But Aldershot did, which is important. Aldershot and Daggers both up to the championship this year. Good for them, I say. Oh, dear. It's the KSI money. It could be that somehow the game has managed to put in there. Actually, when did he take over? Tycoon, they probably don't. They just, with the view-only leagues, things can get a little bit weird. What is this? Beyond the season. This is an A-League team. What league are they playing in? Oh, God. It doesn't. Oh, good God. It's the second touch. Like, it was nearly an Enkelman type moment, but then he made it worse, almost, by having another touch on it that seemed to carry it closer towards the goal. Literally, what is bro doing? Right, that's fine. It's going to be Blanco and El Shankiti up top this time. See if Mr. Belkin's got it in him. The Australia Cup. And who are they playing against? And does that keeper play for them? And if not, why? Okay, yell at the team before the match. Obviously, got to keep them on the toes, you know? have a guy called didn't we have a guy called Pugliese on the last save? There was a ridiculous striker, I think, that was part of the loan farm called Pugliese that I think played for one of the Maltese sides. He was for us for a little bit. He was an Italian lad. I believe he was part of the Malta loan farm. Oh, that was Western City. Western City again. Oh, Western City, not Western United. I assume they are the superior Western side. Well, now we're getting proper, like, cracking out the REM here. Apparently I didn't get much REM sleep last night, so this will help. Go on. Oh, Nathan is taking on the challenge this year. Queensland Lions FC. It's a good name for a team. Speaking of names for teams, I was listening to Football Cliches this morning, and they were talking about a post that someone made, which was basically translating teams in England, and the Premier League specifically, as if they were German sides, so they became like Bundesliga teams. And I'll tell you what, some of them sounded like an FM save I would love to do, to be honest. Was it Neuerborg was Newcastle, which does make sense because it is just a new castle, I guess. Oh, there we go, Bassas. I can't remember what Fulham was in there. There were some good ones in there. There's a lot of sad music requests today, and these are requests. I take no responsibility for these. What's next up after this? Do you know what? It's fine, because after this, coming up on the normal sort of queue, is Ocean Avenue by Yellow Card. For the second time today, no less, as well. That's a good finish, actually, from Cabezas. Like, Boca should be more of a challenge, in theory, than Wisła Kobe. You'd hope. So you hope. 26, certainly for the launch, yeah. But hopefully, things look like they're moving in a positive direction as far as FM27. Like, the first piece of sort of FM27 based things we've got now is an open invitation for playtesting stuff, which is a great step in the right direction. So if that's the beginning of where we're going, then I'm quite excited about what this roadmap's got in places. Nürburgring. Well, yeah, I imagine there are, just because it just means new and castle, doesn't it? Some of the other ones are a bit more difficult to directly translate, I guess, because, you know, I guess full and ham, you could sort of translate it as like... I think you'd have to sort of understand the etymology of why places are called what they are in English to then find the translations into German, right? Because obviously lots of places in England finish with ham, and I forget the exact... Inferno will absolutely know the etymology as to why places have ham in the title. Like, certain places I know that stuff about, but ham is not one I'm familiar with. Fearing there won't be 27. I think that's quite funny that people will even think that. But then again, doomsday prophecies exist, so I suppose it's the same thing, isn't it, really? They're just not yelling it from a street corner, perhaps. It means home. That would make sense. I see. So, full would just be full home. Home of full. I see. So what that is in German? What does home of full mean in German? Disappointing. Yeah, exactly. No, I agreed, 100%. I think some people overreacted to it, and but also I think that it's one of those things that always had that. We're just playing head tennis now. Good say. Both reactions that were outlandish in both directions. Some people, I think, praised it far too much in certain things to the point where it almost seemed like sycophancy. And the other way, people were obviously ridiculous with like lowest rated game on Steam bollocks, obviously, of course. Fulheim. Okay, that makes a lot of sense actually. Then, are there any other? I guess you got West Ham as well if they were Premier League side, of course. Sorry, half. Wait, would that just be Vestheim then? I'm guessing it would be something like that, right? Although maybe Vest isn't. Maybe I've just said West in a German accent, and that's not how that works. I'm quite excited about this now. Anglo-Saxon like called full. Maybe. Ostheim. So my brain immediately goes to cheese again. Westhausen. I guess. I quite like the idea of Ostheim. That sounds like Ostheim, like, I don't know. No, it wouldn't be FC Ost. It would be like, I don't know, FSV? Ostheim or something? Big fan. I'm actually quite enjoying this now. What others have we got? Pros and cons. Yeah, exactly. Glasses being obvious. Yeah, I think that it's why I was I didn't want to make videos talking about how much I hated it, because ultimately I do think there was something a little bit interesting about here's all the things I hate about this, meanwhile please watch me play this as my job. It's like but at the same time I also wasn't going to, like, you know, blow smoke up its arse and criticize it when it needs to be criticized, but try to have a balanced take on it, right? I didn't want my content to be negative. I didn't want the negativity to be my content. I wanted to try to find my fun in spite of the fact that it was certainly suboptimal. And I feel like we've, to an extent, been able to do that. Now, obviously, content for 26 has been all over the shop as far as where things go, and I hope that we can return to some semblance of normality for 27. We kind of have to, otherwise my career's probably on the line on that one. I'll become a running influencer instead. That's the play. Herrenburg. Or Berg, I guess. I don't know, actually. Oh, got names through again. Oh, he's got... Nice. Oberhausen. I remember Oberhausen being a place that I would have... Yeah. Upham. I feel like Upham sounds like it would be a random little borough in London. And it might well be. But maybe that's just because I'm thinking of places like Clapham and stuff like that. Yeah, I decided instead to try and sort of make the best of a situation and basically say, listen, I know the game's not great, but ultimately if you are going to play it and want to enjoy it, here's how you could maybe try and get the best out of it, was kind of the attitude I tried to take to it. And that both in video content, back when I was doing all the guides and stuff, and then the streams. Now, it certainly didn't make it easy to do the things I would have wanted to do as far as the other types of content I wanted to try and do with it, which is why we didn't see the sort of silly videos that I kind of had planned for 26. But then by the time that I came around to the point where I felt that it could do that kind of stuff, then that's when I'd kind of had my little meltdown and decided, actually, I want to do something completely different, which is why I'm now working on that other video. I say video, series of videos. But the first one, which I'm going to start editing tomorrow, actually. So I'm hoping in a couple of weeks I should have the first one of those up, which would be fun. But putting all that footage together is going to be complex, shall we say. Just being a derivative of Kaisto, which is Latin for 4, isn't it? Oh, I guess so. I don't know. I find that stuff so fascinating. I really do need to make that video on that other channel for that. Oh yeah, the graphics are in a huge step in the right direction. The match engine and the tactics. Like, match engine from an aesthetic and visual looking point is just leagues above it. The tactical stuff is definitely a lot better and more fun to use, and it feels more realistic. There still needs to be some work on the way that the training stuff works with regarding tactics, but it's so much better than it was, let's put it that way, to the point where I would never want to go back, you know? Oh, dear. This has been much tighter than it needed to be. Daiki's kind of not been great again. And the benches, I mean, Nathan Allen for Johnny Boy, now that he's fit again, for the time being at least, use him while he lasts, right? Blanco's been poor, but the only other option on the bench is Santelli. So why not? Diabate shouldn't really be coming on. Joao Carlos can, though. And... Ooh, where did I bring on O'Loughlin? I could maybe bring him on instead of Policia, play him a little deeper. Say the other sub in case there's an injury and whatnot. Oh, shit, I could bring on Hansen as well, yeah, true. I mean, I still can, actually. We could bring him on for El Shankiti instead. Weirdest thing I've seen in a while in football. Crew Alexander... Fair. That's quite a nice little touch, actually, in fairness. Obviously sponsored stuff, but at least it's an integration that kind of, like, has logic to it and kind of works, I suppose. I just think with so many of the tiles and cards things, there's just so many of them that don't need to exist. Like, you have to click into it to see information that could have been displayed on the screen that you're clicking it from. That was the biggest annoyance for me. It's like, why are we adding unnecessary clicks? So much of the news thingy, when you're in your inbox, you click on an inbox item, and then the item in your inbox is like a tiny little bar at the top, and to actually see what it's all about, you have to click into it a second time. But it's like, why? When the inbox has so much empty space that could just display the goddamn information. It was stuff like that that was just like, has anyone actually thought about playing this? That was so galling to me. It just made no sense. Like, so many of the screens that didn't need... So, for example, the Lone Farm screen, right? Why is that a pop-up? That's got way too little information on it for such a complex screen, but there's no way to see a more advanced information version when the information's there. It gives you this sort of like, oh yeah, if a player's out on loan, you'd only ever want to be able to see their rating. Like, wouldn't I want to see more information about the player than that? Like, why do I have to go onto each individual player and click them to then look at another pop-up to see that? It's like, just simple things. People don't want loads of pop-ups. We spend enough time on the internet as it is. So I'd like to think that hopefully that's a lot of the stuff that will be in the bin for 27 and replaced by just smoothing it out, like lube up the navigation, get me to where I need to go. I want to be able to... It still annoys me to this day that if I'm scrolling on a league page, I can't just click the downward arrow to go to the next league down. I have to go back to the main league page where you can only see half the league table, and then I can click the arrow. Why? Why would the navigation not just take me to the same page for that, but for the league below? It's little things like that is the epitome of what's wrong with it. It's death by a thousand cuts. It's loads of little decisions like that I think is what's really irked people over time. That's the one that gets me the most, actually, of those things, in terms of things I interact with on a more regular basis. That one is infuriating. So say I'm going to, like, I don't know, the extra classer. If I want to show you this league table, and then I want to go, oh yeah, no, I want to have a look at the second tier. Why is downward arrow gone? Why do I have to go back to the main page for it and then hit the downward arrow to then go back into the same fucking screen? All you need is a little window to go, oh, it's shit like that. Also, another one, team stats. Say I go into a team stats page here and I go, ooh, I don't know, let's say finances. No, a better example would be player stats actually, but it's the same kind of principle. If I go to player stats and go to say, I don't know, shots on target, and I go, oh, this guy's kind of cool. Shots on target. Let's have a look at Javi for a second. Go to his page. Go back. Oh, yes, of course. I wanted it to be filtered by appearances. Why is it changed what screen I'm on? It's stuff like that. But yet other ones, it will remember what screen you're on, but only ever in ways that you don't want. It's bizarre. We've qualified, though, which is good. More money for us, which is also very good. They've come in for Oya. Can we get an Oya in Hobbycraft? I think we can. Oh, apparently he's accepted it because it's release clause. Good stuff. You gotta say and move in the direction of the game. I don't believe that we should have a say in it more than anyone else. I think that it'd be nice to be involved in the playtesting thing the same as everyone else. Like I would hope that some of us would be able to get into that and get a chance to have our voices heard in the same way, right? The new Pyramid podcast. What's that? Is it a podcast where you have to find 2 new listeners each week? Otherwise, it's not going to stay up properly. And then the people you recruit as listeners then have to find 2 new listeners themselves. Genuinely curious. Set him up. You've triggered me. I've been triggered. This was Kevin. Oh, yes. I hate that he's not a striker, but also the midfield is looking bright. We've got about 5-6 dudes that are all in that age bracket. Look at the value on Kevy boy. Oh, yes. Yes. Thank you, Kevin. I'll put him in the first team squad for the moment. Get him in the loan farm for the moment. Bet we're signing players.
Thoughts on Sheikh Charles? Me think he better than Sasa Lukic. Big upgrade.
I think I agree to an extent. Right, it's sad to see him go. Thank you for the 41 months, but it's a big investment for us. It's good to see us moving in that direction. The problem is when people say I think they should make the AI better with player signs, they don't actually define what better looks like. So it's tough to sort of. 13 million. It's optional though. Stop loaning people. I mean, I'll try and offer them to them for 10. Wait, didn't I already have a deal agreed for less than 10? Whoa. I could have sworn I did. Did it pull out? Oh, 100%. Right, okay, right. This one's not happening anymore. Now we're cooking. Active only. Out. Wait, no transfers to display. Negotiations, contract. There we go. Right. So we got rid of that. That's 8.5 million. But now I can offer him out again. Start to get a bit more cash coming in from my boy. Now we're getting there. Offer him out for 11 and just sort of start to stagger him up if we can do. Anything we can get him closer to that 13 mil, I'd be very happy with. I think it's just that they decided that we want an aesthetic rather than an actual UI, and that's what we ended up with. And that's why almost every step that's been taken has been to roll that specific thing back, basically, right? Commentary from a high-quality text-to-speech in the game. And I personally wouldn't want it. If it was in the game, I would simply turn it off. So, but that's not representative of the whole market. I certainly wouldn't want commentary in it, but that's just me. And if it did come in, I would literally... I turn off the game sounds because it's just annoying a lot of the time. They're better than they were, but they are still more annoying than I would like, basically. Difficult mode before starting a save instead, then. But again, this is the problem. What does that look like? What does a difficult mode look like? What about it is difficult? Like, what things are different that make it difficult? I think sometimes people want things but don't articulate or can't sort of describe how they would want that to be implemented, and thus you sort of run into the wall of like, well, this is why we don't have these things, because they're not as simple to make. Shay's great. I'm excited about him. I like the players we're being linked with. I like that we're building this early for once. It's just good stuff. Can't play Man City for once. No, they'd lose them all. I like how much of the background is just... It's a very lazy cutout and I respect it. 8-0 to Barcelona. Wait, who the hell is Mohun Bagan? Oh, cool, an Indian side got in there. Nice. Probably beat Auckland FC, actually. Got 3 weeks to turn Man United around, repeat and finish above the 6th. Well, I would like to see scenario modes. That much I would love to see. Scenario storying would be amazing. And then I suppose the difficulty on those is one way that you could do that. Jude Bellingham is retired. Has become a manager. Judy. To the shortlist with you. Is there any space in our squad for Judy boy? Let's hope so. I do quite like the idea of Jude Bellingham's Gornik Xabsha in a couple of years. It's the dream. Battery capacity in the Susie default. Yes, please do. I'm curious now. Teams are some of the best players and shit, but forget this. Yeah, it's tough. Because ultimately the teams aren't programmed to do X, Y, or Z. They're simply sort of given a set of boundaries and told to work within that. And ultimately a large side is going to try and sign the best players. And if you're going to have these players in the game, they're going to largely go for the same players. Which is part of the reason why I prefer to avoid doing saves with those teams in the first place, right? The start today mode would be really cool as well. Hey, Auckland scored! They still lost, but they scored. Progress. Job, I believe... It'd be weird if he wasn't, wouldn't it? Wait, we can have both of them! The Bellingham boys! Let's go! Also, why are you retired? I suppose he's 35. All we need is amazing now and we'll be sorted. Double qualify for the knockout. I actually don't know what would happen. We're not going to find out, but it would be quite a fun experiment to just like juice them with like an FMRTE or something to find out. You know, gentlemen say, ooh, 6 million and 50 grand a week. Wow. Yeah, to be fair, if you brought them up potentially as well, the Polish TV money baseline is actually pretty good. Like when you get promoted, you get some big boy money. That allowed us to build a really strong side for our second. I mean, that's why we won the title in our second season, to be honest. So Meliev's going straight out the door. He snubbed them. Naughty. Oh. I mean, Dave Birmingham, he's the guy. Every day I just assume that FC Auckland are playing. Sorry, Auckland FC. I feel like they should change the name to FC Auckland, though. It would make them sound more fancy. Gremio lose to Pumas. Okay. Man City only beat Pyramids 3-1. Grandpa Simpson meme. Maybe, yeah. I mean, he had his contract extended. To be fair, the good thing about Jude retiring is that that's going to save us £85,000 a week in wages. Jude retiring is essentially going to allow us to sign Obradovic and, I say we already have, Obradovic and that other guy from Napoli that I'm picking up, or Lazio, I can't remember which of the two. So, in a way, he's doing us a huge favour and falling on his sword. Auckland Black Knights. No, that sounds like a minor league hockey team. It's a proper AFC. They deserve to be at the top. None of this Bournemouth malarkey. They deserve to be at the top of the alphabetical one. So, Bellingham's in, which is good. And that alone has just saved us £85,000 a week. Nice one, Judy. But it's fine, because now he's on £550 a week, which arguably is more. I was really bad in getting good signings in so the big teams decline in like 10 years. On the air to kind of know they're a big club and should go for the hottest players, but isn't that kind of what they do? When you say hottest players, what metric would be used to... Like, again, hottest is not a variable that exists in FM, so what thing would these big clubs be using empirically to decide to sign these players? Because until we can define that, it's really tough to expect the game to know how to do that, right? And isn't that kind of what they do though? Don't they just sign... But isn't that kind of how it already works? They just sign players with high PA and high CA, generally. In fact, that's part of the reason why I copy other teams' homework sometimes, and I'm more interested in a player, if they've got interest from elsewhere. It makes me more likely to sign them a lot of the time. They're the best Wannakers and stuff. Some players are like championship players, but that happens... But also, a championship player could still have high potential. And do they do this? This feels like a save that I don't know. This feels like the exact opposite of my experience playing FM. Seems like that's exactly what they already do. In most saves I've done, that's exactly what these teams do. They sign the best players. There is room on there for a second goddamn face. Well, world reputation wouldn't make a player good. It would just mean that you can have a player who's crap and still has high world rep because they are playing in a national team squad, for example. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is just my experience playing FM is different, but I've not noticed it work out like that. Usually I'm having to fight against those teams to sign those players a lot of the time. Squad filling definitely could be improved for sure. It does seem like sometimes they don't always fill the gaps as... Yeah. have them fully on long term. I mean, I know they do to an extent, but I have played saves. Like, for example, my last save was a save exactly like that, where we had all the leagues switched on and they seem to behave relatively normally. There's the occasional little mistake, but also, if clubs don't do stupid stuff like that, I feel like that would be unrealistic, because not every club makes good transfers all the time, right? That's better, actually. I would like that as an emote. I may put that in my emote back pocket. In fact, that's great. Sensational work. Approved. I'll add that one in the 6-7 one later. But yeah, I think if we want the clubs to just sign all the best players in the world, then they'll just become superpowers and you won't be able to ever overtake them, to an extent where the game world would be extremely homogenous and boring. I feel like you need a natural level of mistakes and stuff like that, otherwise it's not going to particularly sit that well. But like my last save, we had all the leagues switched on, and we did see some fun stuff, but we also see some really silly stuff, like when Rangers, or was it Celtic, that nearly got relegated. That Scotland part of that save was absolutely wild. They just had no idea what was it, like 6 different winners in 6 seasons or something. It was cool. They didn't actually get relegated in the end, unfortunately. They lost the relegation playoff. One more. Let's see. We go for that. Hello, Pog. Job of security. Apparently very secure. I believe it does take into account like previous performances and to an extent. So maybe if they've been good in the past, it's giving him like a little extra bit of leeway. Oh dear. Who do I want to put in here? Is there anyone else that could come into that role? He's ineligible. But for another team in one season cannot play in the next match to be eligible for their new club. Oh, what? Because he's on... Weird. Sure, he's not registered, actually. That's fine. I'll start Kowalski. Ain't the end of the world. Artificial CA increase for our teams. I guess so, but I don't know how that would really benefit the player. Like, would that make the save more fun? Is a team being super overpowered and completely, like, artificially unstoppable particularly interesting in a save? I mean, obviously people want different things, but to me that would just make me go, oh, this is kind of pointless then. If they're just artificially better than me for no reason that's actually sort of considered fair, I guess. I think one of the things that FM struggled with in the past is making, when you can see goals and shit goals in games and stuff, making them look like they're actually mistakes rather than just like the game screwing you. And it's been better in 26 for that, massively. But yeah, it's not an ideal situation. Man, you won a Stanley Cup? There you go. Was it just the one that you could buy at like a shop? No point in actually trying to beat them. Yeah. Now, obviously, while that would increase difficulty, this is the tough part, because you've got to manage difficulty and arbitrary bullshit. That's the tough balance to strike, because something being difficult because of circumstances that the game has provided to you, I'm well on board with, and I actually agree there's other things that could be done there. But if that difficulty is manifested by just they're better than you because the game said so and there's nothing you can do about it, at that point I feel like you just have people pissing their saves off at that point, right? It's just sort of like, because why would you bother at that point? Bill Foley. Interesting. Is he mixed brother? It would be nice to see some sliders, but I think the sliders would have to be... the sliders couldn't just be difficulty. The sliders would have to be specific things that you could tweak. Such as, like, transfer aggressiveness. Like, how aggressive AI clubs are in terms of the number of transfers they're making, how much they're willing to negotiate, how hard agents are to negotiate potentially with, but it would have to be done in a way that isn't just they want more money. If it was like that, and players would demand more money because the agent is more aggressive, it would have to work across the board in the sense that they couldn't just demand that of you and then immediately join Barcelona on a third of the money. If they were to implement something like that, it would have to be balanced like that. Because I think what often happens in these situations when they bring in these types of arbitrary difficulty is it only affects the player, which puts you at a disadvantage in a way that is just not particularly fun. But that's the sort of stuff I wouldn't mind seeing, like more aggressive agents where they are going to be more. And I also think, honestly, I would like to see the ability for a player to force their way out of the club more, because it's actually too easy in a way for me to hang on to players. Now, admittedly, I know that would come as the monkey's paw type situation where I would then have players getting upset at me for absolutely no reason and trying to force their way out of the club, and I know I would hate it at the time. So it would come a little bit of a tough one. Player trading. But then realistically, other than the situation right now with Dwight McNeil and Brennan Johnson, it doesn't exactly happen that often in real life, and you kind of can do that. You can do part exchange. So that is part of the game. It's just a pretty rare mechanic that is not used by many people, to be honest. Likeliness to willing to join loan funds, yes. I just want a loan toggle that I can tick on that means that suddenly every team wants to be an entire 11 of loans. Don't have to tickle me with a utopia. What type of board do you have? Yeah. Actually, yeah, no, that'd be good. Difficulty would be, yeah, difficulty with the board would be quite good because it would mean that they would be much more likely to sack you upon failing objectives and stuff, and the objectives would be more stringent, perhaps. Do it once in 3 years or something. But hang on, do what once every 3 years or something? What we talking about here? What can't you do once every 3 years? Lonetopia, I would love to live there. I don't think I've seen that many player exchanges from AI sites. Rarely. Can't think of it. I mean, not that it would trading players. I guess so, but like it happens so rarely in real life that ultimately, remember, FM is a sandbox that's trying to mimic real life football world. So if it doesn't happen that often in real life at all, then there's no reason why it would happen in FM anymore. That's any more than that, essentially. It's such a rare situation with regards to straight out trades because so rarely do two clubs find themselves in a position where that's actually advantageous. Because obviously the different valuations of teams is always going to likely be a factor in that. Base game youth rating. That'd be cool. So it just sort of adds a little bit to each one. So if you have it on the lowest settings, it brings them all down like relative to each other and then pushes them up. Yeah, it's not a... that's why I was so shocked when I heard about the Brennan Johnson thing, because it was so like, wow, okay, this is a big deal. Didn't Dwight McNeil nearly join Palace? Either last summer or in January or something, and it fell through at the last second, and his wife was quite upset about it because they were basically had the heart set on that move, and now he's kind of getting it anyway. Because if that's the case, I really like that. It actually feels like it might be quite a sweet story where teams have just kind of gone, hang on, this suits our situation for both of us to just shake hands and make this deal work. And I really like that for both players and both clubs. It's rare that deals just come about like that, right? Renew the FPL league. No, I haven't. I will definitely do so as the league. When does the league actually start? Is it next weekend or is it the weekend after? Pure Palace. I feel like he's so Pure Palace that I just assumed that he'd already played for them. I also assumed he was older than he was. Potentially. Yeah, I believe that was the post I read about that. But that was actually Palace. I like how they've all sort of kind of gone, actually, well, yeah, we kind of messed that one up. Let's just go back and redo it. 20th. Okay, cool. So in that case, yeah, I will renew the FPL league. More helpful in SCR than PS. Because before what was happening is that you'd sort of get the equivalent of a swap, but it wasn't actually done as far as a pure swap. It would just be, we sell to you and you sell to us because it looks better on the spreadsheets. We're struggling here a little bit. See, for 27, it's more immersion. Basically, just let me feel like I'm living in a game world and less linear. Like, the biggest issue with 26 for me is that too much of it feels like you're managing in isolate. You're sort of... there's not enough going on in the world around you. There is, but you're not told about it. And you discover things later that you kind of go, oh, I feel like I would have been notified of this in a previous FM. So expanding that hugely. Bring back Leagues in Focus. Make the news page actually show you news that is relevant and interesting. And there's a lot of things that could be done with that really, really easily, I would say. Immerse with water in a torture chamber. Interesting. Is that a lower league side? More interaction with other... Yeah, yeah, actually, I haven't really thought about that, but there isn't. There's even less in 26 than there is in 24. I remember winding up other managers and having enemy. I would like more of that in general, actually. Even more so than it was in the past. Because it does feel like your relationship with other managers is sort of ultimately irrelevant. That's not an own goal. I mean, we'll take it, but yeah. Biggest streamer in this part of England. Biggest streamer in this part of England. I mean, Kev and I technically don't live that far apart, so, you know. I wouldn't even say that I'm that. Guaranteed access to it, I doubt it. Like, is there possibly a stronger chance that I might get access to it for that same thing? Maybe, but I simply don't know. Put it this way, the first I've heard of this playtest thing was when it was put in Twitch chat earlier today. So, you know. Oh, I am the biggest FM streamer in this room, currently. That much I will agree on. Oh, the Advents and Outlandishness slider, I'd be all over. I'd have it set to maximum. If anything, I'd find out... Hadrian and I would find a way to break it so that even more. I want more rivals, yeah. I mean, it definitely got better, Hayden, but it didn't get anywhere near the levels that it could have been or even was before, pretty much. Yeah, oh, mate, we bullied a manager in the multi-save so religiously that I actually signed his entire first team off of him in an attempt to get him relegated because they'd annoyed me so much. I took every player that they had at the club and I signed them because they were obviously they were like a semi-pro side. So I could actually do that and I had the money at the time to do it just to mess with, yeah, screw Marlon Hilly. You don't mess with whoever was manager in that save, which I'm guessing was Janos Toth. What did they do? I actually can't remember. I've forgotten what they did exactly. Can anyone... Oh, that's a nice pass. Go on, Nathan. Oh, dear. I have a small memory of these things, but I do not actually remember exactly what they did. All I know is that it was bad enough that I got angry enough to sign his entire team from him. It would probably be something as simple as they refused to take a loan player or something. Did he actually just say something in a press conference? Was it as petty as that? That does sound like something I would do. But my point is, I did that because we had a rivalry with the manager from a press conference. More of that. Was it 2 press conferences? There you go. I knew I wasn't as petty as I thought I was. Oh god, it's in. Ahab Raider. You get out of the middle of that whale. Oh, that's what it was. You're right. It was a press conference before we played them in the cup. And he said that he wished he was playing a bigger team in the cup. Bear in mind, we'd won like 20 consecutive league titles and were comfortably the biggest team in Malta and arguably Europe. And he said he wished he was playing a bigger team in the cup. And I'm not a petty man, but I took that personally. No. So then decided to sign his entire first 11 and subs. I think I just signed every player at the club, didn't I? And I believe they did get relegated as a result of it. Egotistical Mac really. He never went away. He's always there. Here first off, usually you don't hear things until as if they've equalised. Generally, it's like late September. But I think this year we'll hear stuff sooner. Maybe not late September, mid-September. I think we will hear stuff in August, like actual stuff, potentially. Because I think that like it hit Al Shankiti's hand, in fairness. Because I think they'll want to get ahead of it. That was the team, yeah. They had a full grayed out team. Because I was picking them up for nothing, because they didn't cost anything. How was this? But again, goalkeeping. Although, not that this is really Okamoto's fault, but maybe he could come and claim it. And I wonder if he had more aerial presence, he just comes and clutches that instead. And then we don't end up in this situation where we've somehow drawn this game 2-2. Because it could never be my fault. And what season that was, I don't know. It was pretty late game, obviously, because we were dicking about doing stuff like that. It was likely at a point where I could afford to be doing that. It was to say none of the above. Oh, yeah, because then it leaves them wondering. Midterm manager's calling me overrated. Yeah. I have been dicking about with that a little bit more in my other save because there's a manager in the 8th tier. I think it's Chasetown. Hey, go on, he's offside, isn't he? The Chasetown manager. Because they have basically no wage budget at all. They're only spending like £2,000 a year on wages in terms of actual wages because every player they have is non-contract. But they are also in £200,000 worth of debt because of the appearance fees. I had a look and some of them are on like £300 for an appearance fee in the 8th tier. So their squad is absolutely goated, but it's actually ridiculous how low their wage budget technically is. That league is very strange. AFC Russian Diamonds are down there too, actually. A tier 10 manager. Had they just claim we were going down, I'd probably beat 6-1 in the league. Yes, pettiness is where it's at. A petty rivalry is the best type of rivalry. I don't want a rivalry in FM that actually has any validity to it. I don't want to genuinely hate a manager. I want to hate them because they're a bell piece. Although, in a way, I suppose that is genuine, isn't it? I probably should actually, like, rest the players after these games because I've realised that that's why half the team was knackered before that one. So they'll get a little cheeky rest. There you go. Nice. Fix the offside. Oh, they have to. Because they've made offsides worse since they brought in the World Cup mode. It 100% has got worse. We will play Napoli in the next round. That's actually annoyingly tough. Did we not win the group then because of that? No, we did. So our reward was Napoli because they're in the same group as Bayern. Cool. Although we could have got PSG, I guess. Not that this is finished, actually. We'll give them a chance. Fuller means Fuller hemmed in lands. Fuller's a Norse goddess and would be called Fuller Volla. Oh, okay. So this is getting more and more complicated by the minute. I'm here for it. Whichever one sounds most aggressive and sick. Okay, so Aguirre is going to go to Stade Rennais, which I'm fine with because we get £10 million out of it. He's 31 and we were only going to get like 6 million. It's more money for us. It keeps the ball rolling so that when the window does open again after the Club World Cup, we should at least have a bit more budget available to us to actually cook with. Because that now puts us in a situation where we've got £155,000 a week in wage budget available now, which is nice, and 50 million in transfers, which means we should soon be able to go back in for Mr. Romania. Little scale after this. Oh no, I'm not even expecting it to be good. I'm hopefully and cautiously optimistic, I guess. I feel like it's going to be, I mean, it can't be worse. It's got a very low bar. So there's that. But I do genuinely think like I'm just getting a good vibe off of the absolutely nothing that we know so far. I just have a weirdly good vibe. I will come back to the scouting update in a moment. Vida is 52 years old these days. All the defunct teams played in there, including clubs from Vilnius and Lviv. Really? The editor sooner. Yeah. What, should be like editor during the beta or something? Call a manager a rival from a press conference comment and you get the news story about the rivalry. Yeah, no, that would be actually sick. Because it kind of does happen, but often because you're dealing with agents instead of managers, it feels like you don't get that thing. But if I was to look, for example, at Vida right now, I'd be curious to know what his relationships are like with other managers. So, because of course, other managers. Okay, so the best I have is distant, acquaintances, some closeness, and then but no one hates me. I'm very close with Bunny Shaw. Me and Bunny go way back. Very close with Sir Harold, because of course I am. Sam Kerr, obviously, we go back because she was part of our backroom staff. So was Conrad. Harry Kane as well, I guess. Distant to Hambusher. I'm an acquaintance with Didier Deschamps for some reason. Own players, they all love me, don't they? Okay, apparently not. Very close. Is that the closest it can be? Or is it the in awe of you one? Staff members? Specifically just very close for the most part. Agents? This guy absolutely adores me for some reason, apparently. Loads of them love me. Is it because I've given enormous agent fees sometimes? Also, why are these guys showing up as agents when they're managers? Journalists? God, nobody hates Vida. Everyone hates Chris. Players all very close. Maybe distant is the last one. I thought there used to be some proper negative ones in there, but apparently not. Oh, is he just an agent thing? So, actually, out of interest, that agent there that is awestruck with me, the one that showed up at the top of that list, who does he represent? This guy, Eric Fernandez, Peruvian agent. Would you believe it's a lot of Peruvian lads? This screen could do with being a lot better as well. Like, why is it scrollable? That might be a skin thing, in fairness. He has a very specific, like, window. Very close is the best. Huh. I want more people to hate me. You know? Maybe I've just not done enough to hate them. I am, after all, a very giving manager. I give to the other Polish sides. I let things happen, you know? So, what we'll do is, next stream, I'll progress a little bit with the Club World Cup because I want to make sure that we can get some money in. Although, maybe I'll just pick it up at the next game of the Club World Cup. So we can stick fantasy on then. We can actually then hopefully start signing some more people for Club Island, for XG on the Beach, and then get into the league as well. And then start to progress things properly from that point onwards, because I think the finances are certainly looking better for us now, which is awesome. But we will probably need a couple more sales, but that's okay, because once it ticks over to July, the Loan Farm guys come back, and they will obviously be able to be sold. So we should be able to rustle up probably about another 100 million in budget, which should allow us to pretty much sign whoever we want as far as, you know, XG on the Beach goes. In theory, at least. That's my hope. Watch the board still sell someone random out from underneath us for literally no reason. I could totally see that happening. But do keep an eye on the finances, I certainly will. Right. We're going to raid Monique. Because, of course, she is one of the managers for the charity game at the end of the month, which you can, of course, still get tickets to on the 29th of August. So, I'm going to be editing. I'm going to spend all day editing tomorrow, which is going to be quite fun to finally start piecing that absolute behemoth together into something that I can maybe even put out as a video soon. Who knows? The heat is starting to come for us, though. So, watch out, those of you, because Thursday's stream, I will be showing up in a vest, and I will not be apologising for it, unless you ask me nicely. Tickets on the day. No, I believe you can get them in advance, Adam. I think. But I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to check with Callum about that. Because it gets you entry to, obviously, the game, but also to the Slough game afterwards as well. And I believe it's actually cheaper than if you would just go to the Slough game too. So you kind of get a bit of both there. But I would have to look into that. So I will see you guys on a Thursday, where we'll be sweating one out, where it will probably be a lot hotter than it is right now. I'm expecting, well, 35 outside. In here, we're talking probably close to 40, which is going to be an absolute nightmare. So I'll see you guys very soon. Hold your gun. Capybara. Let's go right over to Monique. Bye-bye.